When the line between fake and real starts to blur, can the heart keep up? Welcome to part 2 of Dating Games by K.Leigh, a witty, heartfelt, and seductive continuation of the romance that started as a game but is quickly becoming dangerously real. After agreeing to a fake relationship for all the wrong reasons, our heroine finds herself tangled in a whirlwind of unexpected emotions, electric chemistry, and truths she can no longer ignore. What began as pretend is now impossible to fake, and both hearts are on the line. This story dives deeper into the complexities of love, trust, vulnerability, and the risks we take for a chance at something real. With her signature blend of humor, steam, and emotional depth, K.Leigh crafts a romance that feels honest, raw, and utterly addictive. Get ready for twists, laughter, and swoon-worthy moments as dating games. Part 2 challenges everything the characters thought they knew about themselves and each other. Hit play now and fall deeper into the game, but be warned your heart may not leave unscathed. Chapter 22. During my first month at the magazine, Viv insisted I attend the opening of an art installation at an eclectic little gallery in Soho. It was the most upscale event I'd ever attended. Waitstaff in tails and gloves, men in beautiful suits, women in gorgeous gowns, and champagne flowing like it grew on trees, which I suppose one could argue it does, since grapes are grown on vines and champagne comes from grapes. Nevertheless, that gallery opening was mere child's play compared to the posh and glamour of the annual red, white, and blue gala. Anyone who's anyone is here. And if you don't get an invitation, you're not someone worth knowing. Which is why my already antsy nerves are even more so, considering the importance of tonight, especially for Julian. As the newcomer to this elite group, all eyes will be on me. Because of that, I need to do everything in my power not to embarrass him. As long as there's not a pool nearby, I think I'll be okay. The gentle sounds of a jazz band fill the air as Julian leads me through the foyer of a magnificent home situated on the beach. I expected this to take place at a function hall, but I've once again been proven wrong. Why rent a hall when you can show off the grandeur of your home in front of several hundred of your closest friends? That's all life in the Hamptons seems to be. One giant competition. And this place is the crown jewel. It's like a mansion straight from the Gilded Age. Lush tapestries, grand staircases, painted ceilings. Now I really do feel like Cinderella. We follow the flow of guests, smiling polite hellos every few feet before emerging into a large ballroom. Waitstaff are in abundance, circling the room, carrying trays of champagne and hors d'oeuvres. I tilt my head back, admiring the intricate detailing on the ceiling. It's like the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles. La Galerie des Glaces, Julian says in the perfect French accent. I look back to him, laughing slightly. No, I've never been out of the country, but I've always dreamed of visiting Europe, particularly Paris. You've never traveled abroad. He sounds genuinely surprised by this fact. I suppose in his circles, it's an odd occurrence. Can't say as I have. You were with Trevor for 12 years and he never took you. I open my mouth to defend him, but Julian interrupts me before I can utter a word. You can't tell me he didn't have the money, because I know what that firm pays their attorneys. He could have afforded it. My eyes shift nervously around the room. Have I really been so blind as to overlook so many of Trevor's shortcomings? We've both been so busy, I respond, but my words lack any conviction. You need to go to Paris. Everyone should experience the city once in their lives. There's nothing like it anywhere else in the world. The more he speaks, the more excited he becomes. There's a boyish gleam in his eyes as his obvious adoration for the City of Lights shines through. When the summer is over, I quickly hold up my hand. Don't. He scrunches his forehead, perplexed by my sudden change in demeanor. But no, I lean toward him. My voice nothing more than a low whisper. I can pretend to be your girlfriend all summer. I've agreed to that much, but I won't do the fantasy game with you. I won't have you making me promises you have no intention of fulfilling. Who said I have no intention of following through? Me, that's who. You're so accustomed to being able to just hop on a chartered jet and fly off to Paris for lunch? That's not my reality. That will never be my reality. It's already difficult to remain grounded when I'm surrounded by all this. I wave my hand around. I don't need you making this any harder than it has to be. I pull my bottom lip between my teeth, fighting against the lump in my throat. I wish I hadn't revealed this vulnerability to him. But this is challenging enough. The more I remind myself that this is nothing more than a fantasy, the easier it will be when the dream ends. Guinevere, He shakes his head, running a light finger down the curve of my face before cupping my cheeks in his hands. He rests his forehead against mine. It's such a tender moment, one I wish were real. I'm sorry. I guess I got swept up in the moment. I didn't realize. It's okay. But I feel like some lines have been crossed that I may not have originally anticipated. Don't get me wrong, I add quickly. The past few days have been great, better than great. And you've been great. I laugh. Better than great. My eyes turn back to his, serious again. And that's why I don't want to blur the lines anymore. It will only set ourselves up for failure. At least me. Because at the end of the summer, you'll walk away without a single look back. And I'll still be picking up the pieces of a life I don't even recognize right now. Years down the road, we'll both remember this summer and smile. You from your palace overlooking Central Park, and me from whatever apartment I can afford, which will probably be somewhere in New Rochelle. Hell, one day, maybe I'll be able to tell my kids about the summer I experienced a real-life fairy tale. But that's all this is. Just a fairy tale, not real life. He opens his mouth, his expression pensive as he gazes at me. I can almost sense him wanting to tell me I'm wrong, that the fairy tale can be real, that this doesn't have to end after the summer. Instead, he blows out a long breath, nodding. I can respect that. I know what it's like to be surrounded by constant disappointment. I won't lead you on. No more fantasies. No more fantasies. I repeat, a pang in my heart at the idea. No more fantasies, he says once more, then pulls back, smiling a small smile. We return our attention to the party, everyone oblivious to our emotional exchange, resuming the roles we're here to play. He links his hand with mine. When a waiter carrying a tray of champagne passes, Julian swipes 2 flutes, handing me one. For the record, he lifts his glass and I do the same. I know you'll soon meet someone who will give you the trip to Paris you deserve. He sips the effervescent liquid, his eyes unwavering as they remain glued to mine. I hope so, I murmur absent-mindedly. Evie, an excited voice, exclaims as I'm about to take a sip. I search for its source, seeing Sadie and Christopher gliding toward us. That's exactly what it looks like. As if Sadie is walking on air. Everything about her poised and put together. She looks as stunning as I expected she would, wearing a pale white silk gown that hugs her slender frame. Her brown hair is pulled into a bun at her nape, a few strands framing her face, and around her neck is a dazzling diamond necklace that must have cost a small fortune. Oh, my goodness. Grabbing my hand, she spins me around almost in the same fashion as Julian did earlier. You look incredible. This dress. She shifts her attention to Julian. Dana. Who else? He answers with a laugh. Who else indeed? She truly is the best. You'd better keep your eyes on this one tonight, especially around Ethan. She laughs, indicating she's simply making a joke. But Julian knows it's not. He shifts, wrapping an arm around my waist. For once, I'm certain it's not just for show, but his innate need to protect me. The fear streaming from his eyes when he saw Ethan around me last night was far too real to simply be an act. He has a thing for the ladies. That's probably why Sonia left him. This is news to me. I wonder if K.Leigh knows. She did. A smirk forms on Sadie's lips as she leans closer, her eyes brimming with excitement. She would get along famously with K.Leigh, both of them bonding over a shared love of gossip. Maybe that's why I've formed such a strong bond with Sadie after only a few days. She reminds me so much of K.Leigh. It's quite the scandal, she whispers. Last summer, after the 4th of July, she was mysteriously absent from all festivities, forcing Ethan to attend alone. Then, earlier this year, she was rumored to have been staying with another man while on location for an upcoming movie that was shooting in Vancouver. That's not exactly a scandal. Sadie, Christopher interjects, rolling his eyes. That's not the scandalous part, she insists, her gaze floating to his before returning to mine. I'm with Christopher. Two celebrities ending their relationship isn't newsworthy these days. It's rumored this man was a male escort. My interest peaks at this tidbit of information, which sounds ridiculous. I mean, why would someone like Sonia Moreno need to hire an escort? Any man would love to be with her, so why should she pay someone to sleep with her? Maybe it's not about sex, I argue, my own words surprising me. All eyes instantly zero in on me, so I explain, using information I'd gleaned from my brief conversations with Auguste Laurent. Men and women are programmed differently. As such, they typically hire escorts for different reasons. Yes, most men do so in order to have a quick romp in the sack. Women are different, and I would argue far superior to the male species. I wink as I bring my champagne flute back to my lips, taking a sip. I won't argue with that. Christopher quips, not if I want to sleep in the same bed as Sadie tonight. He looks to Julian, and I wouldn't argue if I were you, either. Not if you want to share Evie's bed with her. Duly noted. Julian's eyes find mine, wistful and eager. A part of me wonders if he wishes he could share my bed too. As the superior gender, I continue, tearing my gaze from Julian's. Our reasons for hiring an escort are much more complicated than simply wanting to get laid. We do so to feel a connection, to feel adored, to feel beautiful. The instant I say the words, the air is sucked from my lungs. That is precisely what Julian's done for me. After only 24 hours with him, I'm no longer clinging to a life I may never have again. All because he made me feel beautiful. And if Julian, an amateur, can make me feel like this, I can only imagine what Auguste Laurent could do for someone over the course of a month. If it's true, I understand why she did it. An escort is discreet. Especially this one, Sadie says. Apparently, he's the most sought-after escort in the country. My eyes practically bulge out of their sockets as I choke on my champagne. Auguste Laurent. I cough out. She smiles deviously, waggling her brows. You've heard of him. Evie's working on a story about him for her magazine. Julian explains, his tone boastful. She hopes that giving the world the inside scoop on the elusive escort will land her a promotion to assistant editor. I'd pick up the magazine for that article alone. I clear the last remnants of champagne from my throat. That's what I'm hoping for. How's the research going? From what I hear, the guy's an enigma. You seem to know a lot about him, Sadie, Christopher teases. She playfully jabs him in the stomach. I need to stay educated in case I ever need to use his services. She winks, then turns her gaze back to mine. Somehow, he caught wind that I'd been looking for him and reached out to me. I won't reveal too much of what he's told me because I want you to buy the magazine. Everyone laughs politely. But based on the little information I've gathered so far, I can understand why someone like Sonia Moreno would hire him, especially if she were in the middle of a problematic separation. My boyfriend of 12 years just broke up with me. Ending a long relationship is difficult, even if you've fallen out of love. You think no one will ever love you again, that you're past the age where anyone will find you beautiful. That's what Julian's done for me. I tilt my head, meeting his eyes. The past 24 hours have been a whirlwind, a constant battle of not wanting to get swept up in the fairy tale. Maybe I deserve the fairy tale, regardless of the fact that it's bound to end. That didn't stop Cinderella from going to the ball and dancing with her Prince Charming. Even though she knew it was over at midnight, maybe it's time I take a page out of her book. Stop planning for a future. Live in the moment. Not care about what awaits me a month, a week, a day from now. Right now, I've never felt so cherished. Even if this man was a stranger mere days ago, he's made me feel beautiful. I continue. Even if this is just a fleeting romance, I'll always have that, staring into his deep pools of blue. Everything around us seems to disappear into the background as we share in this moment. This realization that, no matter what happens, I'll forever be grateful to Julian for the gift he's given me. His lips curve into a smile, our mouths inching toward each other. Young love, Christopher sighs playfully. Julian and I snap our heads forward, reminded that we're not alone. He wraps his arm around my waist, then kisses the top of my head. That it is. Chapter 23. Julian and I spend the next few hours dancing and mingling among the upper crust of the Hamptons. He's unmistakably surprised by the familiarity with which I speak to several of the women, ones who had their noses turned up at me yesterday because I was the new girl. But, just like in high school, people eventually come around. And here I was, worried about how you would get on without me. He jokes after dinner, as we all file to the expansive exterior veranda to watch the fireworks display. I suppose knowing that I'll never see these people after this summer relaxed me a bit. Yes, some of them still don't like me, probably because they secretly wish they were sharing a bed with you instead of their overweight, balding husbands. But the others, I shrug. Once they heard our story, they couldn't get enough. I had them swooning and sighing in the salon. They're not much different than anyone else. They want the same things all women do. And what's that? His blue eyes sparkle as he smiles down at me. Everything about him relaxed. Love, happiness, and the occasional mind-blowing orgasm. Julian's throaty laugh fills the air, music to my ears. Is that all? It's not too much to ask, is it? We come to a stop at the stone ledge and I lean on it. Of course not. We all deserve love and happiness. Don't forget mind-blowing orgasms. I'm pretty sure those will inevitably lead to love and happiness. Let's face it, if I found someone who could give me a mind-blowing orgasm, I'd fall in love with him, which is probably why I've fallen in love with Mr. Winky. Julian passes me a bemused look. Mr. Winky. I love how easy conversation is with him. Now that I've stopped worrying about a future and am simply living in the moment, I'm no longer on edge. Yes, there are still intense moments between us, but I don't care whether it's real. It doesn't matter. All that does is that I'm happier than I've been in a long time, all because of Julian. Please don't tell me you nicknamed Trevor's Dick, because I'll never be able to look at him the same way again. My core clenches when I hear him say Dick in his gruff voice. I can only imagine what he's like in the bedroom. Based on the way he acts around me while we merely pretend we're madly in love, I presume he's just as impassioned, if not more so. And I bet he's one hell of a dirty talker. No. I fight against the heat washing over my face at the idea of Julian's bedroom voice. I didn't nickname his Dick, and he certainly never gave me mind-blowing orgasms. I add the last part as an afterthought. So who's Mr. Winky, he inquires, and I'm grateful he doesn't push the Trevor issue. In fact, until Julian brought him up, I haven't thought of Trevor all night, regardless that he's also here with Teresa. I'm simply too consumed with Julian and everything he is. The way he dotes on me and takes care of me doesn't leave any room to worry about Trevor. Only the best battery-operated boyfriend I've ever had. He laughs loudly and slings his arm over my shoulders. I love that you're not embarrassed to talk about this stuff. I shrug. It's my job to talk about sex. Literally. Nothing phases me anymore. I've seen it all. Some things I wish I could unsee. I'm not sure I want to know. You definitely don't. All I'm saying is there's a fetish for everyone and everything. And I do mean everything. Duly noted. I turn my eyes back to the shore, able to make out the sound of the crashing waves and the fizzling of foam as the salt water spreads across the sand. It's a cloudless night, the stars twinkling above us against the dark. There's a slight breeze, as there usually is along the coast, causing a chill to run through me, despite the moderately warm temperatures. Noticing me shiver, Julian shrugs out of his tuxedo jacket, draping it over my shoulders. I glance behind me, offering him a smile of thanks. I expect him to return to my side. Instead, he wraps his arms around my body, pulling me against him, my back to his front. As if this were a dance we'd done dozens of times before, I melt into him, reveling in his embrace. Nothing about this feels stilted or awkward. It's so natural, so familiar, so effortless. Bathing in his warmth, I smile at a few nearby guests, as they assemble to watch the fireworks. Out of the corner of my eye, I spy Trevor standing with Teresa. I must admit, he's rather handsome in his tuxedo, his hair freshly trimmed. 12 years together, and this is the first time I've seen him in a tux. The thought should anger me more, but it doesn't. Maybe if I'd never met Julian, I'd be sitting on Chloe's couch, lamenting about how Trevor could leave me for someone boring like Teresa. But it no longer bothers me. Julian's right. So is Chloe. Why should I want to be with someone who doesn't appreciate me for me? As I observe their awkwardness, struggling to see any connection between the two, Trevor glances in my direction, and our eyes meet. He swallows hard when he sees me safe and secure in Julian's arms. Julian must notice Trevor staring, his embrace tightening. He caresses my stomach with his left hand, the one closest to Trevor. The gentle contact sends a rush of exhilaration through me, each brush of his thumb moving higher and higher. I hold my breath as he nears the curve of my breast. "Is this okay?" he murmurs into my ear, his breath hot on my neck. "I'll stop if you say so. No hard feelings." "Don't stop." I exhale. There's no way I could tell him no. Not now. Not when I'm wound this tightly. I'm fully aware it's just for show, to make people think we're a real couple. But if that's the only reason Julian's putting on this display, so be it. Who cares if it's not real? All I do care about is savoring in this moment. And in this moment, I just want Julian's hands on my body. "God damn," he hisses as he grazes the bottom of my breasts. When he pulls my body even tighter against his, he groans, grinding against me. "Down, boy," I joke. Feeling how turned on he is gives my confidence an added boost. Say what you will, but there's nothing as empowering for a woman as knowing she has the ability to turn on a man, to bring him to his knees, to make him desperate for just a taste, a feel, a touch. I can't help it. He has a mind of his own, especially when you're around. Music fills the exterior speakers and, seconds later, a loud boom echoes. Everyone oohs and ahs as their attention shifts to the horizon, the brilliant colors of the fireworks bright against the dark canvas. But Julian's attention remains focused entirely on me. When his hips circle a slow, sensual rhythm against my body, I moan, leaning my head against his chest. I try to concentrate on the fireworks in the sky, not the ones erupting in my core at the sensation of his seductive teasing. My nipples strain against my dress, my body's reaction at odds with the warning my brain sounds, telling me to retreat, that I'd drawn lines for a reason. I couldn't retreat now if I wanted to. A carnal need to experience more of Julian driving me forward, regardless of the possible consequences. "Do you have any idea how many times I've thought of you these past few weeks?" His teeth skim against my neck, causing a jolt of electricity to rush through me, hot and needy. Surrounded by all these people, I fight to maintain my composure. With each word, each nip, each touch, it's becoming more and more impossible. How many I manage to squeak out as I keep my eyes glued to the gorgeous display in front of us, commemorating our country's independence. I can't help but feel that this weekend marks the start of my independence, too. The start of a new chapter in my life. I lost count. At the office, in the shower, in my bed, I bite my lower lip, fantasies clouding my brain, barging in on Julian when he's at work and seducing him at his desk. Surprising him in the shower and having him slam me against the cool tile. The way he fucks me hungry and insatiable. Then crawling in beside him in the middle of the night. Without a word, he'd show me the tender lover I sense is hidden somewhere beneath the mask. I barely know this man, yet the fantasies in my head are so real. As if someone's able to show me a piece of him I'll never be able to have. "Have you thought of me?" Yes, I stammer, squeezing my legs together as pressure slowly builds inside me, on the brink of bubbling over. I fear if it's not released, I'll explode into a vibrant show more brilliant than the fireworks in the sky. He runs his hands along my stomach, my muscles clenching. With each journey north, he retreats with a path traveling farther south. He presses me into the ledge, shielding curious onlookers from noticing when he dips his hand into the slit of my dress. Have you thought of me during one of your dates with your so-called Mr. Winky? Normally, I'd giggle at the sound of anyone else calling my battery-operated boyfriend by his name, but I'm too turned on to find humor in anything right now. Instead, all I can do is answer truthfully. Yes. When was the last time? Last night? Fuck. His grip on me tightens. The warmth of his hand brushing against the waist of my panties causes my breathing to increase, my chest to heave at the promise of what's to come. Is this okay? Yes. I adjust my stance, parting my legs slightly, signaling him with my body how much I want this. Chloe and Nora have done the no strings thing. I can do that too. I hope. God. Yes. When he slips his hand beneath the line of my panties, I grip the ledge harder, my jaw clenching as I do everything in my power not to draw attention to us. Is this okay? He asks once more as his fingers leisurely make their way farther south. Yes. I'm no longer standing on the veranda of a ridiculously opulent mansion in the Hamptons overlooking the ocean as we watch an excessive fireworks display. I'm flying, the ground nothing but a speck of dust. He groans again as he brushes his fingers against my skin. He really did make you get waxed, didn't he? He did. When he grazes my center, I whimper, in another place, another time, another universe. Is this okay? Yes. I was hoping you'd say that. His touch becomes firm as he explores me. This entire experience completely out of character for me. Or maybe it's simply because my ex never would have so much as entertained the idea of doing something like this in public. I think that's what makes it even more exciting. The notion that, at any moment, someone could look our way and realize what's going on. But they don't. Everyone too immersed in the fireworks. The musical accompaniment being piped in through the sound system loud enough to drown out my pants and pleas for more. Guinevere. He growls as he explores me with more intensity, pushing one finger inside before adding another. Did Trevor ever turn you on like this? No. It's the truth. Never. Not once. There was no spontaneity with him. I thought I liked that. I knew when we'd be having sex. I knew what position we'd be in. I'm starting to think that certain things can't be planned. I love that I do this to you, because you have no idea how fucking hard I am right now. How hard I get every time I think of you. You do it for me. And this isn't me saying it as part of our game. This is me saying it because it's true. I'm starved for you. Oh God. My eyes roll into the back of my head as the thunder of fireworks becomes more and more fevered. I was right. Julian is a damn good dirty talker. I'm pretty sure I could come from his words alone. Add in how expertly he massages me and brushes his thumb on my clit, and I soon climax in time with the grand finale of the fireworks display, screaming out in utter bliss as applause and cheers fill the air. Every inch of me trembling. I struggle to make sense out of what just happened, how I should feel about it when I desperately wanted to keep the lines from being blurred. Not only did I just blur them, I pretty much eviscerated them, all because I got swept up in the moment. Don't. He rumbles into my ear as he removes his hand, adjusting my dress to hide our indiscretions. I stare forward, my mind racing, chest heaving. Don't think this is anything more than what it is two consenting adults enjoying each other's company. I nod subtly, swallowing hard. How does he know my thoughts are currently clouded with guilt and embarrassment over what we'd just done? How easily I'd allowed him to touch me like that, when only one man has in over a decade. I haven't even been single a full month. Yet I'm already spreading my legs for someone else. A relative stranger. Granted, Trevor doesn't seem to be bothered by the idea of being with someone new so soon, but it feels wrong. You deserve to feel beautiful, to feel desired, to feel adored. That's all I wanted. Okay, I turn around, locking eyes with him, his expression a mixture of hunger and remorse, a near mirror image of the war currently battling inside my own heart. How can I tell him I want him? But with every second we spend together, the harder it will be to walk away from him at the end of the summer. That if he keeps touching me like that, he'll ruin me for all the men who come after him, and there will be men who come after him. He made sure of that. We both did. The ball's in your court. Guinevere, if you want to explore this connection further, I'm more than willing. If you're not comfortable with having a strictly physical relationship, I understand that as well. Just know that I am insanely attracted to you, and I will be no matter what you choose. My breathing is still labored from the after effects of the orgasm rolling through me as I peer into his eyes, desperately wanting to crush my lips to his, wrap my arms around him, and allow him to consume me in a way I believe only he can. But can I really do this? I feel like I'm standing in the door of a plane, torn between jumping out and experiencing the exhilaration of flying, or returning to the ground from the safety of my seat. I'm about to share my fears when Sadie's familiar voice cuts through. There you two are. I jump away from Julian, as if we'd just been caught doing something we shouldn't. I'm not Catholic, but I have a feeling this is what the Catholic guilt I've heard so much about must feel like. I search the area, my eyes settling on her approaching with Christopher and a man I estimate to be in his 50s. I've been looking everywhere for you. I wanted to introduce you to my Uncle Clinton. She leans in, lowering her voice. He's my cool uncle. She winks an exaggerated wink as he laughs politely. Trust me, Clinton says, it's not a stiff competition. Most in the family are. Uptight, Sadie offers. Pricks. Clinton interjects immediately. I was going to say pricks. He beams down at Sadie, an affection between them I haven't seen much out here. It's obvious she has a great deal of respect for her uncle, and he has a great deal of admiration for his niece, regardless of any fallout from her marrying Christopher. But I suppose uptight is more agreeable. He returns his attention back to us, extending his hand toward Julian. Clinton Alderman. I stare at it, horrified over the idea of Julian shaking his hand after what he just did. Then realize he used his left one with me. If he was that talented with his left hand, I can only imagine what he could do with his predominant one. A blush heats my cheeks as they shake politely. Julian Gage. Nice to finally meet you, Julian. And you? He turns his attention toward me. This is my girlfriend, Guinevere Fitzgerald. Clinton looks toward me, his eyes finding mine. But unlike so many other men I've met here, he doesn't appraise me like a piece of meat. He looks at me like I'm a human being. It's refreshing. Lovely to meet you, Guinevere. Evie. I correct. You can just call me Evie. Evie, after we all exchanged pleasantries. Clinton turns back to Julian. Sadie mentioned you're in the process of expanding your charitable branch overseas and are trying to get the ball rolling to open up shelters for women in high-risk areas. I snap my head toward Julian, surprised by this. I'm not sure what I thought this big project of his was. I simply thought it was to build some ridiculously luxurious hotel in Dubai, something that could increase his income substantially. But to find out it's a charitable project, another piece of the Julian Gage puzzle snaps into place. I'm sure I didn't get all the details correct, Sadie adds. Just what I picked up from Christopher. It's something I've been wanting to do for a long time. He turns his attention to Clinton, his demeanor becoming serious, flipping the switch from seductive Julian to businessman Julian. When I inherited Theodore Price's fortune, the first thing I did was begin a charity here in the States. Our mission is to provide a safe haven for women in abusive relationships. At least here, we get some assistance from criminal justice agencies, which got me thinking about what it must be like for women in countries and cultures where this kind of abuse isn't frowned upon. In fact, it's encouraged as part of their customs. I want to do something to help these women, but expanding overseas isn't as easy as I thought it would be. There's quite a bit of red tape I have to cut through to even consider the possibility. Well, I may just be able to help you. I'm not sure what Sadie's told you about me, but I'm in the oil industry. I know. And in the oil industry, red tape is our specialty. He winks, then jovially slaps Julian on the back. Come with me. A few of us are digging into Graham Salazar's cigar stash. You should join us. I'd love to. Smoothing the lines of his shirt, he steps away from me, exuding all the confidence and poise I've come to expect from him. Chris, you should join us as well. Christopher's dark eyes widen. He drops his hold on Sadie, joining Julian and Clinton. Great to meet you, Guinevere, Clinton offers with a smile. Likewise. My gaze shifts from him to Julian, We haven't finished our conversation about the unexpected fireworks display earlier. Maybe it's for the best. Maybe it's one of those things we shouldn't discuss, that we should just forget happened. You boys enjoy those cigars. Clinton tips his imaginary hat, then turns, leading Julian and Christopher away from the veranda. When the men are out of sight, Sadie winks. That never would have happened if you weren't here. What do you mean? My uncle, he's great. Don't get me wrong, but he's from a different generation. He recognizes things aren't how they once were. But he's still from old money. He hasn't fully embraced this new dynamic. It shouldn't matter if Julian were a bit of a playboy, but it does to these people. They don't want to be associated with someone like that, so seeing him with a woman, she shrugs. Some of them are coming around and accepting him as someone who will be around for the foreseeable future. Someone they could benefit from doing business with. They're starting to see what I see. And what do you see, I ask? Although I'm unsure I want to know the answer. I see a man falling hard for a fun, down-to-earth woman, my face reddening. I avert my gaze, looking back out over the ocean. A breeze picks up and I pull Julian's jacket tighter around my shoulders, basking in the warmth and earthy aroma from it. And I see a woman living the fairy tale we all secretly hope for. Enjoy it. I meet her eyes, smiling a small smile. I am. We remain on the veranda for a little longer, making the rounds as Sadie introduces me to even more people. After a while, I politely excuse myself, wanting to take a moment to freshen up. I feel as if my earlier indiscretions with Julian are plastered on my face, in my eyes, on my complexion. Once my makeup is refreshed and I ensure it doesn't appear as if I'd just had one of the best orgasms of my life, I make my way out of the bathroom and back toward the ballroom. As I skirt past dancing couples, I spy the bar and decide to make a detour before rejoining Sadie. Approaching the counter, I catch the bartender's eyes and order a Manhattan, draping Julian's jacket along the surface of the bar. When he places the drink in front of me, I thank him, opening my clutch to leave a tip. All I have are a few hundreds that Julian left me this morning to use for gratuity at the spa. With a shrug, I place one down. The bartender doesn't even flinch. I surmise he must get that a lot at these kinds of parties. You really love those things, don't you? A voice comments as I take my first sip. I look over the top of my glass to see Trevor standing before me. It's a step up from the Boone's farm we drank freshman year. He laughs at the memory, a boyish glint in his eyes. It reminds me of the Trevor I first met all those years ago, the one who used to paint his face red for football games, who used to drag me out to have snowball fights during the winter, who stood on one of the tables in the dining hall and shouted to the world, or at least a small portion of the student body of the University of Nebraska, how much he loved me. Then his expression hardens, leaving the man he's turned into, a serious workaholic who bears no resemblance to the Trevor I fell in love with. Does he feel the same when he looks at me? Is that why he ended things? Did we really commit the awful crime of being too blind to realize we'd fallen out of love with each other? You look good, G. You clean up pretty nice yourself. Spying a piece of lint on the lapel of his tuxedo jacket, I reach for it and brush it off. An old habit. Once, it felt normal to do something like this. Now it's different. It's not my job anymore. I don't want it to be my job anymore. I raise my glass to my lips, looking around the ballroom. A few weeks ago, I would have done anything to have a chance to talk to Trevor like this. Now all I can think is that I hope Julian won't be upset I'm speaking to him, as ridiculous as that sounds. I mean it. You look, wow, I barely even recognize you. I could say the same about you. He furrows his brow. What do you mean I wore suits nearly every day the past few years? But you seem like a completely different person than I remember. That's the problem then, isn't it? I place my drink on the bar, squaring my shoulders, because I'm the same exact girl I was when you broke up with me. Trevor. I haven't changed much in the past 12 years. Sure, I may have a few more pounds and bigger breasts, but everything about me is the same. The way I sleep, the way I talk. I trail off, my voice wavering, more out of frustration than heartache. Frustration I didn't see the truth years ago, the way I love. It just wasn't enough for you. I'd kept my feelings locked up for years, even though I constantly advised my readers not to, that the hallmark of a solid relationship is being open and honest, that keeping your feelings hidden is simply a ticking time bomb. I did just that. I smiled and pretended to be someone I wasn't, so Trevor would love me. Nothing about our relationship was ever real. This thing I have with Julian is more real than the love I thought I shared with Trevor. I leaned toward him, my eyes fierce, the veins in my neck strained as I finally tell him exactly how I feel. At least now I'm with someone who thinks I am enough, who thinks I am serious enough to be with. He appreciates me, quirky sense of humor and all. I grab Julian's coat off the bar and turn from Trevor. I only make it a few steps before I stop, whirling around to face him once more. You know what? Maybe I have changed. Maybe I was tired of having to be someone I wasn't just to make you happy. I'm done with that. Now is the time to make myself happy. And Julian makes me happier than you ever did. My chest heaves as emotions overwhelm me. Then I lower my voice. I'm just sorry it took me 12 years to realize this. Goodbye, Trevor. Chapter 24. Okay, tell me everything. K.Leigh orders as she flies into my cubicle a little before 5 on Monday. She plops onto the free chair, interrupting me from sorting through more of my scribblings about Auguste Laurent. We exchanged several emails over the weekend, in which he revealed more information about his background. Now I'm trying to organize everything into an outline to make it easier to determine which direction to go with his story. Nice to see you, too, I respond sarcastically. Where have you been, and why are you just getting in when it's practically time to leave? She smooths her hair behind her ear, avoiding my eyes, which is the K.Leigh tell that she's purposefully being evasive. This isn't about me. This is about you. How did it go? I study her, unable to shake the feeling she's keeping something from me. But I've been itching to see her since Julian dropped me off at her apartment yesterday afternoon. A nice surprise since I expected Reed to drive me again. When she wasn't home, I had no option but to obsess over every little thing that happened, which resulted in the conclusion that Julian is obviously bipolar, or, better yet, suffering from multiple personality disorder. What other explanation is there? Come on, Evie Dish. I don't even know where to begin. It's true. It seems like a lifetime's passed since I stepped into that chauffeured town car and was whisked off to the Hamptons for a weekend of excess and privilege. Start with what happened when you got there. I sit back in my chair as I stare into the distance, trying to collect my thoughts. To be honest, I wasn't sure what to expect, how Julian would act around me, considering this is just supposed to be a business relationship. But when I saw him and he saw me, a blush builds on my cheeks as I recall the adoration in his eyes when they fell on me wearing that two-piece. Yeah, there was a spark, but she arches a brow, sensing there's more. But every single action, every word made me question his motivation. I constantly got swept up in the moment and believed it was all real, only to be reminded it wasn't the next minute, the entire weekend. I felt like we were on a seesaw or playing a constant game of tug-of-war. He'd have me so wrapped up in him, I'd forget the reason I was there. Then he'd retreat, acting like I had some infectious disease. And at the gala, I trail off. Yeah, it's just, I fidget with my hands, still struggling with how to process what happened on the veranda during the fireworks display. Once we left the party, we hadn't spoken of it. For the rest of the weekend, it was as if it had never happened. At first, I considered it to be a good thing. Now I'm not too sure. What is it? Evie. She places her hand on my knee, her voice filled with compassion. You know you can tell me anything. I blow out a breath, lifting my eyes to meet hers. Things got a little heated. Butterflies flit in my stomach at the memory. Actually, things got very heated. Heated. This catches K.Leigh's attention. Heated how? I chew on my lower lip, trying to find the right words. Come on, Evie, she all but shrieks. You're a sex and dating columnist, for crying out loud. This shit is what you do for a living. He touched me, I blurt out. She waggles her brows as a slow smile builds on her mouth. Where your arm? You know where? I scoff, rolling my eyes before swooning from the memory. God, K.Leigh. I squeeze my legs together. Just discussing this leaves my body desperate for more. It was so wild, so crazy, so out of character for me. I lower my voice, inching closer to her. We were on the veranda. It was a little chilly, so he draped his tux jacket over my shoulders. Then he wrapped his arms around me, keeping me warm. One thing led to another, and before I could stop the train from derailing, he slipped his hand under the slit of my dress and took me to Pleasure Town. She stares at me, processing my story. I wore this dress with a long, flowing skirt. There was so much fabric, it masked what was really going on. She waves me off. I know what you were wearing. I blink at her. You do? Of course. Photos were all over the gossip websites as everyone tried to figure out who the mystery woman on Julian Gage's arm was. That's not what I'm questioning. It's not, I ask. Unsure what to think of my photo being plastered all over the internet. I knew this would happen. But I'd been living in my fantasy world all weekend. This explains why my mother's been trying to get in touch with me. She probably saw my picture with someone other than Trevor. I make a mental note to call her and tell her we broke up, considering I no longer have any interest in getting back together with him. Pleasure Town. Evie. K.Leigh bursts into a giggling fit. Really? That's what you're going with? Did you ride his rocket all the way there, too? No, there was no rocket riding. There was no rocket fondling. Hell, I never even caught a glimpse of the launch pad. Although I certainly felt it. I laugh along with K.Leigh. This is exactly what I needed. A few moments with one of my best friends to make sense out of the weekend. But he worked your command center. Did he ever? The fireworks in the sky were nothing compared to the explosions down below. He knows his way around. Ground control. Okay. K.Leigh waves her hands in front of her, tears forming in the corner of her eyes as she struggles to breathe. You need to stop with all these spaceship references, or I'll never be able to watch Apollo 13 again. And you know how much I love Kevin Bacon. It takes a few minutes, but our laughter gradually wanes. When it does, she comments, "So you broke the no kissing rule." What, no? But you let him explore ground control? I interrupt with a smile. Find your pleasure center, she corrects. Yet you still refuse to kiss him. It worked for Julia Roberts' character in Pretty Woman. Actually, it didn't. She still ended up falling for Edward, because she kissed him. I haven't kissed Julian, ergo, I won't fall for him. She assesses me with her analytical stare, then states, "Are you sure you haven't already?" I'm not sure of anything. K.Leigh. I admit after a pause, all I do know is being with Julian made me realize I haven't been true to myself. I put on an act for Trevor so he'd love me. You were right. I shouldn't waste my time on someone who doesn't appreciate me for me. And Julian does. He makes me happy, makes me feel beautiful. Even if it's only for a few months, it'll be worth it. Her eyes brimming with enthusiasm. She wraps her arms around me, planting a kiss on my temple. I'm happy for you. Don't think about the future. Have fun. Live in the moment. Let Julian explore your command center until he has all its functions worked out properly. Hell, maybe you can even play on his launch pad. I laugh, this entire conversation bordering on ridiculous, but in a way that makes me feel incredibly grounded in reality. Pulling away, she holds me at arm's length, her eyes trained on mine. You've always been a planner, and I love that about you. Your obsession with planning out every second of every day with stickers and notes is quirky and adorable, and what makes Evie. She drops her hold on me, then continues. I'll admit, I was skeptical of this arrangement at first, since I know how you are, but now, I don't know. You're different. I like this side of Evie. You're confident and self-assured. I give her a sanctimonious look. I've always been confident and self-assured. Need I remind you I got up in front of an entire bar a few weeks ago and told them all about my embarrassing breakup? That doesn't make you confident and self-assured. All that evidences is the fact you've been screaming for someone to notice you because Trevor never did. Now someone finally has. So who cares if nothing comes out of this? Stop making plans for the future. Enjoy the ride. She pulls me closer again. On his rocket ship, I add. Then we both burst out laughing. Come on, K.Leigh says when she sees it's after 5. Let's go surprise Nora at the yoga studio and hijack one of her classes. I get up from my chair, grateful for one night of normalcy in a life I have trouble recognizing these days. That sounds perfect. I gather my things, and within a few minutes, we're in the elevator on our way to the lobby. As it descends, I steal a glance at K.Leigh and smile. She scrunches her brows, knowing I'm about to do something crazy. When I start singing Elton John's Rocket Man, she stifles a laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. Everyone else in the elevator glances sideways at us. Then K.Leigh joins in, which causes me to sing louder. Much to my amusement, a few of our fellow passengers join in. By the time the elevator reaches the lobby, we're all singing the chorus. But we don't stop once we exit. We continue belting out the lyrics as we all make our way toward the doors. I'm so wrapped up in this strange, impromptu moment that could only happen in a place like New York City, and in a building that houses a slew of magazine offices. I almost don't recognize the man leaning against a column in the lobby until K.Leigh grabs my arm, forcing me to stop. My breath hitches when my eyes fall on Julian. He looks rather dashing in the charcoal gray suit he makes casual by foregoing the tie and leaving the top few buttons of his shirt undone. Sunglasses obscure those deep blue orbs that are permanently ingrained in my head, but I can still feel their heat. Everything about him is so effortless, so confident, so compelling. It's no wonder everyone passing him pauses to look. A few women even giggle, probably wishing they were lucky enough to spend time with him. But I'm the lucky one, I think. He pushes off the column and walks toward me, lowering his sunglasses. Guinevere. The way my name rolls off his tongue is incredibly erotic. Even more so now that I've been treated to a taste of his bedroom voice. Julian. I straighten my posture, doing everything to make it appear as if his presence doesn't have my stomach in knots. Do I want to know what caused that impromptu rendition of Rocket Man? Definitely not. I can only imagine his reaction if he were to find out K.Leigh and I reduced what happened on the veranda to aeronautical terminology. I didn't think so. I attempt to slow my racing heart as we stare at each other. I hadn't expected to see him again until Friday morning when I'm to head back to the Hamptons to attend a charity art auction aboard some heavy hitter's ridiculously large yacht. At least I didn't think I was supposed to see him. Perhaps I overlooked something. Good to see you, K.Leigh, Julian says, finally acknowledging I'm not alone. You as well, Julian. To what do we owe the pleasure? She discreetly pinches my side. I bat her away, struggling to maintain my composure. I came to collect Guinevere. He shifts his gaze back to mine, a mysterious aloofness about him. Did I forget about something frantic? I reach into my commuter bag to retrieve my planner, where every event I'm set to attend has been written down and color-coded. I could have sworn a hand reaches out, forcing me to let go of my planner, my life. Glancing up, I'm met with Julian's smirk. Put the calendar away. You didn't forget anything. I blink, swallowing hard at the intensity in his stare. I didn't. His lips turn into a playful smile as he shakes his head, slow and flirtatious. No. Then, I stopped by to see if you wanted to do something. K.Leigh and I were planning on dropping by Nora's yoga studio, but I was just telling Evie how exhausted I am from a crazy weekend. K.Leigh interrupts, faking a yawn before winking conspiratorially. Squeezing my arm, she passes me a sly grin, then leans toward me, her voice a low whisper. Don't think. Enjoy the ride, on his rocket. I snort out a laugh, then instantly cover my mouth. Bye, you crazy kids, K.Leigh calls out, waving as she heads off. Once we're alone, Julian returns his attention to me. So it's settled. We'll do something. What about the itinerary? The itinerary. Yes. The itinerary. Passing him a coy smile. I bat my lashes. That was part of our deal. You promised we'd only have to see each other during pre-approved times. In an instant, his playfulness disappears, his expression turning impassioned and carnal as he closes the distance between us. When his hand palms my back, forcing me against him, I gasp. My legs weaken as every synapse in my body fires at the same time. It's official. Julian Gage is the most potent drug known to man. He should be regulated and come with a warning to all females, and perhaps a few men. Side effects include wet panties, labored breathing, and irregular heartbeat. May cause multiple orgasms upon even the slightest touch. Consult a doctor prior to repeated use. He leans toward me, his voice a heady growl. Fuck the itinerary. Chapter 25. Fuck the itinerary indeed. Over the next several weeks, that's precisely what Julian and I did. I still accompanied him to the myriad of events that seem to be the hallmark of summer in the Hamptons, where he continued to try to convince many of the power players that his project was worth them investing their time and connections. But we also spent time together away from the Hamptons. On more than one occasion, he made the trek back to the city to take me to dinner, or for a walk through Central Park, or to see Hamilton, after I'd mentioned I'd yet to see it and doubted I'd ever be able to score a ticket. He claimed he needed to come into the city for work anyway, but the fact that he seemed to spend many work hours with me made me believe otherwise. When I wasn't with Julian, I worked tirelessly on getting more of a feel for who Auguste Laurent truly is. Now I know why Viv was so eager to greenlight this story. He's incredibly tight-lipped. Yes, over the course of our phone conversations and email exchanges, he's given me some insight into what he does and why, all revolving around the theme of empowering women and making them feel beautiful during a difficult time. But the article is missing something. No matter how many times I've written and rewritten it, it's not the gripping exposé I'd originally envisioned, not without more than he's given me. I tried to press for details about his clients, even asking if I could talk to a few with a guarantee of complete anonymity. But he denied my request instantly, without any other option. I asked if the rumors about him and Sonia Moreno were true. I thought perhaps that would encourage him to open up more. I may have overplayed my hand because an entire week has gone by without so much as a response to any of my emails. Before Viv approached me regarding this promotion, I'd always enjoyed my work. Writing for the sex and dating columns has been one of the least stressful jobs I've ever had. Yes, there are deadlines and Viv can be particular with how the articles are worded and presented, but after a while, I learned what she liked and adjusted my style to match her preference. Now I can't help but feel like a complete failure. Like I'm not cut out for this. Maybe my parents are right. Maybe I'm better suited to teach. When Julian picks me up on the second Friday in August for my obligatory weekend in the Hamptons, I try not to let this roadblock affect my mood, but it's obvious something's bothering me. The instant I'm in the front seat of his Porsche Spyder, or as I've affectionately renamed her. Monday. Julian notices. You okay? He steals a glance at me as he merges into traffic. I float my eyes from the trendy buildings that make up the East Village, forcing a smile. Of course. Are you sure you seem off? He shifts into third as he continues up first toward the interstate. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Fine? Yes, fine. Would I tilt my head? During his lifetime, Mr. Price offered a great deal of advice, most of it regarding operating and building a successful business. But he also gave me real-world advice. Licking his lips, he glances at me, our eyes locking before he returns his attention to the road. One of the things he told me was, if a woman ever says she's fine, I should run for cover. I laugh softly as I gaze at him, a nostalgic twinkle in his eyes. You're not fine, Guinevere. Remember what I said at the beginning. No lies. It's the only way this will work. Tell me what's bothering you. His voice is soft and comforting as he grasps my hand in his. I thought we weren't going to do the whole sharing of our sob stories. Is it a sob story, he asks hesitantly. No, just some trouble at work. I grit out a smile. I've tried to keep my troubles to myself, considering Julian has his own problems with getting his project up and running. Nothing to concern yourself with. Don't worry, I'll be my usual charming self this weekend. I need to figure out my next step. That's all. He abruptly pulls the car to the side of the road, putting on his hazards. In typical New York fashion, horns blare and drivers shout expletives as they pass, flipping him off. It doesn't deter him. What are you doing? Once he shifts into neutral and engages the parking brake, he faces me, his eyes hardened. I never intended this arrangement to cause you problems at work. You don't have to come with me this weekend. It's not. I insist. This is a me issue. It has nothing to do with our arrangement. I guess I didn't realize how difficult. I trail off. How difficult? What? Don't worry about it. He brings his hand to my cheek, and I melt into him. He tenderly grazes his thumb over my bottom lip. It's a subtle, gentle touch, one most may not react to, but that's all it takes to ignite the spark, the unquenchable thirst building inside me. Now that I know exactly how it feels to have Julian's hands on the most intimate parts of my body, that thirst has only increased. There have been so many instances I've been on the brink of initiating something more. Like when he took me to a pottery class. I thought it would be fun to recreate the scene from Ghost, complete with appropriate background music, which I sang myself. The way he stared at me, his eyes dancing with amusement as he tried not to laugh at the spectacle I made, only increased the connection I felt to him. Trevor would have tried to hide out of embarrassment, not Julian. Like when he surprised me with a trip to one of the most beautiful bookstores I'd ever seen. He barely took his eyes off me as I roamed the aisles in wonder of all the stories filling the gorgeous space. I'd asked Trevor to take me there dozens of times. I never even had to ask Julian. He did it because he knew I'd enjoy it. Like when he realized I started waking up early to watch the sunrise over the ocean. He began getting up, too. Now, whenever I open the French doors and step onto the balcony of his exquisite home, he's waiting for me, holding a cup of coffee prepared the way I like it. Trevor never made coffee for me. Regardless of how close we've become, the ball's remained firmly in my court. There have been countless opportunities for me to toss it back to him, but I haven't. Scared it will ruin what we've built. I told you, I'll always worry about you. If you'd rather stay in the city to focus on work, I understand. Thank you. I sigh, finding comfort in his words. There are so many sides to Julian. I can't decide which I like best. One minute, he can be mysterious and aloof. The next, sweet and compassionate. And still the next, tortured and defeated. All parts that make up this man who's unwittingly found his way under my skin, where he's burrowed so deeply, I'm unsure whether I'll be able to let go. But in less than a month, I have to do just that. Swallowing hard, I pull back, forcing him to drop his hold on me. Maybe a weekend away to clear my head is what I need. Sometimes the best medicine is a little sun and sand. I turn my lips into a small smile. Are you sure I really don't mind? It's fine, I interrupt, crossing my arms in front of my chest as I tap my foot, feigning annoyance. And if you don't take me, I'll hop on a train and show up at your house, so you may as well enjoy my company for another 2 hours. I pass him a playful look, winking. Plus, as if the hair weren't a dead giveaway, I'm Irish, and I have the stubbornness to prove it. You're not going to win this battle with me, Mr. Gage, pinching his lips together. He studies me for a moment, then pushes out a breath. Fine, we'll compromise. Compromise, precisely. Disengaging the parking brake. He presses his foot on the clutch before shifting into first and pulling back into traffic without signaling. Horns honk all around us, but Julian ignores them. New York drivers, and what would that be? I lean against the seat, tilting my head to admire him. God, I love the confidence he exudes when he drives, the way he handles the car stirring too many fantasies to the surface of my subconscious. You can spend the weekend with me in the Hamptons, but just me. He lifts his brows. Just you. I swallow hard, my pulse increasing. Exactly. No parties, no dinners, no distractions. Just us and whatever we want to do. We'll be on our own schedule, no one else's. Just us. Approaching a traffic light, Julian presses on the brake, coming to a stop. As he licks his lips and curves toward me, I almost combust right there. The proximity of his mouth to mine making me want to erase the last bit of space between us and finally have a taste of what I've fantasized about since my first weekend in the Hamptons. Since he picked me up for our first dinner together. Since I first saw him from across the bar on what I thought was the worst night of my life. Just us, he confirms. On a hard swallow, I slowly nod. Okay, just us. Perfect. He grins, pulling away from me. Oh, and by the way, yes, you have no idea what hearing you call me Mr. Gage does to me. Guinevere, he growls, the husky rumble hitting me deep in my core. I open my mouth, stunned, unsure how to respond to his brazen flirting. Thankfully, the light turns green and he puts the car back into gear, following the flow of traffic. I blow out a long breath, smoothing a ringlet behind my ear as I squeeze my legs together, praying he doesn't pick up on how on edge I am. If he does, he doesn't say anything. When we walk into Julian's house after an uneventful drive, it's unusually quiet. Normally, the foyer is bathed with light, heavenly aromas of whatever Camille has prepared for me to eat upon my arrival meeting me. Now it appears like a ghost town. Where is everyone? I gave them the weekend off, he explains as he heads toward the stairs. You did? Yes. When did you do that? When you dozed off on the drive? I'm sorry. I'm a horrible fake girlfriend. I've just been really tired lately, and has anyone told you how adorable you are when you snore? He continues up the stairs and down the corridor leading to the wing where our bedrooms are located. I do not snore. You do. Don't worry, he adds quickly. It's not this big, gravelly snore that makes me worry you're about to keel over and die. It's this little snore, almost like a whistle. A whistle, yes, a whistle. Music to my ears. Baby doll. When we reach the door to what's become my room, he doesn't stop, continuing toward his, leaving me confused. Every other weekend, there's been an itinerary full of events for us to attend. Without that, I'm uncertain what to do, how to act, who to be. Julian, I call out. He spins around, arching a brow. What are we doing? You wanted a bit of sun and sand? Go put on a swimsuit. I'm taking you out on my boat. I chew on my lower lip. I'm not sure I have one for this weekend. This wasn't on the itinerary, so I doubt Dana set one aside. There are a few outfits in case of emergency, but I didn't see an extra bathing suit. Just put on one you've already worn. If I can make a suggestion. He grins a devious smile. That two-piece you wore your first day here was... His eyes harden as his pupils dilate, the vein in his neck throbbing. Yes, I bat my lashes. Hot Guinevere, it was fucking hot. Chapter 26. Holy crap. I moan as I revel in the flavors dancing on my tongue. Garlic, butter, the spiciness from the bold Cabernet Julian opened to complement our meal. Why do you sound so surprised? He replies in a smooth voice, smirking as he raises his wine glass and takes a sip, swirling the liquid around his mouth. His eyes never leave me as I indulge in his exquisitely prepared dinner. I sense he likes watching me enjoy the fruits of his labor. I never pegged you for the type who could cook. I tear my gaze from his, looking at the darkened ocean from the small bistro table on the patio overlooking the pool where we currently dine. The breeze wraps around my skin that's sun-kissed after spending several hours relaxing and reading on the deck of Julian's boat. But any chill that would normally find me is chased away by the fire pit. Everything about today has been perfect. For the first time since we began this charade, it felt authentic. Like we were a real couple enjoying each other's company instead of putting on a show for everyone. He took me out on his boat, then let me drive one of his cars into the downtown area, where we indulged in ice cream, seeing a farmer's market. We stopped and picked up the steaks we're currently savoring. Especially this well, I add as I slice into the filet mignon once more, the preparation rivaling that of any steak I've had in recent memory. I guess there's a lot about me you don't know. There certainly is, Mr. Gage. So why don't you tell me something else most people don't know about you? After a moment of contemplation, he shakes his head. You first. I lift my brows. Me first. Precisely. You just learned I enjoy cooking. I want to know something interesting about you. Miss Fitzgerald. Okay. I adjust my posture, squaring my shoulders. What would you like to know? He pinches his chin, studying me. What would you like to tell me? What are your likes, dislikes, hobbies, stuff like that? I enjoy saying you're welcome loudly when someone doesn't say thank you. Julian bursts out laughing. I'd love to be around to see that, but how about something serious? That is serious. Not saying a word, he narrows his eyes. Fine. I push out a breath. I speak 4 languages. Is that right? And here I was trying to impress you with my knowledge of French. Which do you speak? English, obviously. But I'm also fluent in profanity, sarcasm, and pirate. He chuckles, but it quickly fades. His expression contemplative. Why do you do that? Do what? Use humor as a mask. I blink repeatedly, his words surprising me. I don't use humor as a mask. I insist as I avert my gaze. You do. Over the summer. I've picked up on that. Anytime we broach a subject you're uncomfortable with, you make a joke. Granted, I think your sense of humor is incredibly sexy, but I often wonder what you're hiding. What skeletons lurk in your closet to cause this uncertainty or apprehension? There are no skeletons in my closet. Everyone has skeletons. Do you? Julian's jaw hardens, his stare becoming distant. I'm reminded of the scars on his abdomen, of Camille's warning that there's a darkness hanging over him. I've seen it firsthand. 1 minute, things will be great. Better than great. Then something happens to force him to withdraw into himself. I do, he finally says, surprising me. I expected him to avoid the question. Like I said, everyone has skeletons. Well, I don't. I stab one of my Brussels sprouts with my fork, bringing it to my mouth. I had the perfect life. My parents are still married and live in the same town. Dad was my high school principal and Mom's an honors English teacher in the next town. Siblings, an older brother. And what is it he does? He's an English professor at the University of Nebraska. And you studied English as well, didn't you? Yes. But you're not a teacher. Excuse me for saying, but it appears as though that's the normal track. At least in your family. That's true, but you didn't want to teach, did you? I shake my head as a small smile forms on my lips. That was their dream for me, not mine. Then tell me. He leans back in the chair, his eyes bemused. What is Guinevere Fitzgerald's dream? This conversation feels awfully one-sided. How so? You're giving me the 3rd degree, yet you don't have to answer my questions. You can find anything you'd like to know about me on the internet. The same doesn't go for you. Not everything. I draw out, but he ignores my comment. So tell me your dreams, baby doll. When he uses such an endearing term, I'm cast under his spell. Opening like a flower, urged to spill my secrets, hopes, frustrations, things I never even shared with Trevor, mainly because I didn't want him to worry about my problems when he had his own worries with college, law school, and his career. I've often told my readers that relationships aren't 50-50. Sometimes you have to do a little more heavy lifting to help your partner through a difficult time, just like they'll have to do the same for you. It's more like a seesaw. There are ups and downs, but it eventually evens out. It was never really even with Trevor. I was always the one using all my weight to lift him up, sacrificing my dreams so he could achieve his own. I deserve better than that. Now, thanks to Julian, I realize that. This makes me want to share things I've kept inside. Ever since I was a little girl, I've dreamt of being a writer. I say finally. That's all I wanted. I remember sneaking into my parents' room and stealing one of my mother's romance novels when I was only 12 or 13. I'd hide away in my room and devour it in hours. That's when I fell in love with love and unrealistic expectations, laughing at how naive I was back then. I look at the ocean waves with an unfocused gaze. When I sense the heat of his stare on me, I return my attention to my dinner, taking a bite of my steak before I continue. Sure, I read the classics, like any person who loves the written word. But like my mother, sometimes you want the fantasy too. Although I don't think I realized it was just a fantasy. So, being the planner I am, I made a list of who my dream man would be. I pictured it all in my head. I'd meet the love of my life in college when I was old enough to have some experience, but young enough that we'd both come into adulthood together. We wouldn't rush into getting married right after graduation. As I researched the statistics and the success rate of marriages increase as you near 30, he'd be a professional of some sort, a doctor. Julian lifts a brow, or lawyer. Yes, or a lawyer. We'd spend our 20s finding out who we are individually and as a couple, as we'd both navigate our chosen career paths. And what would your chosen career path be in this plan you made for your life? I mean, I always wanted to write for a magazine, Being a writer is often considered a lonely profession, and it is. I love the idea of being part of a team, so that's why I wanted to go the magazine route. Then why didn't you study journalism? I did my research. Many of the columnists at the top magazines had non-journalism degrees: English, political science, art design. So I studied English, despite my parents insisting I study education with an emphasis in English, if only to have it as an option in case things didn't work out. For a while after graduation, I thought maybe I should have taken their advice. I moved out to New York. Yes, it was to be near Trevor, but also to be in New York, where so many magazine offices are located. I had so much hope and drive those first few months, until I realized how difficult it was to crack into the industry. They were all looking for someone with experience. I had none. Apart from working on the university newspaper and magazine, it was by pure luck I even landed the job at Blush. When I saw the posting, Trevor told me I was crazy for applying since I lacked any of the qualifications, but that didn't stop me. I figured it was better to get rejected by the magazine than myself. If you weren't qualified, how did you get the job? I shrug. By doing what it appears I do in all uncomfortable situations. I pinched my lips together, giving him a knowing look. I made Viv laugh. I used humor in my cover letter. It caught her attention. So much so that she brought me in for a chat. She was trying to shake things up at the magazine, bring in fresh talent. So she told me to come back in a week with a piece she could run in the sex and dating column. That was when I concocted a tongue-in-cheek article about what all women should do for the first 30 days of any relationship in order to keep the guy interested. It starts out pretty innocent, but as you continue reading, you realize it's satire. I'm not sure I want to know what's in it. I smirk. You probably don't. But Viv loved it. Better yet, readers loved it. It was the most read article on the website the week it published. So Viv hired me, much to my parents' chagrin. Like Trevor, all they think I do is write about sex without any substance. So having a chance at this promotion and writing an article about something other than the best sex position for maximum pleasure is exactly what I've been searching for ever since I told my parents I didn't want to pursue teaching. But now, yes, he places his elbows on the table, leaning toward me. The story's falling apart and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm sure it's not that bad. It's not to the level I need it to be if I want this promotion. This is the Auguste Laurent piece. I nod. All I have is his perspective, his side of things. It's too one-dimensional. There's no drama, no compelling reason people would want to know more about this guy. But I know there's a story there, that there's more to him than he's told me. But to figure that out, I need to talk to some of the women who've hired him. Unfortunately, he flat out refused to reveal any of their identities, even when I guaranteed their names would never be disclosed. I thought I'd try to encourage him and mentioned I'd heard the rumors of him and Sonia Moreno, asking if it were true. He never responded. It's been over a week, so not only is the piece complete crap, he's no longer cooperating. There's no way I can submit this story to Viv like it is and hope to be promoted. Hell, as it stands now, she won't even publish this piece as a column, let alone a feature story. You sure about that? There must be another way, a different angle you can take to make it compelling. I've tried. I push my now empty plate away. Boy, have I tried. I've written and rewritten that article a couple dozen times. No matter what I've done, it still falls flat. I stare into space, trying to figure out a solution, but it remains out of reach. I shake off the thought, smiling at Julian, my voice brightening, but I don't want to think about that right now. The idea that my parents were right about teaching being the best career path for me will only depress me. For the rest of the weekend, I want to pretend I'm not a complete failure. You're not a failure, Guinevere. You're an extremely talented writer. You just need— I shoot up my hand, silencing him. Not now. Going to pull another Scarlett O'Hara. He smiles slyly, as the memory of the night we met fills me with warmth. We certainly have an unusual story, one most people would never believe, one you read in romance novels and fantasize about. Like I've said from the beginning, it's a real-life Cinderella story. Except this version won't end with Julian tracking me down after he finds my glass slipper. It will end when the clock strikes midnight. no matter what. Why, Mr. Gage? I coo in my best Southern accent, burying the thought. Maybe he's right. Maybe I do use humor to mask my emotions. That is absolutely what I plan to do. Because I know. Tomorrow is another day. When I hear Julian speak with a Southern drawl, I practically come in my chair. It's almost as beautiful as listening to him speak French. Truth is, the mere sound of his voice sets my heart aflame. Yes, it is. He pushes back from the table and takes a few steps toward me, extending his hand. I eye him as my fingers link with his. Standing up. So what would you like to do tonight? We can always make a fashionably late appearance at whatever party's scheduled. That way, you're not sacrificing your entire weekend. Out of the question. This weekend is all about you. If you weren't here, what would you be doing? How did you spend most of your Friday nights before we met? Usually watching a movie and being a complete couch potato. Then let's be couch potatoes. I step back, brow furrowed. Really? Yes, what's so surprising about that? You don't strike me as the couch potato type. Didn't that steak teach you? Teach me what? Leaning toward me. His breath tickles my neck. I'm just full of surprises. With that, he pulls me away from the patio and into the house, despite my protests that we need to clean up. He assures me he'll take care of it later, then leads me to a part of the house I've yet to spend any meaningful time in. The theater room. It's impressive. An enormous projection screen across the far wall. About a dozen leather recliners fill the tiered setup, along with a lush sectional in the front, which is where he heads. What do you want to watch? He settles into the corner of the couch, draping his arm over the back. Name the movie and it's yours. Any movie at all. Any movie at all, he confirms. Even a chick flick. I walk toward him, sitting next to him on the couch, but leaving a few inches between us. You'd seriously be happy watching some sappy romance. Like I said, this is your night. If you want some sappy romance you shall have. And if I wanted to watch porn, his eyes grow intense as he narrows them on me. Do you want to watch porn? If I did, whatever Evie wants, Evie gets. The sensuality in his tone has me squirming in my seat. What does Evie want? He toys with a few tendrils of hair in my ponytail, the light touch sending a shiver down my spine. What movie makes you happy? A slave to his touch. I say the first thing that pops into my mind. Breakfast at Tiffany's. His mouth gradually curves into a brilliant smile. You got it. He grabs a remote and presses a few buttons. The screen sparks to life. After sorting through a few menus, he hits play and the familiar strains to the opening measures of Moon River fill the room. We don't have to watch this if you don't want to, I say quickly, crossing my arms. I'm sure you'd much rather watch something with big explosions and lots of boobs. Shaking his head, he wraps his arm around my shoulders, enclosing me in his embrace. Absolutely not. He props his long legs onto the cushioned ottoman in front of us. Actually, this is one of my favorite movies. I tilt my head, meeting his eyes. It is. I peer into his deep blue pools. Why is that? I like the story. How even someone who didn't think she was worthy of being loved eventually found someone who did love her. Everyone deserves to be loved. I whisper as my gaze remains locked on his. He reaches out, brushing an errant curl behind my ear, his finger tracing the lines of my face. My heart rate increases as desire heightens deep in my core. I focus on his lips, what they must taste like. I've thought of little else the past few weeks. How much I want to kiss him, but I fear I won't be able to stop at just a kiss. I'd want more. I'd want everything he's adamantly insisted he could never offer me. Come on. He clears his throat, the moment breaking before it had a chance to begin. He gestures to the screen. Watch the movie. I peer at him for a moment longer, then shift my eyes to the movie, watching as Holly Golightly, wearing an oversized nightshirt, accessorized with an eye mask and earplugs, meets Paul Varjak. I laugh at the absurdity, reminded of my own initial meeting with Julian, how I was thrust into his life just as Holly and Paul were thrust into each other's. I nuzzle into Julian's chest, inhaling a deep breath of his familiar scent. The first time I smelled this soothing aroma, I nearly had a heart attack, thinking I just had a one-night stand. Heat radiates through me as I reflect on how far we've come since the night I expelled the contents of my stomach all over my dress and his shoes. He rests his hand on my hip, lightly tracing different patterns on the small slice of exposed skin between my tank top and maxi skirt. It relaxes me even more than Julian's mere presence does. "I like this," I murmur, no longer worried about how he'll respond to my admission. Leaning down, he places a soft kiss on the top of my head. "I like this, too." That's the last thing I remember before dozing off. The gentle beating of his heart, the perfect metronome to lull me to sleep. Chapter 27. A soft snore rips through my slumber and I flutter my eyelids open. My surroundings unfamiliar at first. Then the day trickles back. Spending the afternoon with Julian. Having dinner with Julian. Falling asleep cocooned in Julian's warm embrace as we watched breakfast at Tiffany's, where I remain. The movie still plays on the screen, but it's the final scene where Holly Golightly frantically searches for Kat in the alley, rain pouring down on her. When she locks eyes with Paul, I lift my own to Julian, observing the gentle rise and fall of his chest as he sleeps peacefully. The sight brings a smile to my face. Despite practically living together these past several weeks, I've yet to see him sleep. I should feel like a creeper, watching him like I am. But there's something so tranquil about his expression. I can't look away. It's the most relaxed I've seen him. The darkness can't find him there, allowing his brain a moment's rest. As the music in the movie swells, I float my eyes back to the screen as Audrey Hepburn slowly walks up to George Peppard, Kat stuffed safely in her trench coat. When they kiss, my heart expands with the emotion between them. I've seen this movie more times than I care to admit, can probably recite most of the lines from memory, but the kiss in the rain between Holly Golightly and Paul Varjak, once she finally realizes love isn't such a bad thing, is one of my favorite kisses of all time. So much passion, so much heartbreak, so much hope. Looking back at Julian, I stare at his face, his eyes still closed, deep in slumber. His lips part with every exhale before his chest expands on a short inhale. My gaze remains transfixed on his lips, unable to look away. I've exhibited extreme restraint all summer by not kissing him, by keeping the ball firmly in my court. How much longer can I hold out? Chloe's been pushing me to step out of my comfort zone and do something I didn't plan. Thanks to Julian, I've done just that. I haven't opened my planner once in the past 2 weeks. A tremendous feat for someone who usually spends several minutes of every day updating and meticulously planning out my life months in advance. Lately, I haven't given much thought to what awaits me down the road, mainly because I know what awaits me: life without Julian. Do I really want to walk away without knowing how his lips taste? I know the answer to that. It's been evident from the beginning. Shifting in his arms, I carefully adjust my position, my eyes unwavering as I admire him. I inch toward him, and my pulse increases, my racing heart thundering in my ears. All I can do is pray my clumsiness doesn't decide to make its presence known and turn what I want to be a moment full of passion into one I'll never live down. There's no going back after this. I'm about to cross the line I insisted remain firmly drawn. But as I gaze upon Julian's breathtaking face, I realize the reason I'd kept the line firmly drawn is no longer applicable. I've fallen for him. I've allowed him to burrow deep under my skin and into my heart. Kissing him won't change any of that. Won't make it any less painful when the clock strikes midnight and I turn back into a commoner. Resolved that this is the path we were always meant to take, I graze my lips against his. They're warm, soft, electrifying. It's the slightest hint of a touch, but it still sends a shiver through me. The dull ache that settled in me during our first meeting growing more intense and prominent. I've fantasized about this moment on more than one occasion, but nothing could have prepared me for the real thing. The fireworks in my core, the music filling my heart. If this is how I react to the mere whisper of his lips against mine, I can only imagine what would happen if we took this further. Lost in the sensation, I almost don't realize when Julian's body tenses beneath mine, his breath hitching. I should pull back now that he's caught me stealing a kiss, but I'm physically unable to retreat. And he doesn't push me away, either. We remain in place, our lips barely touching, neither one of us moving. The meaning behind this isn't lost on either of us. We're at a crossroads. I can pull back, apologize, and pretend this never happened. Or I can take a risk on something new, something exhilarating that will inevitably end in heartbreak. I've spent all my adult life planning every second of every day. I allowed myself to be locked in a cage, feigning happiness in a life that made me miserable. It wasn't until Julian, until I took a leap and did something out of character, that I finally felt alive. I want more of that. Threading my fingers through Julian's wayward locks, I press my mouth more firmly against his. With a groan, he wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me into his lap, forcing my legs on either side of him. His embrace is powerful, dominating, consuming, yet he allows me to remain in control, to decide how far to take this. There's no question that the ball's still in my court. I get the feeling that's exactly where it will stay. I brush my tongue along his bottom lip, begging for entrance, which he's more than eager to grant me. A hand goes to the back of my head as he digs his fingers into my scalp, urging me on, moaning. I deepen the exchange, my nerve endings stirring. He tastes of mint, wine, and something unique to Julian, a flavor I'll crave long after we say our final farewell. The way he kisses me, his tongue sweeping against mine, exploring me as if trying to imprint every tiny sensation to memory, only increases my need for more. My fingers digging deeper into his hair, I press my body against his. But no matter how I try, I can't get as close to him as I want, as I need. Even a whisper of air between us is too much. I circle my hips, desperate to satisfy the ache building inside, but I doubt anything can ever extinguish the fire within. Julian's kiss has sparked an inferno, one I fear will continue to burn for years to come. I rip my lips from his, panting, pressing my hand against his chest as I struggle to catch my breath, chests heaving in near unison. We stare at each other as if seeing one another for the first time. I try to tell myself it was just a kiss. People kiss all the time, but deep down, I know this isn't just a kiss. Not with him. Not with us. Does this mean I can finally kiss you now, he asks when I don't say anything immediately. I peer into his blue eyes, a brow raised in question. He doesn't close the distance between us, indicating this is my decision and mine alone. But it's not even a decision. Not anymore. Not after a taste. Yes, I breathe. He brings a hand to my face, cupping my cheek. I fuse into the contact, closing my eyes. Even though that's all this will ever be, his voice is soft and timid, almost as if he doesn't want that any more than I do. I wish I understood why he seems to deprive himself of love, of happiness. But now's not the time for that conversation. I don't care about that. I insist. All I care about is this, right now. I bring my lips back to his, skimming them. I feel him harden against me. You taught me that, Julian. You taught me it's okay to live in the moment, to stop planning for every minute of every day. And right now, in this moment, I just want to kiss you. I swallow hard, grateful he can't see the truth in my eyes. Nothing more, nothing more, nothing more, I confirm, nothing more. There's something in his voice as he repeats our promise to each other. Sadness, remorse, a reminder. I can't quite pinpoint what it is. Before I can dissect it further, he loops his arm around my waist and flips me onto my back, hovering over me. I'm breathless from the sudden shift, my heart rate spiking. As our eyes meet, I smile a small smile, a glow washing over me. He rests his elbow by my head, leaning toward me. Then he kisses me, fully, madly, completely, reminding me why I chose this path, why I want to live in the moment, because this moment is everything. Chapter 28, Monday morning. I walk into the office with a smile on my face, still in the clouds from my weekend of making out with Julian. After these past few days, I doubt anything can burst my bubble. It was one of the most enjoyable weekends I can remember in recent history. It allowed me a peek into yet another side of Julian Gage, the real Julian Gage. We got up to watch the sunrise over the ocean. He made me breakfast. We walked along the beach, fingers intertwined. He even took me to some local bars most of the people in his circle would never be caught dead in. We ate fish sandwiches as he shared stories of going there with Christopher during his college days. Throughout the weekend, it felt like we were a real couple, especially when he'd steal a kiss as we cooked dinner together, or lounged by the pool, or sunbathed on his boat. By the time he dropped me off at Chloe's apartment, leaving me with a sweet goodbye kiss, I didn't think anything could dampen the high I'd been on, until I sit down at my desk and open my latest draft of the Auguste Laurent feature, and am reminded of how lackluster this story is. Julian's kisses are magical and make me feel things I never thought possible. But they can't fix this, only I can. So that's what I attempt to do, spending hours toiling over my notes, looking for anything that could spice up a story that should sell itself, but it still falls flat. It's nothing more than a piece about how a man went from helping a friend at a wedding to being a highly sought-after escort, empowering women who are going through a difficult breakup or divorce, making them feel beautiful again. Why? Why would a woman believe she has no other option but to hire him? And why does he do this? Why does he sacrifice having a personal life of his own to help women? Help strangers? I'm about to throw in the towel and refocus my attention on writing articles for my column when I hear a ping from my computer, indicating an incoming message. I glance at the alert on my screen, my breath hitching when I see it's from Auguste Laurent. Navigating toward my email program, I find the message and click on it, bracing myself for him to back out of the article altogether. To Evie Fitzgerald, from Auguste Laurent. Subject on second thought. Dear Miss Fitzgerald, I hope this message finds you well. I'd like to apologize for my somewhat rash behavior as of late. I was quick to shoot down your request to interview some of my past clients without giving it the careful consideration it deserves. I've spent the weekend doing just that. And after reading a rough draft of the article you sent with your latest email, I'm in agreement with you. It's missing something. Attached is a list of times and locations for 4 interviews I've set up between you and a few of my former clients. I hope speaking with these 4 women in particular will give you a greater insight into why I do what I do, more so than I've been able to provide you. I look forward to reading a revised draft of your story upon completion of the interviews. All the best. A renewed hope builds inside me as I click on the attached document. When it pops up, I scan the contents. It's a simple 1-page file, but in that 1 page is everything I've been searching for. I get to work, alerting Viv to this new development so she can have the proper legal documentation drawn up. Before I know it, it's past 2, and I'm rushing out of the office to get to my first interview. When the cab slows to a stop in front of a 5-story brownstone in the Upper West Side a few minutes before 3, I crane my head, my mind reeling. I have no idea who I'm about to meet, considering the document August sent only contained places and times, no names. Based on this house, whoever I'm here to see has money, and a lot of it. After I pay the driver, I step out of the cab, double-checking the address on the bronze plate beside the door with the one August provided. It matches. Taking a deep breath, I ascend the steps, doing my best to settle my nerves at the idea of walking into a situation I doubt anyone can properly prepare for. I press the buzzer, then smooth the lines of my dress as I listen for footsteps. After a few seconds, the door opens, revealing an older woman I estimate to be in her 60s. Her hair is short and graying, her face devoid of any heavy makeup. Hi, I'm Evie. Yes, I'm Margaret, the housekeeper. Come in. She ushers me inside, quickly closing the door behind me and leading me through the foyer. I barely have a chance to take in the ostentatious surroundings of the late 19th century home as I'm led into a small cage elevator. I can just imagine the parties the walls of this house have probably seen during its time. I've never seen one of these, I comment, running my finger along the intricate latticework of the screen door. It's beautiful. It's the original elevator. The motor and cables have been replaced over the years, but the owner insisted the house retain its original charm. Too many people buy these homes, gut them, then design them in a style in complete contradiction to the history within. If you want sleek lines and modern furnishings, buy an apartment in Central Park West. Don't buy one of these historic homes and destroy it. I love the passion with which she speaks. I surmise this isn't the first house she's been in charge of. Hell, just a few months ago, I wouldn't have known how to act in the presence of a housekeeper or head of household staff. Now I do. I've had the pleasure of being waited on hand and foot all summer, thanks to Julian, although those days are numbered. And who exactly is the owner of this home? You'll see. So much secrecy. It's for good reason. Margaret narrows her gaze on me. It's a look of warning, telling me whatever I'm about to learn will make me rethink everything. Open my eyes to what's truly going on. The elevator slows to a gradual stop on the top floor and we exit into the hallway, which is bathed in natural light. I follow Margaret toward a sunroom, then step onto a rooftop terrace. If it weren't for the woman sitting at an outdoor patio set, I would have taken a moment to soak in the stunning views of New York City, the Hudson to the west and Central Park to the east. But as I slowly walk toward the poised woman sipping her tea, I'm speechless. I rewind to the information Sadie shared with me at the red, white, and blue gala, thinking her story about Sonia Moreno was just sensationalized gossip. Now I know it's not. Not when I'm staring at Sonia herself. Chapter 29. So you're Guinevere Fitzgerald. It's a statement. Her tone showing her knowledge of me isn't tied to the article I'm writing about Auguste Laurent, but because of my connection to the world in which she normally resides during the summer months. Sonia. I breathe, momentarily dumbstruck. Her dark hair falls to her mid-back, barely a strand out of place. She wears a fitted, thigh-length black shift dress, her skin olive-toned and tanned. From what I know of her, she's around my age, but has a sophistication that makes her seem older, even if she doesn't look it. I mean, Ms. Moreno. I reach my hand toward her and she takes it, her hold delicate. It's wonderful to meet you. You as well. A hint of her Spanish accent comes through. Please. She gestures to the chair across from her, indicating for me to sit down. Is there anything else you need, Ms. Moreno? Margaret asks. We're okay for now. Very well. Call if anything comes up. Certainly. Sonia offers the woman a smile as she turns from us, then focuses her attention back on me. Tea. She raises the teapot. That would be lovely. Lovely, I don't even sound like myself. I've never called something lovely, apart from a brief period during high school when I became obsessed with all things related to British literature. I refused to speak in anything but a British accent, which I'm sure sounded horrendous when coupled with my subtle Midwestern tone. Sonia pours a bit of tea into a small cup, then places it on a china saucer with a floral design, handing it to me. I have to say, she begins as she leans back in her chair, bringing her tea to her lips. I was quite surprised to learn August had agreed to an interview, considering how private he is. I've assured him I'll protect his anonymity, along with everyone else I speak with. This isn't a sensational story meant to reveal who the mysterious Auguste Laurent is. It's simply a piece about the man, what makes him tick, why he does what he does. I hesitate before adding, why women feel compelled to use his services. Well, now that I see you and realize who you are, it makes sense. Her statement catches me off guard. Who I am. Of course. I shake my head, placing my cup back onto the table in front of me. I'm not sure I follow. You are dating Julian Gage, aren't you? Yes. Normally, I probably would have thought it odd that a complete stranger, a celebrity, no less, would be familiar with my personal life. But there's been nothing private about that this summer. Not with all the photos of Julian and me that have graced the pages of the gossip websites. She squints, studying me, as if attempting to put a puzzle together. Then her expression brightens. Well, that must be why August agreed. He probably saw you with him and figured if anyone would understand, it would be someone who's been thrust into the lifestyle. And why is that important? I lower my voice. Are many of his clients from this Lifestyle? You mean famous? Yes. Some are ordinary housewives. And they can afford his fee. What fee? His fee. My words lack the conviction I wish they had. I want to kick myself for never asking him about this. I assumed he charged. It never even crossed my mind he didn't. My curiosity only grows. Why would he do this if he wasn't getting paid? He doesn't ask for a single dime in return for his services. My jaw becomes slack as I swallow hard. He doesn't, not anymore. Yes, Auguste Laurent was, at one time, a bona fide escort, but several years ago, it turned into something more. It's no longer about the money. It's about something bigger. That's all it takes for me to become enthralled with this story. My mind spinning from this small piece of information. Something I could have learned if I'd known to ask. Do you mind if I record this? I swiftly remove my phone from my purse. Your identity will never be revealed, and the recording's never published. I just don't want to miss anything or get something wrong. August mentioned I'd get approval before publication. Absolutely. I retrieve a document the legal team gave me and push it across the table toward her. Everything stated in there. Essentially, I'll never disclose anything to anyone without your approval. Anything published in the article will be done in a way to ensure no one can connect you to this story. And you'll get approval rights. If we publish anything you disagree with, you can sue the magazine for everything it's worth. She scans the papers, her eyes glossing over the legalese before she returns her attention to me. Okay, you can record this. Thank you. I open the voice recorder app on my phone and place it on the table. I pull out my notepad to take notes of our conversation, as well. I scratch the date on the top of a fresh piece of paper, then look up at Sonia. How did you meet Auguste Laurent? She smiles, contemplating. I think a better question might be how I met my husband. Your husband? Yes. Had I never met Ethan Price, or as the world knows him, Ethan Ludlow, I never would have needed Auguste Laurent. Okay. A chill trickles down my spine. How did you meet your husband? It's your typical Hollywood romance. I was an actress trying to catch my big break. And Ethan was a big-shot producer who could make those dreams happen. We met at a cliché party in the Hollywood Hills. The guest list included a mixture of nobodies dying to be somebodies, and somebodies who wanted to take advantage of those nobodies. I just didn't realize that then. Is that what happened? Did Ethan take advantage of you? Not at first. No. She looks into the distance, as if recalling happier times. He was sweet, exactly as I thought he'd be from the characters he played on the sitcom when he was a young boy. Back then, he had a reputation in Hollywood as being down-to-earth and compassionate, someone who would bend over backwards to help those he cared about. And he cared about me, a girl who left a small town in Texas to chase her dreams in Hollywood. He made those dreams come true. Those first few years, I was so wrapped up in everything that I missed the little signs. I made excuses, saying he was just under stress, or I shouldn't have been so friendly to one of his associates, or I should have worn a less revealing dress. I was only 21 when we met. He was 45. I figured the tension could have just been due to the age difference. Regardless, with his name attached to mine, I started getting calls for auditions, and not just crap, 2-bit parts like before. These were real roles, ones that eventually made me a household name. Instead of smiling, as one would think when telling the story of how she finally achieved everything she could have imagined, her expression falls, her lips forming a tight line as her chin trembles. What happened? About 5 years ago, I was in romantic comedy where I played opposite Matthew McConaughey. It was one of the biggest hits of the year, made millions. Before then, I was known as Ethan Ludlow's girlfriend. After that, I was simply Sonia Moreno. Worse. Her voice becomes strained through the obvious lump in her throat. He became known as Sonia Moreno's boyfriend. I take it he didn't like the blow to his ego. She laughs slightly, crossing her legs in a practiced way that makes it appear smooth and swan-like. He certainly did not. How would you feel if you were a child star desperately trying to stay relevant as a producer and director, and your newbie girlfriend was now more popular than you ever were? She brings her tea back to her mouth, taking a sip. I do the same. allowing her a moment to collect her thoughts. He increasingly grew more and more controlling, possessive, angry. I couldn't even give an interview without him having a meltdown over something I said, regardless of how meaningless it was. He found something wrong in everything, something to make him think I was being unfaithful, that I was going to leave him. I insisted I'd never leave him, that I owed him everything, that I loved him, because I honestly thought I was to blame for his insecurity. I did what I thought I had to in order to fix it and assure him he was the only man I wanted. So the next week, we boarded a plane to Bora Bora and got married in front of our other celebrity friends. It was so different from the wedding I imagined when I was a little girl. Why was that? Her eyes light up at my question. All women love talking of their childhood fantasies. It brings us back to that time in our lives when we believed the world was our oyster. I'd always envisioned marrying the man of my dreams in the church in Mexico where my parents said their vows, then have a reception at this gorgeous restored farm near my grandparents' house there. Instead, our guests were Hollywood types there just to say they were. I remember having second thoughts, thinking I could just fly away and start over again. But it seemed impossible. I was too recognizable. I couldn't disappear. It was the first time I felt trapped. And that only increased over the years. Don't get me wrong. Ethan and I had some wonderful times when I did love him. There were moments he was so full of life and excitement. But as I learned, for every up, there would eventually be an even bigger down. And when that happened, it was near impossible to reason with him. He'd find something lacking with me, something that made him lose his mind. In those moments of mania, I believed that to be the case, believed I was at fault. I lick my lips as I prepare to ask my next question. Did he hurt you? She lowers her eyes, nodding slightly. How often? Blowing out a long breath. She looks up. I lost track over the years. After a while, I could predict when it would happen. It was a cycle. Things would be great. Then he'd grow increasingly irritable. It was only a matter of time before something set him off, and he'd lose all control. The next day, he'd apologize, beg for my forgiveness, promise to get help, to never drink, to make it right. And he'd be the man I remember him to be when we first met. This went on for years. Each cycle got increasingly shorter and more volatile. In retrospect, I should have jumped ship ages ago, but when Ethan was in a good mood, he was sweet, charming, endearing. She laughs to herself, a shimmer in her eyes. I used to joke he could charm the skin off a snake. He had this energy you wanted to be around, and when he looked at you in a way that made you think he saw no one else, well, there's nothing like that. I've heard a few rumors that he cheated on me, she finishes. I blamed myself for that, too. He blamed me for it, told me if I was the type of wife he needed, he wouldn't have to seek comfort in another. I should have expected this, considering he was still married to his previous wife when we met. So I did what I could to be the perfect wife, just to save some poor girl who was trying to make a name for herself in this industry from suffering the same fate I did. My mouth grows dry at her words, a chill enveloping me. What made you seek out August? There must have been some triggering event, something that made you say enough. The premiere of my latest movie. With shaky hands, she places her cup back on the table. Until then, I'd done mostly upbeat romantic comedies, but my latest film was more of a romantic drama. A very sexy romantic drama. I nod. I've seen it. Honestly, I was surprised when Ethan suggested I throw my name into the hat for the lead, but he claimed he was okay with the nudity and intimate scenes. It wouldn't be my first sex scene, but all my previous ones were lighter and more fun. When I got the part, he was thrilled for me. But after we got home from the premiere, he was different, aloof, sinister. He accused me of enjoying those intimate moments too much, more than when we were intimate. I told him he was crazy, that I was merely acting. Things spiraled out of control. And before I could make sense of what was happening, he forced himself on me, demanding I tell him he's the best lover I'd ever had. I cover my mouth with my hand, shaking my head. I can't even begin to comprehend what she's been through. I never would have imagined it was something like this. She's been dubbed America's sweetheart, a gorgeous woman who came from nothing and made a name for herself in an industry that's notoriously exclusive. I may have complained about Trevor's lack of attention, especially later on in our relationship. But he always treated me well, always respected me. I couldn't imagine feeling so trapped, so degraded, so worthless. You'd think that would have been enough for me to leave. It wasn't. She shakes her head. No, I stayed. Mainly because I believed his threats that I'd never work again, that he'd use his sphere of influence to make sure no producer or director ever hired me again. Not only did he have a long history in the movie industry, his father was Theodore Price, owner of half the world. It didn't matter that his father had been gone several years. Ethan was still connected to many of his powerful friends. It wasn't until the red, white, and blue gala in the Hamptons last summer that something changed. The gala. Often, the household staffs from the surrounding homes work the event, as well. During the fireworks display, I politely excused myself, the weight of the lies I'd been forced to tell all night suffocating me. Every time someone else congratulated me on my latest role, all I heard were Ethan's threats. All I felt was the burn of his body covering mine as he forced himself on me, destroying my soul. Why didn't you go to the police? I didn't think they'd believe me. Ethan had me so brainwashed that I honestly thought they'd dismiss me. I was his wife. I'm supposed to want to have sex with my husband. But that wasn't sex. Regardless of any marriage vows, consent is still required. I know that now, she says. I knew it at the time, too. I was worried what he'd do if I said anything. Acting was all I had. I couldn't lose that. What happened at the gala? She straightens her spine. I went to the ladies' room. It was vacant, apart from one attendant, who I press. My gut telling me this woman might be integral to the story, someone I could potentially speak to this coming weekend. Pulling her bottom lip between her teeth, she considers what to tell me. I'd rather not say. I don't want to put anyone else in Ethan's line of fire, so to speak. I'd never be able to live with myself. My shoulders fall as I blow out a breath. I can understand that. After I finished washing my hands and reapplying my makeup, she stopped me. Without saying a word, she carefully lifted the flutter sleeves of my gown, revealing the bruises on my biceps from where Ethan had restrained me the previous evening during one of his rage-filled moments. I could have said we were into the rough stuff, but there was no masking the fear in my eyes. Then she withdrew a business card from her back pocket. No name, no address, nothing. All that was on it was a phone number. She said when I was done living in fear to call it. After that evening, I left the Hamptons and locked myself away, trying to figure out my next move. I didn't call until February 27th. Why did you wait so long? I wish I had an answer. She exhales, shaking her head. There are times I wish I could go back and shake myself, force myself to wake up. But it's not that easy. Ethan manipulated me to the point that I truly believed I'd be nothing without him. Despite the fact I now had a career of my own, I never saw myself as this successful celebrity. I still saw myself as the struggling actress who would do anything just to get an audition. What caused you to finally call? A blank look crosses her face as she stares straight ahead. A photo of me from a movie I'd shot a few months earlier appeared on the front page of some tabloid with a headline about me leaving my husband for someone younger. Ethan saw it and flipped out. He wouldn't listen to reason, didn't care that the actor was gay or that it was a scene from the movie. He pulled out a knife, brought it up to my throat, and told me the only way he'd ever allow me to leave him was in a casket. The following day, after he'd apologized profusely and promised yet again to seek treatment for his anger issues, I kissed him goodbye, then called the number. In a matter of hours, I was on a plane to Vancouver where I spent the next 2 months with Auguste Laurent. What did you tell Ethan? He had to notice you were gone. Did you tell him you'd had enough? She pinches her lips together, slowly shaking her head. I told him I'd just gotten a project thrown into my lap and would be on location shooting for a few months. I offered to fly him out, knowing he'd never take me up on it. Once my star got bigger than his, he balked at the idea of joining me on set. I sit back, trying to wrap my head around the story she just shared with me. Whenever I saw Sonia and Ethan together on TV, I assumed they were the perfect couple, the one everyone aspired to be, that their love was what we all hoped to find. As with everything, appearances can be deceiving. I got my first taste of that earlier this summer when he came on to me. I figured he was just drunk. I suppose Sonia made the same excuse I did when, in reality, there's no excuse for that behavior. And what was your time with August like? Exhilarating. The tension seems to roll off her shoulders in waves as she reflects. He was exactly what I needed. He took care of me and made me feel beautiful, something I hadn't experienced in years. I would talk about my time with Ethan, and he wouldn't judge me for staying with him. He had a level of understanding I never expected. He showed me what a real relationship should be like, what real love should look like. Do you love him? She scrunches her brows, chewing on her lower lip. It's an interesting question, one I've never really thought about, but I suppose you can say I do. I love how his encouragement empowered me, how he helped me realize I do have worth, how he gave me the strength to walk away from it all. You see, hiring Auguste Laurent isn't about a fleeting physical attraction. It's more than that. It's about sharing a connection, something I hadn't had in years. He gave me that. He gave me the greatest gift anyone could, if it weren't for him. I shudder to think where I'd be right now. I wouldn't be on the brink of finally saying goodbye to my past. And it's all thanks to Auguste Laurent's influence on me, because now I know I have worth. Even if Ethan's threats are realized, and he makes sure I never work in this industry again, he can't take away the most important thing, not anymore. And what's that? A brilliant smile forms, my freedom. Chapter 30. A heaviness settles in my chest as I stare at my overnight bag, packing up the few essentials I'll need for my final weekend with Julian. I'd been dreading this for weeks, especially once we kissed. Thankfully, I haven't had time to think about it too much lately. Most of my free time has been filled with interviewing other women who'd been referred to Auguste Laurent. Every single one of them helped me view him as who he truly is, a man who used his notoriety for good. He could have continued as a traditional escort, someone women called if they needed a date for a wedding to make their ex jealous, or didn't want to sit through another Christmas with family members asking why they're not married or in a serious relationship just yet. At first, that's what he did, smiling, playing the role he'd been hired to play. But then something changed. I can't help but wonder what that was. As I grab a few of my toiletries out of my vanity, I pause when my eyes fall on a strip of photos. On our way out to Southampton last weekend, Julian made a surprise stop at Coney Island. He couldn't believe I've lived in New York for nearly 10 years and had yet to go. It was exactly as I'd imagined. Cheesy, dirty, obnoxious, and magical. We played carnival games and ate food I'm sure will take the rest of my life to work off. Neither one of us wanted to leave, so much so that we ended up being 3 hours late to the dinner we were scheduled to attend. That didn't seem to faze us. Nothing mattered much lately, except for being with each other. Now I'm on the brink of never seeing him again. Despite the shift in our relationship, Julian's carried on as if it's business as usual, that he's still planning on walking away after this weekend. 2 months ago, I looked forward to having my freedom back, as well as a beautiful new wardrobe. Now I'd trade all of that for just one more night, one more hour, one more minute with Julian. Tears well in my eyes and I fall onto the bed, my throat closing up as I look to the ceiling, frustrated with myself. I'm not supposed to cry over him. Not when one of the reasons he asked me to help was because I'd remained attached, because I wouldn't get emotionally invested. But I have. Regardless of what he wants me to believe, I know he has. 2. How can he walk away now? How can anyone walk away after forming this kind of connection, this amazing bond? Isn't it human nature to want to pursue something like this and see where it leads? As I consider the predicament I now find myself in, I'm reminded of Auguste Laurent and how every single woman I've spoken to has admitted they love him. Surely after spending a month or two with these women, he must have formed feelings for them. Yet he still walks away every single time. How does he keep his heart guarded? How can he leave them, knowing there's something there? Grabbing my phone, I open my email I may regret this, but I need words of encouragement. As much as I love Chloe and Nora, I can't talk to them about this. Not when I've refused to admit I'm falling for the guy. Despite the change in me they've both picked up on, I insist there's nothing between us, that I'm still looking forward to the end of the summer. I need advice from someone who's been in my shoes. There's only one person who will understand. To August, Laurent, from Evie Fitzgerald. Subject: how do you do it? Short and to the point. I hit send, then continue packing up my things. Only a few seconds pass before my phone rings. I snap my eyes toward it, the familiar block appearing on the caller ID. Evie Fitzgerald, I answer, although I know who it is. By now, it's become a routine with us. I thought we were past this. Miss Fitzgerald, haven't you figured out by now I'm not taking advantage of vulnerable women? It's not that, I respond quickly. That's not what I'm talking about. I understand now. Then what is it? I draw in a shaky breath. How do you do what you do and not feel like you lose a piece of yourself every few months? A piece of myself. My chin trembles and I struggle to speak through the lump in my throat. How do you find the strength to walk away from someone you've grown to care for? I choke out in a strained voice, one that evidences my frustration and sadness. There's a brief pause on the line before he speaks again. Everything about his words exude the compassion I surmise is why women are desperate for his companionship. Is this line of questioning coming from somewhere personal? I exhale deeply as I swipe at my eyes, erasing my tears only for new ones to fall. Let's just say I find myself in a somewhat similar situation. Apart from the whole escort thing, I laugh slightly and look down, surprised to see the strip of photos from Coney Island clutched in my hand. I can't even remember grabbing them. My chest tightens and I swallow hard. I agreed to help out a friend for the summer, and now that summer's ending, you're having trouble walking away. My words caught in my throat. I nod. It doesn't matter, he can't see me. He knows what I'm going through. This is why I reached out to him. I need his reassurance that I'll get through this. Listen, Evie. His tone softens, taking on a friendly, more familiar quality. Until this point, we've been fairly professional in our correspondence and discussions. This is the first time he's called me Evie, despite my insistence he do so. It's always been Miss Fitzgerald. I never said I didn't struggle with walking away. Then how do you do it? How do you form this amazing connection with another person? One that makes you truly believe you're soulmates and still leave. Still, because I remind myself I'm there to serve a purpose. Now his own voice trembles. It's not as prominent, but it's obvious his words are laced with emotion, proving he's not this detached machine who has no trouble jumping between women. He truly does care about each one. The world needs more people like Auguste Laurent. I'm there to give women the companionship they desperately need to put them on the track to what's next. Perhaps that's what you need to focus on. That whatever arrangement you had was just to get you to the next step in your life. It won't be easy. You'll find pieces of him in places you never expect, and it will knock the breath out of you. Like when a commercial you laughed over comes on the TV, especially all those pharmaceutical commercials where the side effects seem worse than the condition it's meant to treat. I close my eyes, remembering doing the same thing with Julian just a few weeks ago. Now the tears that fall are no longer tears of sorrow but of joy, of comfort, my heart expanding. Or you hear a song on your playlist and remember dancing to it. Or you see a car that looks like his, only for your heart to deflate when it's not. But I assure you, the memories will eventually stop being painful, and you'll look back on this time with fondness instead of heartache. It won't happen right away, but it will happen. But my advice to you, since I'm assuming these are your last few days together, yes, don't dwell on the future. Enjoy the present. Savor every last second you have together. Create more memories instead of lamenting on old ones. I promise these memories will carry you through the difficult road ahead, where you'll question everything. Everyone comes into our lives for a reason. Evie, this friend. Maybe he didn't come into your life to be your soulmate. Or maybe he is your soulmate, but not in the way you think. Maybe he's like Virgil guiding Dante through hell and purgatory, showing you who you are so you can start living. As I hang up and continue packing my things for the last time, I do everything to follow August's advice. I try not to dwell on the idea of the sun setting on this magical summer, focusing instead on enjoying the little time I have left with Julian. Maybe he came into my life to help me realize I deserved so much more than what Trevor gave me, that I deserve to be with someone who supports my dreams, regardless of how ambitious and out of reach they may seem. Julian gave that to me. For that, I'll forever be grateful. The notion keeps the tears at bay. Until the buzzer sounds and I step out of the building to see Julian standing on the front stoop. The car I've nicknamed Thursday, the Jaguar, idling by the curb. He looks as beautiful and captivating as when I first saw him from across a bar during what I thought to be the worst night of my life. But now that I know his inner beauty matches that on the outside, he appears even more beautiful, more captivating. It forces the ache to return, tears sliding down my cheeks. Julian's quick to pull me into his chest, holding me tightly as my tears soak his white linen shirt. His arms comfort me at the same time they remind me this will be the last time they'll be here to do so. "It'll be okay," he murmurs, his own voice showing signs of strain. "This was always how it was going to end. Nothing will change that. You deserve more than I can give you. Guinevere." I lift my head and peer into his eyes. "How do you know?" He brings his thumbs up to my eyes, wiping at them. "It's the truth. I am not a good man. I won't bring you down with me. You deserve the sun and moon and stars." He brings his forehead to mine. "I can't give that to you." I cup his face, relishing in the scruff of his unshaven jaw. "What if you already have?" He swallows hard as his eyes lock with mine. I can see the internal struggle through those vibrant blue orbs, ones I've seen look at me in a way I never thought another man would. So much admiration, so much devotion, so much love. Before I can react, he swallows me in his embrace, crushing his lips to mine, his kiss ravenous, desperate, needy, as tears slide down my cheeks. I arch into him, returning his kiss with the same intensity, wanting to remember every groan, every circle of his hips, every swipe of his tongue before the candle is extinguished. Chapter 31. They say time seems to drag when you're excited about something. The opposite is true, as well, because my final weekend with Julian flies by, time rushing when I'd love nothing more than for it to slow down. The myriad of events I attend on Julian's arm are marked with a celebratory atmosphere reminiscent of the last days of school. I hate lying to all these people as I make plans to get together with several of them in the city, but that won't happen. Not once word of our breakup gets out. I'll be back to my normal life, and my summer with Julian will be nothing but a distant memory. In my heart, I know that will never be the case. Not for me, and not for Julian. He's struggling with this too. I can see it in his eyes as he looks upon me with a hint of longing. Feel it in his arms as he holds me a little tighter. Taste it in his lips as he presses them against me with a bit more desperation. As I stare at my reflection in the full-length mirror as Camille helps zip up the stunning charcoal-colored ball gown I'm to wear to the final gala, it's bittersweet. I've kept my emotions at bay all weekend in front of everyone, only allowing Julian to see them in the hopes he'd change his mind. Now that it's almost over, a tear escapes at the knowledge that this is it, my last night by his side. It's not about the glitz and glamour. What's killing me is never experiencing the same adoration, devotion, or affection I have this summer. Even if it's not real, in my heart, it is. It has been since the beginning. It'll be okay. Camille fetches a tissue and holds it out when she notices the tear sliding down my cheek. I offer her a smile as I bring it to my eyes, grateful I'd worn waterproof mascara. He's struggling too. Right, I scoff. All weekend, Julian's been his usual charming self. Yes, there's a hint of sadness surrounding him, but not enough to make a change. Trust me, sweetie. I've known Mr. Gage a long time. I've never seen him this unsure. Then why doesn't he say something? Why does he insist he can't give me what I deserve? Who is he to make that determination? Camille clasps my hands in hers as she leads me toward the sitting area, both of us lowering ourselves onto the couch. Did you know that Mr. Gage spent his younger years in the foster care system? Swallowing hard, I shake my head. After those first few days, I tried to steer clear of all articles about him, mainly because I was mentioned in a lot of them. The last thing I wanted was to read gossip about myself, something Julian had warned me against earlier in the summer. How did he end up there? I lower my voice. Does it have something to do with the scars? She pinches her lips in contemplation. That's not my story to tell. But being in the foster system can change you. The system failed him, didn't get him the help he needed after what he went through, didn't give him the love he needed. That boy spent his most impressionable years desperate for love, only to never have it bestowed on him. It's my belief he gave up and decided he's undeserving of love. I stare straight ahead, absorbing her words. Julian never spoke of his childhood much. Whenever I asked, he closed up, saying it was unimportant. Now I understand why. The scars have never fully healed, physically and emotionally. Maybe if you show him he's deserving of love, if you tell him how much you love him, whipping my eyes toward hers. I inhale a sharp breath. I never said I loved him. She pats my hand affectionately. You didn't have to. It's written all over you. Dear, you love that man. Probably more than you've loved any other person in your life. And he loves you, but refuses to admit it, to himself or anyone else. Yes, he's a grown man, but at times, he's still that lost little boy, desperate for even the slightest show of love. The one who cries himself to sleep because he doesn't think he deserves to be loved. Prove him wrong. Show him he is. She holds my gaze a moment longer, her eyes pleading with me to love Julian like he deserves. Do I love him? I don't want to admit the answer. It will only make tonight more difficult than it already is. Come on, Cinderella. Let's get you to the ball, she says, ripping me out of my thoughts. Except Prince Charming won't be hunting me down afterward to see if the glass slipper fits. Cinderella didn't think that would happen, either. But that didn't stop her from enjoying herself. Don't let the knowledge of what tomorrow brings stop you. With a nod, I silently follow her out of my room, walking this path for the final time. Earlier in the summer, I'd given myself the same pep talk Camille just did. It was easier then, back when we still had time. As I round the corner into the formal living room, my Christian Louboutin heels clicking on the wood flooring, a figure in a black tuxedo turns from peering out the windows, Julian's gaze settling on me, on a hard swallow. I blink back a new wave of tears. My throat constricts over the idea that this is the last time he'll ever look at me in amazement, as he soaks in the dress Dana selected for the evening's festivities. Even when we were just scheduled to attend a casual barbecue or beach bonfire, he still had a way of admiring me as if I were bathed in priceless diamonds. Hey, I say with a smile, cutting through the silence. Guinevere. His voice catches as he says my name. He clears his throat, taking slow steps toward me. Just like all those weeks ago, he grabs my hand in his, spinning me around to get a better view from every angle before tugging my body against his. He places his free hand on the small of my back, and I drape my arm over his shoulder, toying with a few tendrils of hair that hang over his jacket collar. We remain still for what feels like an eternity, but in reality is only a second. Our eyes lock, midnight blue to my emerald green. Neither one of us utters a single word. There's no need. In this silence, in this moment, in this space, we say everything we want to. A low hum cuts through the quiet. It's a familiar song that will always remind me of the moment I finally succumbed to my desire and kissed him. He squeezes my hand, then leads me around the room. Unlike our first weekend together, when dancing with him felt stilted and awkward, we move with practiced grace. Julian begins to sing the lyrics to Moon River, husky and deep, and it takes every bit of willpower I possess not to burst into tears. I've never truly paid attention to the words before. It was just a song that reminded me of one of my favorite movies about two drifters who were wrong for each other, but so right at the same time, just like Julian and me. But we weren't meant to see the world together. Our rainbow's end isn't the same. and I'm not sure anything can change that. We slow our steps as the song comes to an untimely end and we stand in place, our hands still clasped together, our bodies a breath away. If this is our last private moment together, I want to savor it, the way he holds me, admires me, cares for me. Too soon. He releases me from his hold. Guinevere, Yes, I respond, hope building in my voice. Yes, I rest my hand on his cheek, his clean-shaven skin soft against mine. I wish I knew he planned to shave. I would have loved one last kiss with his scruff scraping against my lips, jarring and bruising, yet making me feel more alive than anything else in my life. Never again. The thought rips at my heartstrings. He licks his lips, blinking rapidly. I got you something. You didn't have to get me anything. I drop my hold on him. You already bought me a wardrobe that could probably pay for the first year's rent at the apartment of my choosing in the city. I joke. You're not going to sell it. Are you? He asks frantically. Because if that's what it takes for you to afford your own place, I'll buy you an apartment. It's a lovely gesture, I interrupt, but not necessary. Now that I've had the opportunity to revamp my piece on Auguste Laurent, at least I have a decent shot at that promotion. It'll be nice to have my own bathroom again. And a door. Yes, and a door. I laugh, grateful for the short reprieve of tension. It's amazing how we take those little things for granted until we no longer have them. I'll never take doors for granted again. He smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. So, right. He spins, heading toward the wet bar. After retrieving a square white box, he walks back to me with a smile on his lips. This is for you, What is it? Taking it from his outstretched hand. I feel the weight, knowing it must contain more than just a t-shirt, as the size of the box would normally indicate. Open it, eyeing him suspiciously. My heart thumps in my chest. With trembling fingers, I pull at the red ribbon. When I lift the cover, I gasp at what I see inside. It's another box, but that's not what surprises me. It's the Tiffany's blue shade that steals my breath. I was planning on getting you something from Cartier, but I figured Tiffany's would have more meaning. It could be an empty box, and it would be infinitely better than even the most expensive piece you could get from Cartier. I gush. Phew. He exhales, swiping at his brow. That's a relief, because it really is just an empty box. Laughing, I shake my head and pull out the square blue box, placing the other one on a nearby table. No, it's not. You're right. His expression turns serious, his eyes trained on me. It's not. He admits in a soft voice. Open it. I hold his gaze for a moment, then shift it to the box. Butterflies flap their relentless wings in my stomach as I slowly raise the lid. When I set my eyes on what's contained within, all the wind is knocked from my lungs. An exact replica of the necklace Audrey Hepburn's character admires during the scene when she takes Paul to Tiffany's for the first time. The light reflects against the stunning yellow-colored diamond in the center. The intricate latticework of diamonds along the neckline like a vine surrounding a lone flower. Julian, I cover my mouth with my hand, speechless. This isn't the first piece of jewelry he's purchased for me. I have an entire jewelry box in the dressing room filled with pieces to accent the various outfits I've worn over the course of the summer. This one is different. It's something he's given to me because he wanted to, not as a compliment to my wardrobe. Now I know why Camille insisted I not wear the necklace Dana had paired with this dress. He grins a devious smile. It's good to have her on my side. He winks, then extends his hand toward the box. May I? I remain motionless as he takes it. He removes the stunning necklace, then stands behind me. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in a mirror hanging over the fireplace, watching as he brings it to my neck, securing it. When he's finished, his hands stay on my shoulders. I touch my fingers to the stones. I've never worn such a weighty piece of jewelry in my life. Wow, I murmur. I'm not sure I want to know how much this cost, or how many carats I'm currently wearing around my neck. The large stone is a 40-carat yellow diamond, a rarity. 10 carats in white diamonds accent the neckline, so 50 carats worth of stones. My breathing becomes labored as I try to grasp onto the concept. Please don't tell me what this cost you. It's not about the money, not to me, because you have money. All the more reason for me to do this for you, to give you something to show how appreciative I am for everything you've done for me this summer. This is the least I could do. I practically choke on my saliva. I could understand giving me a Starbucks gift card or something, but this, I spin around to face him. I don't feel right accepting. You will accept it. He grabs my hands in his, bringing them to his lips. He places a gentle kiss on each. Please, let me do this for you. Let me give you something to remember our time together. I'll never forget. I lock eyes with him, silently pleading for him to acknowledge that our time together doesn't have to end. That we don't have to end. Why should it have to? Why should we walk away from each other because the summer's over? Yes, that was the original plan. An end date so I could have my life back, so I could plan the rest of my life. Now I want nothing more than to deviate from the plan, to throw the planner out the window and see where this could take us. It doesn't have to end, I say. One last attempt as I touch my mouth to his. He kisses me softly, gently, but in his tenderness is more emotion than any of Trevor's kisses could even hope to contain. It does. Guinevere, you deserve to be happy. He pulls back, his fingers digging into the skin of my cheeks as he cups my face. I can't give that to you. I can't give you more than this. I've heard the same thing all weekend whenever my emotions got the better of me in his presence. I want to push it more, but not at the risk of marring our last few hours together. Instead, I simply nod, my lips finding his once more. The sound of the ocean waves fills the room from the open windows, and we melt into each other. Our kiss passionate, yet restrained. 2 words that describe Julian Gage perfectly. Despite how much I can tell he wants me, he'll never admit it. To me, or himself. When he pulls away, a hint of moisture dots his own eyes. We'll always have Tiffany's. I pull my lips between my teeth as I struggle to swallow through the pain in my throat. We'll always have Tiffany's. The farewell gala is exactly as I expect it to be, filled with glamour, pretension, and bravado. Yet another display of extreme wealth amongst the country's upper crust. But tonight, as opposed to the previous few weeks, Julian doesn't leave my side to talk business with someone interested in investing in his project. Whenever anyone approaches, he requests they reach out to his assistant to set up a time for a meeting or a phone conference when he returns to the city on Tuesday. The entire evening, he's the perfect date, doting on me, making sure I have everything I need, more than once. Part of me considers the possibility he's acting like this because Ethan Ludlow seems to circle like a hawk, although to anyone else, he's no more harmful than a parrot. Not to me. Not after the story Sonia shared. And not to Julian either. Despite that, I truly believe he stays with me because he doesn't want to waste a second of the little time we have left. Before I know it, Julian and I are dancing to the final song of the night, then saying our goodbyes to the friends I've made over the summer, some of them women who turned their noses up at me during that first pool party. It's amazing how much can change in just a few months. After a silent limo ride back to Julian's house, we head through the dimly lit living room and toward the staircase for the last time. His hand finds mine, our fingers interlocking as we walk those final steps toward my room. When we reach the door, he drops his hold, turning to face me. Our eyes meet, neither one of us saying a single word. I've been dreading this for weeks. It's not just good night. This is goodbye. I'd insisted it be a term of our arrangement, as did Julian, a clean break. There's nothing clean about this. I open my mouth, about to make one final plea for him to reconsider his position, that he can give me what he believes I deserve. But before I have a chance, his lips are on mine, stealing my words. His touch is so light, it's akin to kissing a ghost. And tomorrow, that's precisely what Julian Gage will be. Desperation takes over and I wrap my arms around him, curving my body into his as I deepen the kiss. He's more than eager to match my intensity, pressing me against the wall. He kisses me as if he needs it to breathe, as if his lips were made just for mine, as if it's the last time he'll ever taste me. Because it is. He releases his hold on my face, his hands traveling down my frame, exploring, needing, wanting. When he brushes against my breast, I moan as he hardens, grinding against me. There's so much longing, so much yearning, so much despair in this kiss, electrifying and satisfying me in a way I fear no one else will ever be able to do. Pulling him closer, I claw at his back, drawing everything out of him I possibly can, and I give him everything I have, my devotion, my respect, my love. I don't need to tell him exactly how I feel. I show it in the way I worship him, hold him, cherish him. He moves his lips from mine, kissing a hot trail along my jawline, his hands teasing and torturing as he tries to imprint everything about me to his memory. I throw back my head, savoring in the warmth of his mouth on my skin as he nibbles on my neck. Our heavy breathing fills the hallway, my heart racing. Regardless of what tomorrow may bring, I know one thing. I need this man. His kisses, his touch, his soul. My fingers thread into his thick hair, tugging as his mouth journeys along my collarbone, his hands squeezing my breast. With my body pressed against the wall, I hook a leg around his waist, gently thrusting against him, urging him to continue, telling him I'm ready for whatever he's willing to give. Eventually, his lips find mine again. At first, the kiss is impassioned and animalistic, but transitions into something different. It's full of pain and heartache as his tongue sweeps against mine, slow and measured. When he pulls back, he stares at me with a haunted look, as if on the verge of telling me something but can't seem to form the words. It reminds me of the same tortured expression in his eyes my first night in this house. And just like that night, instead of saying a single word, he drops his hold on me and retreats with quick steps, disappearing into his room before I have a chance to whisper goodbye. Chapter 32. I stare at the bright moon over the ocean as I lay awake in bed, sleep evading me. Since my first night here, I've slept well, the room designed to emphasize maximum comfort and relaxation. Tonight, nothing can get my brain to shut off, not when I wonder if I blew it with Julian. What if I'd made one final plea for him to reconsider? Would it have changed anything? I'll never know. Feeling like the walls of this luxurious bedroom are suffocating me, I throw the covers off and my feet find the cool floor. I grab my silk kimono robe off the bedpost and toss it over my tank top and sleep shorts, securing it around my waist. When I open the French doors and step onto the balcony, I inhale a long breath. The ocean breeze kisses my skin as I walk toward the ledge, leaning my arms on it. It's so tranquil and serene, the sound of the waves soothing the fire and indecision within. As I smooth a few tendrils of hair behind my ear, I spy a figure standing at the end of the deck, staring at me. My breath hitches and body shoots upright. His eyes, bloodshot and tired, find mine. It's clear Julian hasn't been able to sleep either. He pushes himself away from the ledge, walking toward me with slow steps, a heat in his gaze. Hungry, ravenous, desperate. I straighten my spine, facing him, the tension between us mounting with every inch he erases. When he's a breath away, he stops, his expression wrought with turmoil. It's reminiscent of the indecision covering his face earlier tonight when he left me in the hallway. I worry the same thing will happen, that he'll retreat instead of push forward. I can't let that happen. Without saying a word, I reach for the sash of my robe, pulling at it, allowing the material to fall to my feet. A chill washes over me as the breeze wraps around my exposed skin, but the raw need covering Julian's expression chases it away, empowering me. Finding the hem of my tank, I pull it over my head, leaving me in just my shorts. He sucks in a breath, his eyes breaking from mine as they rake over my chest. This is a bold and rash move, especially for me. I've never had to put it all on the line and risk rejection. But this is the 11th hour. There's no tomorrow. Not if I don't take a leap. When he returns his gaze to mine, there's something unfamiliar in it. It's more than lust or desire. He's not ready for me to walk out of his life any more than I am. But is that enough for him to ask me to stay? Or will the demons that still haunt him return, forcing him to withdraw back into himself? I don't have a chance to think about it as he tugs my body to his mouth covering mine. His kiss is fevered, intense, wild. He seems to feed on me, needing me for sustenance. He breathes into me, causing a flutter in my chest. His hands shift to my ass and he squeezes, his raspy groans satisfying and electrifying. When he lifts and places me on the ledge, my legs wrap around his waist, his fingers digging into my skin, desperate to feel every inch of him. I kiss him with more force, pulsing my hips against him. It feels like we've done this dance thousands of times before, our bodies in tune with each other so perfectly, so succinctly. A growl rips from his throat and his grip on me tightens. Before I can make sense of what's happening, we're moving. His lips never straying from mine as he carries me into my room. Once he deposits me onto the bed, he leans back, peering at me, a question in his unwavering gaze. Not a single word has been spoken between us since we left the gala. We don't need them. After spending this amount of time together, we can read each other. We started out as strangers and became so much more than simply friends. I struggle to see a world without Julian in it. I don't want to know a world without Julian in it. As I nod in silent confirmation that this is what I want, I grab the back of his head, capturing his lips once more. When our tongues meet, he moans, and I hook my legs around him. Moisture pools between my thighs as I squeeze them, desperate for Julian to extinguish the flames he sparked months ago. His mouth moves from mine, traveling along my jawline, nibbling on my earlobe before beginning the journey down the rest of my body. He takes his time to worship every inch of me, every curve, every dip, every valley, feasting on me as if I'm the finest delicacy known to man. When his tongue swirls around my nipple, I fist the sheet in my hands, lightheaded. But that's nothing compared to the immense pleasure shooting through me when his teeth scrape against the sensitive flesh. My breathing increases, my pulse skyrocketing. Unmatched need fills me and I close my eyes, thrusting against him with increased urgency. Patience, he finally says. I want this to last. Taking several deep breaths, I try to slow my racing heart. But he's already struck the match. He did so the night I first saw him at the bar in Manhattan. All summer, he's fueled the flames to the point where I'm now ready to combust. He returns his mouth to my nipple, sucking before continuing his exploration of my body. Every nip, every scrape, every lick pushes me higher and higher. When he reaches my hips, he hooks his fingers into the waistband of my shorts. A single brow arched. He peers up at me. I nod quickly, lifting my ass off the bed, desperate for him to hurry, with a sly grin. He leisurely lowers my shorts and underwear down my legs, tossing them to the floor, then settles between my thighs. Not a single self-conscious thought fills my mind as he seems to admire me from this vantage point. Like a man who's been starved for too long, he gradually breaks his gaze from mine and licks his lips. Every muscle in my body tightens as I hold my breath, waiting for the warmth of his mouth on my most sensitive spot. I've spent the summer in a perpetual state of heightened arousal. I fear all it will take is the slightest swipe of his tongue for me to shatter. I close my eyes, gripping the sheets even tighter, my core clenching in anticipation. Finally, he presses his tongue against me, and I moan, relaxing my body as I lose myself in this sensation of bliss I've only fantasized about. I do everything to prolong it, but it's impossible. The past 2 months have been one big build-up to this moment. Now I regret what I've deprived myself of to keep my heart guarded. When Julian was able to burst through those walls without even a brush of his finger against my skin, in my heart, I know this was the path we were meant to take. We were meant to wait until this moment to experience this mind-blowing passion neither one of us believed possible. Until now. My breath quickens as that familiar sensation of warmth and ecstasy fills me, the peak in sight, as if able to read me like a book. Julian increases his motion, filling me with a finger, then another, pushing me to the brink until I succumb to his touch, convulsing around him, but that doesn't make him stop. He continues worshipping me until the last of my tremors cease. As he crawls up my body, a smirk on his lips, I grab his face, crushing my mouth against his. The taste of me on his tongue reignites the flame, and I'm instantly desperate for more of him, for all of him. I need you, I plead in a throaty voice, frantic and delirious. He simply nods, pushing his shorts down his legs. As he's about to toss them to the floor, he reaches into one of the pockets, retrieving a foil packet. I was standing out there for over an hour before you walked onto the balcony. He answers the question written on my face. So this was your plan all along, I ask coyly. He releases a short laugh. I don't think anything about this was ever planned. Guinevere, I smile at how true his words ring. Nothing about this summer went according to my original plan. Maybe that's the beauty of it, because it was completely unexpected in the most satisfying of ways. He touches his lips back to mine, treating me to a soft kiss. I never planned this. His voice is contemplative. Me either. Now I can't think of anything I want more. Me either. I repeat, running my fingers through his hair and down his back, relishing in the feel of his skin. He briefly closes his eyes, melting into my touch, arching his back before returning to a kneeling position. He secures the condom, then positions himself between my thighs. I swallow hard. This moment bigger than I ever thought it would be. Julian arches a brow, silently asking if this is what I truly want. I nod once more. He pushes into me, slowly, deeply, completely. My body fuses to the mattress as a sensation of absolute fulfillment washes over me. He leans down, cupping my face in his hands. His eyes sear mine as he moves so reverently inside me, taking me by surprise. I expected sex with Julian to be different, less emotional, less passionate, less intimate. But this isn't sex. Not with him, not with us. It would never be just sex. I move with the steady rhythm he sets, relishing in every gentle thrust as he fills me to the brim, stretching me in a way no man ever has, then pulls back before continuing the same pattern. Neither one of us speaks a single word. There's no need, no requirement to fill the vacant space with declarations of lust or desire. The silence is more striking, the unspoken words more poignant than insignificant ramblings, just to make it seem as if we're in the moment. Because we both know we're there, that we finally made it to this place we fought against for too long. No more. Julian rolls his hips into me, his motions measured and penetrating, delivering the utmost pleasure. As he nuzzles the crook of my neck, he finds my arms, pinning them on either side of my head. I don't know how much longer I can hold back. His voice is strained. It's okay. I wrap my legs tighter around his waist, circling him. Let go, I whisper, taking his earlobe between my teeth, nibbling on it. That's all it takes for his muscles to tighten, his harsh grip on my wrists painful, yet satisfying. As his movements become increasingly more intense, I close my eyes, my core clenching as another wave of desire washes over me, much to my surprise. Don't fight it, he murmurs into my ear, his own breathing labored. Just let go. He drives into me with even more ferocity, and I scream out, shattering around him as explosions of light obscure my vision. His mouth clamps onto my neck as he finds his own release, his body trembling and jerking. He thrusts one final time, then loosens his grip on my wrists, collapsing on top of me, spent and sated. My fingers drift up and down his back, savoring the grooves of his tattoo. Toying with his hair as I try to calm my breathing, I stare at the ceiling, everything seeming different now. Wow, Julian exhales, struggling to catch his breath just like me. I laugh. You can say that again. He rolls off me and stands, removing the condom and tossing it into the trash bin next to the nightstand before crawling back into bed, draping the duvet over our bodies. His arms wrap around me and I blow out a contented sigh. But I still don't know what this means for us. If this changes anything. I open my mouth, about to ask, when Julian places a soft kiss on my shoulder blade, tightening his hold on me. Shh, he soothes. I'll be right here when you wake up. I'm not going anywhere. All the tension immediately leaves my body as I melt into his embrace, his promise filling me with hope. Chapter 33. The melody of the lapping ocean waves and Julian's gentle breathing meet my ears as I slowly rouse from a restful sleep. The sun shines in the room as seagulls squawk. The sheer curtains blowing near the open French doors we never shut last night in the frenzy of finally experiencing each other. And experience each other we did, at least 4 times. Sensing I'm awake, Julian traces a delicate circle around my hip bone, and I moan, relaxing into his touch as he stirs my desire once more. I flip over to face him and place gentle kisses on his chest. He's so warm, so virile, so perfect. He grabs my chin, tilting my head back and leaning down to kiss me. I tear away, covering my mouth with my hand. He cocks a brow. What is it? Morning breath, I say from behind my hand. No one likes morning breath. He chuckles, the rumble hitting me deep in my core. He wraps his arms around me, bringing me closer into his body, the heat coming off him electrifying. I like morning breath. Then you're weirder than I thought. Nah, I'm just weird for you. He grabs my chin once more. When he leans in for a kiss this time, I don't hide, his mouth touching mine. He moans, his tongue tracing along my lower lip, coaxing me open, a slave to whatever he wants. I part my lips, our tongues meeting in a gentle dance. I hook my leg over his waist, inching as close as I can. As our kiss becomes more heated, his hold on me tightens, and he brings my body on top of his, straddling him. My hips circle a slow rhythm against him. He groans as he hardens even more, craving me as much as I hunger for him. Do you feel what you do to me? He grips the back of my neck, fierce, jarring, intoxicating. Yes, I close my eyes, continuing to tease him. Do you want me? His hands find my waist, controlling my motions as he thrusts against me. God, yes. That's all he needs to hear. He reaches for the nightstand, grabbing the last condom. He's about to open the packet when I rip it from his hands, passing him a flirtatious grin. I tear it open, my eyes remaining locked on his as I carefully roll the condom on him. My touch on his length causes his nostrils to flare, his jaw to clench. Once the condom is in place, I hover over him, my mouth a whisper from his, our breath intermingling. I lower myself onto him, taking him as deep as I can before pulling back. He brings his lips toward mine, but I escape them. I'm no longer concerned about morning breath. I like this game. The playful desperation as Julian tries to capture my mouth with a kiss, to no avail. My motions remain slow and sensual as I savor in him, just like he did to me the night before. I grab his wrists, pinning them on either side of his head as I shade his face with my hair. He flexes his fists, and I can tell it's killing him not to be able to touch me. I know all too well. I was in his place last night. Our eyes linger on each other as we remain in this moment. I give Julian everything he deserves, as I take everything he's willing to give me until neither one of us can take anything else, and I collapse on him, both of our bodies quivering and trembling. In the aftermath, I remain locked in his embrace, my head nuzzled into his chest as I relish in the sound of his steady heart. He delicately traces circles on my shoulder blade, my arm slung over his waist. As we lay there in solitude, my attention is drawn to the scars on his abdomen. What's the story behind these, I ask, as I shift my hand to the 3 circular marks, brushing my fingers against them. The instant I do, he grabs my wrist in a harrowing grip. I snap my eyes to his, wincing in pain. But he doesn't relent. Something inside him snaps, and he's not himself, an old defense mechanism kicking in, forcing him to become someone else. Don't. It's not a plea. It's a demand. A warning. The atmosphere changes as he glares at me. Gone is my charming, endearing Julian. In front of me is a broken man, a haunted man, a shattered man. His entire body seems to tremble, his stare darkening as he squeezes my wrist so hard I yelp, tears forming in the corner of my eyes. When he hears my piercing cry, he releases his hold, his eyes widening as he stares at me in confusion, as if snapping out of whatever trance he'd been in. Then he quickly pushes away from me and jumps out of the bed. I rub my wrist, flexing it, able to discern the place where each individual finger was wrapped around it. He focuses on my skin where a bruise is already forming, then looks back at me, turmoil covering his expression. Why don't you want to talk about your scars? What happened? My brain tells me to retreat, to drop it, but I can't. I reach for him again, but he steps away, grabbing his shorts off the floor and yanking them on. I don't talk about them, but I want to know. I want to know this part of you. I want you to open up. Why his tone is harsh, one I've never heard him use with me, with anyone. Why do you need to know about this? It doesn't matter. It does matter. It's a part of you, based on your reaction. It's a big part of you. This is what people do when they care about each other. They share themselves, the good, the bad, and the gritty darkness. He stares at me, his jaw tight, then lowers his head. I can't do that. He avoids my eyes as he walks toward the door. I scramble off the bed, rushing to pull on his oversized Sunni sweatshirt. When his hand touches the doorknob, I blurt out the first thing that comes to mind. The only truth I know that will make him see that whatever idea he's concocted in his head is ridiculous. I love you. He stills, his body stiffening as my declaration hangs in the air. The silence is so penetrating, you could hear a pin drop from a mile away. My heart thumps in my chest as he remains motionless, staring at the door. What did you say? He asks in a soft voice, peering over his shoulder at me. I advance toward him, my eyes unwavering. I said I love you. No, you don't. He digs his fingers into his hair, yanking at it, pained at the mere notion. You can't. I didn't want to believe it at first, either, but I can't avoid it anymore. I've fallen in love with you. Julian, no, you're just in love with the idea of me. None of this is real. That hasn't changed just because we slept together. He opens the door, hurrying away from me, but I follow him into the hallway. Aren't you tired of it all? My words carry through the empty space. I can make out the typical morning sounds of the household staff cleaning and preparing breakfast, but I make no attempt to lower my voice. Aren't you fucking exhausted of constantly running away from anything that is real? I know I'm exhausted, watching you do everything you can to remain closed off to everyone who actually matters, everyone who cares about you, everyone who loves you. He pauses, his lips curling, his fists clenched. A few weeks ago, hell, a few days ago, I would have dropped it, thinking it wasn't worth the argument. But I'm tired of this, of him pushing me away the second I open up. I won't do it anymore. I approach on timid steps, grateful when he doesn't try to escape. Take it from me. It is exhausting pretending to be someone you're not just so you're accepted. I did it for 12 years of my life, until you showed me I was good enough as myself. This is who I am. He remains in place, but his voice lacks any conviction. No, it's not. I know it's not. I don't believe the Julian Gage who asked me to pretend to be his girlfriend for the summer is the real Julian Gage. I don't believe the only reason you needed me to pretend to be your girlfriend was to get your project up and running. I see how you are. You're resourceful. You already have hotels in several countries, so you know how to navigate all the bureaucratic bullshit. He shakes his head. The more I speak, the more tension seems to mount inside of him. So that got me thinking, why would you possibly want me on your arm? Then it struck me. You only did it because you thought it would help you be accepted into these people's inner circle. That's all. Not for some project. As noble a cause as it is, you just wanted them to accept you. Why? Why do you care? Why is this so important to you? Why? Julian, you wouldn't understand, he shouts back. You don't know what it's like being an outcast, of never being accepted. So, what you decide it's worth sacrificing happiness and who you are, just so some asshole 1%er will talk to you. That's not who you are. I know it. You're not that self-centered. I saw pieces of the real you through the cracks in your armor. No, no, no. He continues shaking his head, his body trembling with the force of his anger. That's the real Julian Gage, I state over the lump in my throat, my voice becoming louder as relentless tears fall down my cheeks. I let them fall. At least I'm not hiding my feelings. At least I'm finally being true to myself. Not this person standing in front of me lying through his teeth because he's too scared to admit he has feelings for someone. That, God forbid, he might just love someone. My words must have hit a sore spot because he punches his fist against the wall. The noise startles me, and I jump, my heart ricocheting into my throat. You can't fix me, Evie, he thunders, his eyes red as the vein in his neck strains against his skin. No one can, so stop. I don't want to fix you, I scream, my chest heaving through my heavy sobs. The house has grown eerily quiet as my words seem to echo against the lifeless walls. Drawing in a deep breath, I lower my voice. I just want to love you. Why is that so hard for you to accept? Because love doesn't last, he chokes out. The second you get a glimpse at who I really am, at all the shit I've done, you will run for the hills. So let's save each other the hassle now and cut our losses. You wanted a firm end date to our agreement. We've reached that point. It's come to an end. Is that truly what you want? To end it? To walk away and keep pretending to be someone else? I look at Julian through my tears, desperate for him to admit he's never felt anything as real as he has with me. He swallows hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down as the harshness in his expression softens. This is all I know. I hang my head low, emotionally and physically exhausted. I want to shake him out of this, to slap him and make him wake up. Will it work? Is it worth it? I don't know if I'm strong enough to pull him from the depths to which he's already fallen. When I don't say anything else, he takes a step back. Goodbye, Guinevere. I float my eyes to his, not saying anything. I just stand there, studying the apprehension on Julian's face. He starts to turn from me, but hesitates, a flicker of indecision in his eyes. If this is what he wants, I'm not going to beg him to reconsider. Not anymore. I'm too drained to stay on his path of self-destruction, fighting against hurricane-force winds that will only pull me under and drown me. I won't do that to myself. I don't deserve it. Julian taught me that. With a heavy sigh, he eventually turns from me and continues down the hallway, just as he's about to disappear into his room where he can hide away from the world. I call out one last time. You were right. He pauses, lifting his head, his eyes filled with sorrow. I do deserve better than you. He nods, his shoulders falling. You deserve better than you, too. I allow my words to linger for a moment, then step into my room, slamming the door behind me. Throwing myself onto my bed that still smells of Julian, I hold out hope that he'll change his mind and knock on my door. He never does. Chapter 34. You seriously don't want any of this stuff? Nora asks in disbelief as she sorts through hangers filled with the clothes I was treated to over the summer. Why would you want to get rid of it? As much as I've wanted to share what happened between Julian and me, I couldn't bring myself to do so. Yes, Nora and K.Leigh are aware we fooled around that first weekend, but I insisted that was the only time. I never even told them we'd kissed. And often, when we all got together the Tuesday after Labor Day, and they asked about my final weekend with Julian, I lied and said it was just like every other weekend, that I was thrilled to put the summer behind me and focus on my possible promotion. I must be a good actress, because neither one questioned me, not even when my phone would ping with an incoming text, and I'd jump to my feet in the hopes it was Julian apologizing for his behavior. It never was. Now, nearly 2 weeks later, I'm beginning to think I'll never hear from him again, which is why I need to get all these clothes out of here. Not only do I have nowhere to store them in K.Leigh's tiny apartment, but I can't bear to look at them. Every time I do, the memories of my time with Julian come rushing back. Like the way he looked at me the first time he saw me in that navy blue and white polka dot two-piece. The way his mouth felt against mine the first time we kissed when I was wearing a beige maxi skirt and loose white tank. And the way we danced to him singing Moon River when I wore the stunning gray ball gown on our last night together. It's not my style. I say, take all the clothes you want. Or shoes. I gesture to another trunk filled with dozens of shoes I only wore once. Jimmy Choo, Manolo Blahnik, Christian Louboutin. Nora's eyes widen as she darts toward the trunk, throwing it open. You have Christian Louboutins. A peacefulness crosses her expression as she pulls out a pair and examines the signature red sole. Take them. We're the same size. She grins dreamily. I love you, Evie. If I swung that way, I'd totally whore myself out for you. I love you, too. Nora. I return her smile. Although it's not as full as normal. How can it be when I'm surrounded by memories of Julian? And this is precisely why I need all this stuff out of here. I never wanted it to begin with. I purposely left them at Julian's place. But the day after I returned to Manhattan, a delivery man appeared on my doorstep. I'd hoped Julian had sent flowers to apologize for his behavior. Instead, he had the contents of my room packed up and delivered here. No note. No apology, nothing. Are you sure you don't want anything? I ask K.Leigh. Standing, she gestures down her petite body. If you haven't noticed, you're both at least 6 inches taller than me and have boobs, whereas well, I'm lucky to fit in a B cup most days. I nod toward a smaller trunk. There's jewelry and sunglasses. That stuff will fit. Check out some of that. K.Leigh's hesitant at first, but her curiosity eventually gets the better of her. I lay back on my bed as I watch my two friends pillage the spoils of my own war. You really don't want any of this stuff? K.Leigh inquires yet again, a hint of skepticism in her tone. I really don't want any of that stuff. I confirm for what feels like the 100th time. Even this. I glance up as she pops open the lid on the signature blue Tiffany's box, revealing the exorbitant necklace Julian gave me. Nora's eyes zero in on the brilliant stones encrusted in the intricate neckline, leading to an obscenely large yellow diamond. Holy fuck, is that real? K.Leigh lifts the necklace out of the box. Instantly, her gaze settles on a sheet of paper beneath it I hadn't noticed before. What is it? Certificate of authenticity, she replies. Reading it, 50 carats worth of diamonds. The stone is a 40-carat fancy, vivid yellow diamond, with an additional 10 carats of flawless diamonds in the neckline. She looks up, meeting my eyes. Appraised value, 1 million. I try to hide my utter shock at her words. I knew it was an expensive piece of jewelry, but I estimated maybe 100 grand or something like that. Shows you how educated I am about the value of jewelry. But $1 million, I can't even wrap my mind around that amount of money. Does it matter? K.Leigh routinely reminded me of Julian Gage's net worth during my time with him. $1 million barely puts a dent in it. It's akin to most people buying flowers for their loved one. All Julian cared about was making an impression. He used me to do so. Take it, I don't want it. K.Leigh and Nora share a look before turning their inquisitive stares on me. They simultaneously advance toward me, sitting on the edge of my bed in concert. Okay, what the hell is going on? Nora starts. You haven't been yourself since Labor Day, K.Leigh adds. And now you want to give me a necklace from Tiffany's worth $1 million? Are you out of your fucking mind? Evie, how do you even have a necklace worth $1 million? I mean, the rest of this stuff is nice, maybe worth $1 grand here and there, but $1 million? What aren't you telling us? That she has a magic pussy, Nora jokes. You guys know everything, I argue, my face heating as I try to convince them the lies I've told are true. Our entire relationship was for show. Julian needed a companion to conduct business and make deals over the summer months. And like you mentioned, K.Leigh, this was a great way to clear my mind and help me forget about Trevor. We'd agreed it would only last through Labor Day. It's after Labor Day, so the agreement has ended. Plain and simple, nothing more to tell. They both squint, crossing their arms. K.Leigh opens her mouth. I've seen that look before. The look of disbelief mixed with annoyance. The one that means she's about to unleash an interrogation worse than I'd be subjected to if arrested for murder. Thankfully, the buzzer rips through the space and she snaps her jaw shut, pointing a finger in my face. This isn't over. You're not off the hook just yet. She jumps up from the bed and leaves to answer the door. I watch her disappear into the living room, then blow out a long breath. When I shift my eyes to Nora, forcing a smile, she hardens her glare. That's right, Evie. She pinches her lips, trying to frown. I stifle my laugh at the idea of Nora being some badass bitch. She doesn't even like it when I kill spiders, preferring to set them free instead. This woman doesn't have a bitchy bone in her body. She's all about peace and tranquility, the balance of mind, body, and spirit. She is the typical yoga instructor. So to see her trying to appear angry and annoyed only causes me to giggle. You're not off the hook yet. Oh, Nora. I almost forgot, scrambling to my feet. I head to one of the racks and flip through the hangers, grabbing an adorable shoulder dress in a subdued tropical print. I'd set this aside for you earlier. I thought it would be great pre-wedding wear. She protests at first, but stops when I say wedding, allowing me to pull her off my bed. Since her engagement, I've learned discussing her upcoming nuptials to Jeremy is a surefire way to distract her. Normally, I hate discussing her wedding. Now it's my saving grace. Don't you think? Holding the dress up to her body. I spin her so she's facing the full-length mirror propped against the far wall that's surprisingly not obstructed with the array of trunks and boxes filling the space. The fire department would have a field day if they ever saw what a fire hazard it is. You're right. Her voice oozes excitement as she flips the switch from suspicious friend to glowing bride-to-be. This would be great for the rehearsal dinner. Did I tell you? She whirls around to face me in full wedding planning mode. I widen my eyes, feigning enthusiasm. We're doing it at a luau. Figured everyone's making the trip just for us. We should make sure they all get a taste of the islands. She leans toward me. And there are dancing Samoans blowing fire. Maybe you can nab yourself a hot local while you're there. She winks, then turns back to the mirror. The only hot local I'm interested in is Jason Momoa, but I think he's already spoken for. I smile, expecting Nora to swoon with me over his tattoos, which I know she's a complete sucker for. Instead, her body becomes taut, her breath catching as her eyes widen. I look into the mirror, wondering what could account for her sudden change in demeanor. The instant I do, my heart drops at the reflection of Julian standing in the doorway. Chapter 35. Guinevere. Julian begins in a shaky tone as I remain frozen in place, barely able to breathe, my mouth agape. A heaviness settles in my stomach. Ever since I walked away, I hoped for this moment. I didn't think it would actually happen. Things like this only happen in fairy tales. When Nora squeezes my arm, I snap out of my shock, floating my gaze to her. She gives me an encouraging smile, nodding. I suppose that's the thing about best friends. I don't have to tell them a single word. They'll still see the truth, despite my lies. Just like I see the truth in Julian's eyes right now, despite his lies. Slowly, I turn around. The confident, self-assured man I spent my summer with is nowhere to be found. He looks like a different person, a shell, broken, defeated. You know what? Nora Chloe's voice cuts through the tension in the room. I just realized I haven't seen any of the invitation samples you received. I thought you didn't care which one I chose. What kind of maid of honor would I be if I didn't give you my honest opinion on which type and style of paper will eventually end up in a landfill? But I don't have them with me. I left them at my apartment. You said you wanted one day where I didn't mention the W word. Nora, Chloe says through clenched teeth, glancing between Julian and me, urging her to put two and two together. It takes a few seconds, but realization finally washes over her. Oh, I get it. She winks conspiratorially. As she walks past Julian, she pauses, lifts herself onto her tiptoes, and leans toward him. Good luck. Thanks. He laughs slightly, then refocuses his unwavering stare on me. I have a feeling I'll need it to fix the mess I've caused. Chloe and Nora glance back at me, giving me an encouraging look before making their way out of the apartment, leaving me alone with Julian. Neither one of us moves for several long moments. I want to ask why he's here, but I keep my mouth closed, simply staring at him with a blank expression. I've already said everything I wanted to. the ball's in his court. Anxious from the awkward tension, he shoves his hands into his pockets, tearing his eyes from mine as he takes in the disaster that is my room. With a furrowed brow, he walks past me and toward all the trunks. My lungs expand as I inhale the aroma that is quintessentially Julian, memories flooding back. "What are you doing with all your things?" He stops in front of a box labeled garbage and reaches in, retrieving the familiar polka dot two-piece. I've always been self-conscious about my body, until I met Julian. I'd never felt as beautiful as I did when he first saw me in that bathing suit. Except it wasn't real. "They're not mine," I say dismissively. "I have no need for them." So I told Nora and K.Leigh to take anything they'd like before I donate what I can to a women's shelter. I figured you'd appreciate that. He faces me, narrowing his gaze. Out of the corner of his eye, he spies the open Tiffany's box and flinches. All of it. All of it. I hold my head high, squaring my shoulders. On a long sigh, he lowers himself onto my bed, his head hanging. I'm about to berate him for being so bold as to make himself at home when he interrupts me. "I was in Paris this morning." He peers up at me through his long lashes, the confidence he typically wears like a shield absent. He still looks amazing in his dark suit, and smells even more sinful. But he's pale, dark circles under his eyes from an obvious lack of sleep. "Did you come here to rub that in my face?" I press my lips in a tight line, my tone sharp. "If that's the case, mission accomplished. I've never had the luxury. I hope you enjoyed some macarons while you were there." He shakes his head, briefly lowering his gaze. "I didn't mean it like that. You see what you do to me. You make me so flustered." He runs his hand through his sandy locks, tugging at them. My fingers twitch at the memory of what his hair feels like. I was there for work. This morning, as I went through my routine of reading the newspaper while having coffee, the TV was on as background noise, some classic movie channel. Do you know what was playing? I swallow hard, not saying a single word. My heart echoes in my ears as my eyes fixate on the despair and remorse hanging over him. "Breakfast at Tiffany's," he says in a measured tone. It was the final scene. You know, the one when Paul finally calls out Holly Golightly for who she really is, for being scared of falling in love because she doesn't want anyone to put her in a cage. Tears form in my eyes as I recite one of the most poignant lines from the film. "No matter where you run, you just end up running into yourself." Exactly. In an instant, he's on his feet, striding the short distance toward me. When he cups my cheeks in his hands, a current runs through me, my body waking after a nearly 2-week slumber. Drawing in a deep breath, he rests his forehead on mine. I don't want to run into myself anymore. I am absolutely petrified of this, of you, of us, but I'm even more scared of not feeling this anymore. I close my eyes, allowing his words to fill me with the hope and promise I'd been yearning for since it all came crumbling down. But is it enough? Does it change anything? How do I know it's real? Shaking my head, I release myself from his hold. I need more than that. More than him being scared of losing me. I need him. All the broken, damaged pieces that make up who he is. Thank you for finally admitting that. I can only imagine how difficult it is. But just because you're scared of losing me isn't enough reason for me to stay. Not after. I trail off. Guinevere. He grabs my hands in his, pleading with me. You have to believe me when I say I'm willing to try. For you, that's all I can give you right now. Please understand. I do understand. I pull away, glancing at all the clothes he spoiled me with. All of it as artificial as he is. All glamour, no substance. But I need more than that. Just 2 weeks ago, you wanted me to believe you'd never change who you are for anyone. I lied. He rubs his temples, his jaw clenching. Okay, you know I lied too. He returns his impassioned gaze to mine. You saw the truth. You're right, I did. I sling my purse over my shoulder, retreating from him into the living room and toward the front door. When I reach the foyer, I pause, glancing back at him standing a few feet away, looking confused. The truth is, I don't know what to believe. You can say you made a mistake today, But how do I know it's because you truly believe it? Not because you have some ulterior motive. Please, Guinevere. He closes the distance between us, his chest heaving in desperation. I want this. I want you. I can't function without you in my life. Nothing is right in the world. And I'm sorry I was a fool and pushed you away. I promise, I won't push you away again. Just please, give me a chance to prove it to you. Pulling my lips between my teeth, I consider his plea. Then I place my hand on a hip. Okay. His eyes light up as he goes to close the last bit of space between us. But I step back, holding up my hand to stop him. Prove it. Now. Prove you won't push me away again. He parts his lips, his brows pulling together. How? You say you want this, that you want something real with me. I do. He reaches for my hands, clutching them in his. More than I've ever wanted anything. Real relationships aren't all romantic dinners and snuggling on the couch. They require a connection, sharing yourself, all parts of yourself, even the ugly ones. That's what makes it real. Looking past the ugly, at all the beauty hidden beneath the surface. Julian swallows hard, his fingers growing cold as understanding of what I'm asking rolls over him. He drops his hold on me and turns from me, staring blankly into space. I want your ugly, Julian. It's the only way this will work. The only way I'll know you're in it for real. So I'm going to ask you one question. Whether you respond will determine whether I walk into your arms or out that door. My voice trembles as I struggle to hide the emotion at the thought of walking away from him yet again. But I can't be with someone who only allows me part of the way in. I made that mistake with Trevor. I won't do it again. How did you get your scars? Julian slowly glances over his shoulder, lifting his eyes to mine. Moisture pools in the corners as he pleads with me to ask him another question. Any other question. But I can't. This was the question that started it all. And it may be the question that ends it all, too. I'm unable to move, my heart caught in my throat as I wait for him to finally answer me. He doesn't. Instead, he faces forward, shaking his head. My shoulders fall as my heart deflates. I understand. I manage to squeak out. I turn from him, heading toward the front door. I only make it a few steps when his voice stops me. My stepfather shot me. His words are low, devoid of emotion. He speaks so softly. I'm unsure I heard him correctly. I whirl around. What did you say? The scars? Facing me. He pulls his shirt out of his pants, lifting it and revealing the marks on his abdomen. From my stepfather. Why I return to him as he tucks his shirt back in. He rubs the back of his neck, drawing in a pained, shaky breath. I was trying to protect my mother. He slumps onto the couch, the truth weighing him down. Your mother. I sit beside him, unable to take my gaze off his remorse-filled expression. It wasn't enough. He killed her. She was trying to get us away from him so he couldn't hurt us again. I lean into the cushion, briefly closing my eyes as I put the pieces together. No wonder he used a large portion of the inheritance he received from Mr. Price to open a women's shelter. He lost his mother to domestic violence. The instant she slumped to the floor, all I saw was red. I charged at him. He pointed the gun at me, warning me not to do anything stupid, but I didn't care, and he was drunk. So I grabbed a knife out of the butcher block and stabbed him, but not before he got off 3 shots. Thankfully, a neighbor, who was a paramedic, heard and burst into the house. If he hadn't, I probably wouldn't have made it. And that's what landed you in foster care. I tilt my head at him, studying him. He shoots his eyes to mine, surprised at my statement. Then he pinches the bridge of his nose, exhaling. Camille, you didn't have any other family you could live with. I press. I come from a rather large, extended family. The idea that there was no one else Julian could count on boggles my mind. Mom was young when she got pregnant, the result of an affair with a college professor. Her parents were well-respected, affluent members of their community. They saw her pregnancy as a blemish on their reputation. When she refused to get rid of the baby, they cut her off. She raised me on her own. We were all each other had. When she died, there was no one to claim custody of me, so I was put into foster care. Since the system's so overworked, None of the foster parents wanted to deal with an adolescent boy suffering from emotional trauma. Sure, I was in therapy, but I got moved around between therapists too. Julian, I shake my head, unsure what to even say. I'd learned about pieces of his past in the research I'd done on him. I could never have anticipated this was the real story. I push people away. Guinevere. His eyes intensify, the blue hue becoming darker. It's what I've always done. Actually, I've never let anyone get remotely as close as you. No one's cracked the shell. Until you came into my life. His expression softens as he leans toward me, grabbing my hand in his. You saw through me when no one else ever could. You were right about all of it. How I acted the way I did because I was scared. I knew it was true, and I hated you for calling me out on it. Worse, I hated myself because I thought it made me appear weak. I bring my free hand up to his cheek, reveling in the scruff. It doesn't make you weak. It makes you human. He covers my hand with his, my heart swelling with the longing I feel in his touch. I understand that now. I've spent my entire life running from anything real, including love. I'm just not sure I know how to love. Oh. My heart deflates as I pull my hand from his cheek. I begin to slink away, my eyes watering. But he grabs my chin, forcing my gaze to his. But I want you to show me how. I part my lips, my brows furrowed. Show you how. Yes. Guinevere. I need you more than I've needed anyone. He releases his grip on me, then stands and starts to pace. But I'm messed up. Really fucking messed up. I wasn't lying when I said I'd hurt you. I probably will. Just please. He stops, dropping to his knees in front of me, his hands clasped together. Be patient with me. I have a lot of scars, ones that will take me a while to finally share with someone after keeping them all to myself for years. But I want you to know all these things about me. I want you to know my ugly. That's all I want. Just you. I bring my hand to his face, brushing my thumb along his cheek. The real Julian Gage. No more lies. No more pretending. No matter how bad you think it is, lying is worse. So just be honest with me. And if I ask something you're not ready to talk about, don't push me away. Just say you're not ready. That's all I ask. Just be honest. A flash of hesitation crosses his expression as he chews on his lower lip. I want to question it, but before I have a chance, he's on his feet, pulling me up with him. His arms swallow me as his lips find mine. Any doubt is instantly erased as his kiss consumes me, heart, body, and soul. For the first time, I feel like I'm actually kissing Julian, not the man he pretended to be all summer long. I like this better, I murmur against his lips, a tingle trickling down my back from the subtle contact. Like what? Kissing you, not the other person you were. And I like kissing you like this, too. He circles his hips, then yanks my body, hard and fast, against his. His erection pushes into my stomach, making me gasp. And I'd like to do more than just kiss you. You have no idea how hard these past few weeks have been, especially now that I've gotten a taste. I pass him a coy look. Oh, I have a pretty good idea just how hard it's been. I palm his erection, which only causes the fire in his gaze to burn brighter. Before I can protest, he lifts me up, forcing my legs around his waist. His mouth slams against mine, his kiss voracious, hungry, desperate as he carries me toward my makeshift bedroom. When he reaches the doorway, he pauses, looking around. Where the hell's the door? I told you, this is just a den. He glances at me, then out to the open living room before back at me again. Oh, fuck it, he growls, practically tossing me onto my clothes-covered bed. Julian, I squeal, laughing at the playful deviousness in his expression. He hurriedly shrugs off his suit jacket while I rip my t-shirt over my head, both of us frantic to scramble out of our clothes. Finally, once his boxer briefs land on the top of our discarded things, he retrieves a condom from his wallet and climbs onto the bed, crawling up my body. Impassioned lips find mine and I melt into him. He tastes as I remember, citrus, spice, and Julian. Guinevere, he pants. Yes, I exhale. I'm buying you a fucking apartment with a door. and a better bed than this pull-out sofa. I laugh, the sound echoing through the room. And why would you want to waste your money on that when I can just crash at your place? I bat my lashes, passing him a demure look. So I can show up at your place anytime I want. Leaning back, he rips the packet open with his teeth, then rolls on the condom. When he teases me with his length, I grab the back of his neck, every inch of me alive with anticipation. And why would you want to do that? So I can have you anytime I want. He exhales as he pushes into me, slow and restrained, filling me in a way only he can. Our eyes meet as our bodies connect. But unlike before, it's not just the joining of our bodies. It's the joining of our hearts, our minds, our souls. I thought Trevor made love to me all those years we were together. He never did. But Julian, this moment, this feeling, this is exactly the love I've been searching for my entire life. Maybe 4 isn't such a bad number. After all, Chapter 36. My fingers draw light circles around the grooves of Julian's scars as we lay in his bed, the motion now as innate as breathing. It's a far cry from the morning I woke up in this same bed and had a panic attack about where I was, who he was. Now, this is the only place I want to be. It has been for the past 2 months. As summer made way for fall, our relationship truly blossomed. We've opened up to each other in a way I never did with Trevor. I want Julian to know everything about me, and I want to know everything about Julian. Thankfully, he wants me to know everything, regardless of how sad and horrible. He shares these things because he knows I won't judge him. I'll love him in spite of it. I'll love him because of it. It doesn't matter that he still hasn't uttered those 3 magic words to me. He will when he's ready. In the meantime, I shower him with my own love. How did you meet Mr. Price? I ask in a lazy voice. Spent and sated after our latest round of lovemaking. As much as I enjoy going out with him and being seen on his arm, my favorite place is still in his bed. He's an exciting and enthusiastic lover, one I can admit I'm incredibly addicted to. Mr. Price. He peers down at me from where I rest in his embrace, relaxed from the steady rhythm of his beating heart. Yeah, I continue tracing circles around his scars. At first, it made him self-conscious. Now, I like to think it offers him the comfort he needs, that he deserves. I know what Camille and you have shared, but I get the feeling there's more to it. What, you don't think I'm some criminal mastermind who took advantage of an old guy, like his children do? His words bring a smile to my face. Now that I know the real Julian Gage, thinking of him as a criminal mastermind is absurd. Absolutely not. I shake my head. Plus, I did the math. When you met him, he was in his 60s. Not this elderly, feeble man his kids made him out to be. That's for sure. He had more energy than I did some days. Thankfully, the judge realized his kids were greedy and pissed off. Their father didn't give them the bulk of his wealth. But I also think there's more to the story than you befriending a lonely man over a game of chess. I can't get anything past you. Can I? He comments on a long sigh. No, you can't. His lips curve into a small smile, eyes sparkling as he stares into space. He pulls me closer into him as he sighs, relaxing. If I asked this same question a few months ago, he would have closed up. Now he talks about his past with no hesitation. It hasn't been easy. There have been moments he struggled to share certain things, especially when I asked about the aftermath of his mother's death and he told me about the 6 months he spent in a juvenile detention facility before the judge ruled he acted in self-defense. Regardless, he's slowly learning how to open himself to me. No one really knew how to handle me in any of my foster homes. I never got the help I should have when I was first placed in the system. I went to therapy, but it didn't work, at least not for me. I kept blaming myself for what happened. When I got to be too much for my first family, they sent me on to the next home. The cycle repeated for years, so much so that I thought this was my penance for taking another man's life. Julian. I tighten my arm around him, kissing his chest. You don't honestly believe that, do you? I did at the time. And I'll admit there are times I still do. I had no direction in life. When I first arrived at a new home, my foster parents would care for a little while. hoping to save some poor kid from becoming another statistic so they could brag to their friends about all the good they were doing. Until they realized how difficult it was. They'd quickly lose interest and wait for child services to come and take me to a new placement so they could try all over again with a new kid. By the time I was 16, I was so used to the cycle. I stopped caring, stopped trying. I'd been through so many foster homes, I'd lost count. It couldn't have been all bad. I'm sure you had friends at school. I was never in the same one long enough to make friends. Child services did everything to keep me in the same district. But it wasn't always possible. I always had to start over again in new schools. After a while, I stopped trying to form friendships with anyone there, since I knew it would only be a matter of time before I was uprooted again. Plus, I hated being teased by everyone about the fact that I didn't have real parents. I acted out, allowed my anger to get the better of me. I was suspended from school a lot, and that's actually what brought Theodore Price into my life. How so? I was living in a foster home with 5 other kids in Fort Lee, just across the Hudson from New York. My foster parents had their hands full, so they never realized when I wasn't there. Hell, when I brought home my notice of suspension, they signed it without even reading it. They were just going through the motions, knowing the clock on me was ticking. I was a few years from being 18 and aging out of the system, with no hope for a future. When my mother died and child services came to take me away, they let me bring a few items with me. I'm not sure how, but my mother's old address book ended up in my things. I think I just wanted something with her handwriting on it, and that was the first thing I could find. Well, as I grew older, I became more and more angry about the shitty hand I'd been dealt. I figured everything would be different if I had a real family, people who actually cared about me. So I looked in my mother's address book and paid her parents a visit at their multi-million-dollar home in the Upper West Side. Did they know who you were? He exhales loudly. Yes, but they turned me away. Said my mother's death was due to all the bad decisions she'd made, that she was dead to them years before her actual death, that I never existed in their eyes. My God, I cover my mouth, struggling to understand how anyone could say that, especially to their own blood. No wonder he has trouble accepting love. I had a lot of problems. Guinevere, a lot. I battled depression, anxiety, along with a slew of other things. After they said that to me, I started to think maybe it would be better if I didn't exist. Tears well in my eyes at the pain I hear. I squeeze him tighter, reveling in his warmth, reminding myself he is alive. I can't imagine a world without Julian in it. I never went back to my foster home that night. I just walked and walked. Hours passed as I tried to think who would care if I weren't alive. I couldn't think of a single person. He trails off, his voice wavering before he clears his throat and continues. As I crossed the George Washington, I came to a stop. I remember standing there, looking at the Hudson swirling below, wondering if I could actually do it, if I could really jump. I kept wondering if it would hurt, if dying would be painful. Regardless, I knew it would be nothing compared to the pain I lived with every day. I was about to hoist myself over the railing when I heard someone say, "The bravest thing I've ever done is continue to live when I wanted to die." It stopped me cold. I looked to my right. Mr. Price stood a few feet from me, and that's exactly where he remained for the next hour, talking to me about everything and nothing. By the time the sun rose, I was no longer interested in jumping, but that wasn't enough for him. He made a phone call and got me in to see his therapist, the man who helped him with his own depression after his youngest son had jumped from that same bridge years before. Oh my God! That's why he was out there. It was the anniversary of his death, so when he saw me in the same place, he felt compelled to save me. And that's exactly what he did. He was the first person to take a genuine interest in me. Everyone else only did because they were getting paid to do so. But not Mr. Price. He had nothing to gain. Yet he still cared. Not only did he get me the help I needed, he encouraged me to focus on school. He told me if I graduated, he'd pay for college. Before then, I never put any effort into my education. By the time college rolled around, I'd no longer be considered a ward of the state and would be on my own. Why bother studying when I couldn't afford college? But Mr. Price did something no one else had. He made me see I had potential outside my life circumstances. You went to SUNY, right? Not the typical Ivy League school you hear most successful men attend, but that was an accomplishment for me in and of itself. Once Mr. Price offered to fund my college education, I buckled down and raised my grades. Having a great therapist helped. After I turned 18, Mr. Price helped me find an affordable apartment near campus. He even offered me an entry-level job at his company to earn money. He wanted me to learn how to take care of myself, how to budget and pay bills. With him, everything was a lesson. Yes, he had more money than I could even wrap my head around. So he wouldn't miss a measly $800 a month that was the rent on my studio apartment. It wasn't about the money. It was about teaching me to live on what I made. My parents did the same. When I got my license, they made me get a job so I could pay for car insurance. I had to give them $20 every week. They wanted me to understand that everything has a cost, that we have to work for things we want. And that's what Mr. Price taught me. The life lessons he shared with me were more valuable than anything I learned in school. So you remained close, even in college? We did. Every Sunday. He invited me to his place in Manhattan. He looks around. Here, actually, he adds with a smile. His brows scrunch in contemplation. It's funny, isn't it? When he first passed and I inherited everything from him, I still called this his place. I thought I always would. I'm sure he'd want you to think of it as your place, don't you? He pulls his lips between his teeth, I suppose. So, Sundays, right? Every Sunday, I came over here and Camille would cook us dinner. I often found myself hating to leave. He shared his story with me, how his success was due to simply being in the right place at the right time. He told me about his wife and children. His wife died from breast cancer 10 years earlier, just a few months after he lost his son to depression. She was the glue that held the family together. Once she passed, his kids drifted away, leaving him mostly alone, except when they needed money. That's so sad. I guess you could say we both needed each other. He sounds like a really good man. I owe him everything. He shifts to his side, his hands cupping my cheeks as he stares intently at me. Just like I now owe you everything. I swallow hard. Me? He slowly nods as he brings his lips to mine. Yes, Guinevere. Mr. Price showed me I was deserving of love, but he never did what you did. He couldn't. And what's that? I feel his lips turn into a smile. You taught me how to love. If you never did what you did, if you never had the balls to call me out on my shit, I doubt I'd be here, that we'd be here. He covers my mouth with his as he pushes me onto my back. And I really like being here with you. His deep kiss leaves me breathless, a panting bundle of hormones. When he moves to the crook of my neck, I moan, closing my eyes, relishing in the roughness of his day-old scruff against my skin. I bring my hands up to his back, digging my fingers into the flesh, my nerve endings firing as he travels down my body. Are you only using me for sex? I breathe. Never, he croons. Although I really like having sex. But it's not just sex with you. His lips circle around my nipple, his tongue torturous as he tastes me. It never was. It never will be. I throw my head back, my hand moving to his scalp. My fingers dig into his hair, guiding him as he worships me in a way only he can. Never. Never. He flicks his eyes to mine. I grin deviously as I place my hands on his broad shoulders and push him down my body. Can I help you with something, Miss Fitzgerald? His voice is playful and coy. As much as I love learning about his past, I love this side of him more. The flirtatious man I found him to be during our time together. You know there is. Spreading my legs, I prop my feet on the bed. And what would that be? He blows out a long breath as he settles between my thighs, the warmth driving me wild. Your mouth on me. Anything for you, baby doll. I brace for his tongue to work the magic it always does when a loud ringing cuts through the room. Julian stiffens, his eyes widening as he remains motionless for several seconds. This isn't the first time a phone's rung when we were about to go at it, but this ring, it's not coming from either of our phones. It's coming from down the hall. Ignore it, I whisper, running my hands through his hair. That's normally all the encouragement it would take. Not this time. He pulls his bottom lip between his teeth, visibly torn about what to do. Then he sighs. I have to get that rolling off me. He grabs his discarded boxer briefs from the floor and yanks them on as he darts out of the room, my mouth agape. I sit up, staring at the door in disbelief. What could be so important that he left me when he's rarely answered a phone call in my presence, and certainly never during sex? He's been adamant in his insistence that when we're together, he wants to devote all his attention to me. What changed? And what phone was that? His cell is sitting on the nightstand. My curiosity getting the better of me. I throw my legs over the side of the bed and grab my robe, pulling it over my body. I carefully tiptoe down the hallway, stopping shy of the open door to his study. Slow down. Slow down. Tell me what happened. His tone is calm and compassionate as he pauses. I can faintly make out the voice on the other end, a female voice. Where are you right now? Shh, shh. It's okay. It'll all be okay. You're stronger than this. Don't let him get into your head. My heart's caught in my throat as I listen to his conversation. A sickness forms in my stomach at the idea that he hasn't been faithful. But my rational side screams for me to slow down and look at the situation realistically. We've spent practically every night together the past few months. If Julian were sleeping with someone else, I would have known about it. I would have at least smelled the perfume on him. Since he confided in me about his past, the only perfume I've smelled on him is my own. But the secret cell phone doesn't ease my worries any. Lost in my own thoughts, I almost don't hear him end the call. When the sound of footsteps meets my ears, I hurry back toward the bedroom on light feet, tossing my robe to the floor and jumping back into bed. When he appears in the doorway, I smile, but it doesn't reach my eyes. Everything okay? He parts his lips as he steps toward me, hesitant, then his shoulders drop. Actually, he worries his bottom lip and my heart deflates. I have to go. Go. I prop myself onto my elbows, doing my best not to act dejected, but it's impossible, especially with the knowledge that he was speaking to a woman. Work thing. It's an emergency. He heads to the closet and retrieves a pair of jeans and a sweater, pulling them over his body. You know I'd never put work ahead of you. You're more important than that. But this is a matter of life or death. His voice trails off as he swallows hard. So to speak. I don't know how late I'll be, but stay. You don't need to leave just because I'm not here. Returning to the bed, he leans down, kissing my forehead, then steps back. In the silence, we hold each other's gaze. Something in my expression must tell him I'm not convinced this is a work thing. Regret creases his brow. I'm sorry, Guinevere, he says in a soft voice. He looks as if he's about to say something else. Then he shakes his head, turning from me and hurrying out of the room. Chapter 37. I can't shake my melancholy mood as I shuffle from the elevator toward my cubicle. The atmosphere at the magazine office usually fills me with energy, especially this time of year when Christmas lights and decorations seem to hang from every available surface. But nothing lifts my spirits. As I lay in Julian's bed last night, I tossed and turned, unable to shut off my mind. The smell of him on the sheets was anything but comforting as I came up with 1,000 scenarios about where he was and what he was doing. They all seemed so outrageous, so out of character for him, except for the truth that he abandoned me to go see another woman. I try not to dwell on that as I stare at my laptop screen, needing to focus on my work, but it's impossible. I'm so consumed with what's really going on. I almost don't register Viv's voice saying my name. I glance up from my computer, doing my best to force a smile as she leans against the wall to my cubicle. Good morning, Viv. I was hoping it would be, unfortunately. I just read the rough draft of the escort piece you sent over. I swallow hard, my stomach rolling. To Viv, it was a rough draft. For me, It was the result of hours of writing, rewriting, revising, and editing. I wanted Viv to be so impressed by the initial draft that her suggestions were merely stylistic, based on the displeasure on her face. That's not the case, and my voice is shaky, hesitant. I brace for her to rip it apart, as she's been known to do. It's good, but good doesn't sell magazines. Evie, the picture of this Auguste Laurent character you've drawn is compelling, and the idea of a male escort empowering women is one that will intrigue readers. Many women will empathize with what his clients have experienced. He's helped all kinds of women, from the single woman left in a circle of friends to women whose spouses never appreciated them. You've painted him in a light that will make readers think twice about judging him as merely a male escort taking advantage of women. Hell, I've thought twice about judging him as a male escort who takes advantage of women. Thank you, my voice lifts, waiting for the punchline. But it's one-dimensional. I want more Auguste Laurent. The whole article's about Auguste Laurent. She smiles a thin-lipped smile. No, it's about the women who've hired him. And through each of them, you learn something about him. I learn about the man he is when he's with each woman. That's not who he really is. I want the real Auguste Laurent. I want to know what makes him do what he does, what makes him want to sacrifice friends, family, love. The article talks about that. I protest. Although she's right, there's no big insight into who Auguste Laurent truly is, which is why I pressed to talk to some of his clients. There's still a piece missing. The why is missing. Something must drive him to choose this path, to help the women he does. There's a story there. I want to know what that is. And so do your readers. She holds my gaze for a moment longer, then turns, walking away. I open my mouth to argue, but it won't do any good. After all, this is her magazine. If I want this promotion, I need to give her the story she wants, and then some. Mentally exhausted, I return my attention to my laptop, opening the file I'd amassed on Auguste Laurent and the handful of women who agreed to let me interview them, my notepad in hand. I scour through everything once more, searching for something I may have overlooked or deemed unimportant. The more I review my email exchanges and phone conversations with Auguste, the more it hits me. He seemed to evade all my questions about his younger years, often shifting the focus back on me. It almost reminds me of how Julian used to do the same thing until I convinced him to open up. As I consider what I can do to persuade Auguste to share what caused him to get into this line of work, Chloe flies into my cubicle, her eyes wide, expression grave. Did you hear? Hear what I peer at her, brows furrowed. This level of excitement could mean Diego in accounting finally asked out Rachel in design. Or it could be actual news. Sonia Moreno was murdered. She was a friend of Julian's, wasn't she? I thought I saw a photograph of them together at some fundraiser earlier in the year. Blinking repeatedly, my heart drops to the pit of my stomach as a chill rushes over me. Yes, I answer in a small voice. But her connection to Julian isn't what has me out of sorts. It's the fact that she's a client of Auguste Laurent's, and not just any client. A woman who claimed he saved her from an abusive marriage. During a few follow-up interviews, she mentioned she was getting her affairs in order before going public with her abuse and officially filing for divorce. I wonder if she finally did it. How was she killed? My voice trembles, tears forming in my eyes. She seemed so confident, so happy, like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders at the thought of starting over. Even if she never worked another day in Hollywood again. Details are still sketchy, but a few of my sources say she had stab wounds covering her chest and abdomen. Police are operating under the theory it was a burglary gone wrong. She'd just returned from being on location for the past month, so authorities think her place had been scouted for a break-in. She must have surprised them by being home. I shake my head, my heart squeezing under the weight of everything I know. It could have been a robbery, but my gut tells me it's not. Not after everything Sonia shared with me. Jumping to my feet, I grab my coat and my bag, needing to do something, anything. I can't remain silent about this. Where are you going? Chloe calls after me. I whirl around, meeting her questioning stare. She probably came into my cubicle to share the juicy gossip before it hit the airwaves. Never could she have predicted my response. or the fact I may hold the missing link to what happened. I refuse to believe Sonia went through everything she did, survived everything she had, just for some thugs to kill her. It's too much of a coincidence. I have to go. It's all I can tell her, at least for now. I spin on my heels, about to race to the elevator when Viv approaches, her own expression frantic. She doesn't even have to utter a word. I know she's here because of the news about Sonia. Viv is the only other person who's aware of the identity of the women I interviewed, including everything they've been through. It's okay. Her voice is a low whisper. She squeezes my biceps, giving me a reassuring smile. Go. Be her voice. I nod, then hurry from the office, doing everything to keep my emotions under control. I barely knew the woman, but in the brief time we spent together, I felt a connection to her. I can only imagine how August feels. If he even knows. I stop in my tracks, imagining him watching the story break on the news. I can't stomach that. No one deserves to learn about the death of a loved one that way. So I reach out to him the only way I can. To August Laurent, from Evie Fitzgerald, subject Sonia Moreno. Dear August, please call me as soon as you receive this message. It's about Sonia. News just came over the wire. I'd rather tell you over the phone instead of through email. I stare at my phone the entire ride toward Police Plaza, waiting for him to call. He never does. By the time the cab drops me off a block from police headquarters, news of Sonia's death must have already spread. Reporters are camped out front, setting up cameras and preparing to go live to break the news, all for better ratings. As I hurry up the stairs and into the lobby, the place is a madhouse. Everyone passing appears as if they know exactly where they're going. I'm lost and out of my element, unsure if I'm even in the right place or if they'll take me seriously. Can I help you? A woman asks in a thick New York accent as I look around. I turn, my stare falling on a young brunette sitting behind a pane of what I imagine is bulletproof glass. My heart breaks a little at how far our society's fallen that you can't even feel safe in a police station anymore. Straightening my spine, I step toward her. My name's Guinevere Fitzgerald. I work for Blush magazine. Rolling her eyes in annoyance, she points to the front doors. Reporters have to stay outside and wait for the press conference. No, I interject. I'm not here to get information. I'm here to give information. I just recently interviewed Sonia Moreno. I may have evidence to help in finding her killer. The detectives already have someone in custody who was seen in the vicinity of her house. Have you questioned her husband? I press. Her husband. She arches a brow, the director. Yes. I retrieve my cell phone from my purse, unlocking the screen and scrolling through the audio files until I find the one I need. She spoke of him, how she was getting ready to file for divorce, but was worried about what he might do. I hit play. Sonia's voice fills the room. Her subtle Spanish accent leaves no question that it's her. Turn that off, the desk sergeant orders, glancing at people lingering close by. She gets up from her seat and walks away. A few seconds later, the secure door opens and she holds it for me. Are you coming or not? She presses when I don't move. Right. Of course. I walk toward her and follow the sergeant down several long corridors. I stay as close to her as possible, worried I'll get lost or trampled by people rushing around if I stray. I barely breathe until we step into the elevator and the doors shut, allowing me a reprieve from the chaos. I love the busy atmosphere at the magazine, but it's never like this. When the elevator stops, we exit onto the 12th floor. The words homicide unit in bold letters hanging on the wall in front of us. This way. We continue down several hallways, the sound of two-way radios and loud voices filling the maze-like space. Approaching a door labeled conference, she points to a line of chairs against the wall. Wait there. Detective Mulroney will be with you shortly. Thanks, I say, but she's already disappeared. Taking a seat. I smile as a man in a dark suit with a buzz cut, a detective shield hanging from his neck, rushes past, carrying a bunch of papers. I pull my planner out of my bag, scratching down notes in one of the free pages. There's no doubt in my mind Ethan is involved, not with the threats he'd made. What I have to say may not be useful, but I must try. I'll never be able to live with myself if I don't, and he continues to walk free. Julian would want me to do the same. He stood up to an injustice and protected his mother. I need to protect Sonia's legacy. When the door to the conference room opens, I snap my head up, looking in its direction, my hands growing clammy. I'm innocent of committing a crime, but I'm just as nervous as I would be if that weren't the case. Thank you for coming in and sharing this with us. Mr. What do I even call you now that I know who Auguste Laurent is? My pulse skyrockets when I hear that name. Call me whatever you'd like. A familiar voice interjects, but it's lacking the normal vitality I'm used to hearing during our conversations. It's somber, solemn. Not to mention the subtle French accent seems to have disappeared as well. The door widens and two men step out. I freeze, unsure how to act, whether Auguste would want me to acknowledge him. He knows what I look like, but I have no idea what he looks like. Every single woman I've interviewed has remained incredibly tight-lipped about his appearance, about his true identity. But as the detective moves to the side and I meet the eyes of the man I've spent months obsessing over, my heart plummets. The room spins, my grip on my planner loosening. It falls to the floor, pages spreading in every direction as the world seems to give out from beneath me. Chapter 38, Julian. I say through the thickness in my throat, fighting to capture a breath as I stand. Chills rush through me, my limbs trembling as flashes of the past several months play before me. What I thought was a coincidence when I ran into him at the steam room, Auguste calling me because a little birdie told him I was looking for him. His sudden change of heart after he'd adamantly refused my request to interview a few of his clients. His agreeable attitude wasn't because of any skill set I possessed. It was all because he wanted to sleep with me, Julian. I squeak again when he only stares at me, his jaw slack. My expression pleads with him to finally say something. But he doesn't. He simply bows his head, shaking it, silently confirming the awful truth. My eyes burn with the betrayal filling me, and I spin from him, running down the hall, searching desperately for the elevator. Guinevere, wait, he calls out. But I continue, wheezing as my sobs remain trapped in my throat. With each step I take, the more it makes sense. I often mentally remarked about the parallels between the two men, but I never considered Julien was Auguste Laurent. He would have told me, wouldn't he? A voice in the back of my head reminds me he wouldn't if he were trying to hide the truth. And there's only one reason he would do that. Because on the nights he wasn't with me, he was keeping another woman company. The thought turns my stomach. I somehow find the bank of elevators and send a prayer of thanks to the big man upstairs when there's already one waiting. Once inside, I repeatedly hit the button for the lobby. Julian's voice grows closer, calling my name, begging me to stop. I bang the button faster, willing the doors to close. They finally do, just as he reaches the elevator. The echo of his fists slamming against the doors filling the car. I release a relieved breath and slink against the wall, needing the support to keep me upright. When the elevator arrives on the main floor, I dash from it, keeping my head lowered, refusing to look over my shoulder in case Julian, or Auguste, or whoever he is manages to catch up. I barrel past the front desk, ignoring the desk sergeant's questions about how it all went, and continue through the large glass doors. The instant I step outside, a coldness hits me like a wall. And not just from the frigid temperatures on this December morning. There's a strange feeling in the air. The sky is a foreboding shade of gray, one I've grown accustomed to over the years. I inhale a breath, tasting the impending snow in my mouth. Based on the weather report I caught earlier, that's exactly what's supposed to happen over the next few hours. The first snowfall of the season. Normally, I'd play hooky from work and enjoy the beauty of snow falling around New York City. But my mood's been drastically altered. Tugging my jacket closer, I do my best not to slip on the slick brick as I hurry past the growing number of reporters, evading their shouts asking if I know anything about Sonia Moreno. I ignore everything, until he bellows my name, his voice carrying across the plaza, echoing against the tall skyscrapers. Guinevere. I glance behind me, watching as Julian frantically runs toward me, panic and desperation covering him. His stare is distressed, neck stiff, jaw tense. Leave me alone. With quick steps, I continue toward the corner, raising my hand to hail a cab. When one pulls up to the curb, I open the door to get in, but come to an abrupt stop when an arm blocks me. Guinevere, please, just hear me out. I keep my eyes forward for a moment, my vision obscured with tears. This truth is worse than Trevor walking away after 12 years. He may have had his faults, but he never lied to me, never misled me, never used me. Hear you out, I squeak, biting down at my bottom lip, hoping to transfer the pain from my heart to another part of my body. Why? So you can make up an excuse about why you lied to me. I've heard them all before. I don't need to listen to you go on about how you wanted to tell me the truth, but didn't know how. That's a bunch of bullshit. You just wanted a guaranteed piece of ass every goddamn night. A shiver rolls through me, acid burning my stomach. Nothing more. I go to duck under his arm and into the cab, pausing when I hear his voice again. I haven't taken on a client since the beginning of June. I have no reason to believe him. But something in his tone makes me second-guess myself. I still, one foot in the cab, one foot on the ground. So what if he hasn't taken on a client since June? Does that change anything? Lady, are you in or out? The cabbie asks in a thick Middle Eastern accent, glancing at me. I look at him, then back at Julian. Torn. Don't run from me, Guinevere. Not without knowing the truth. Please. I close my eyes, squeezing them tightly. Once again, I'm entangled in a battle between my brain and heart. My heart screams at me to stay, but my brain tells me to walk away and never look back. Please, he says once more, this time softer. No matter where you run, you just end up running into yourself. The instant Julian utters that quote from Breakfast at Tiffany's, I exhale a protracted breath, shaking my head. I hate that he's using that movie against me. It's unfair, but it still makes me stop and think rationally for a moment. And a moment is all it takes for me to realize I'll never move on unless I have answers. Blowing out an exasperated sigh, I step away from the cab and close the door. But don't turn around. If I peer into Julian's eyes, I fear I'll crack. You wanted to explain. Here's your chance. Explain. Please, look at me. Explain, I repeat, this time harder. At first, it's silent. Then he exhales deeply. I picture him running his hands through his hair in resignation. I never intended things to get this messed up. No, what was your intent then, Julian? Or is it August? Spinning around? I throw my hands up in frustration, paying no attention to the snow beginning to fall around us. I don't even know your real name. Julian Gage is my real name. I was born August 10th, 1980 in Jersey City. I never lied to you about that. But you failed to mention you also go by Auguste Laurent, the man I was doing a story on. With each word, my voice gets more and more agitated. You called me repeatedly, pretending to be this other person, when all along it was you. Hell. You even used a fake French accent so I would be none the wiser. You had so many opportunities to come clean, yet you deliberately kept the truth from me. Why? Why would you do something like this? I never meant to hurt you, Guinevere. Bullshit. Julian, you did mean to hurt me. The second you made a conscious decision to lie to me, to deceive me, you intended to hurt me. You know what they say about secrets, don't you? He remains silent. Two can only keep a secret if one of them is dead. At some point, the truth was bound to come out. Or were you going to wait until we were married to tell me you had to leave on occasion to go screw some other woman? He grabs my biceps, his eyes imploring. I know I fucked up. I knew it the second I walked into the guest room of my beach house and saw you wearing that stunning two-piece. That entire weekend, there were so many times I considered telling you the truth. Because I had started falling for you. Even in those early days, for the first time in my life. I wanted somebody to know every part of me. The good, the bad, the ugly. You know my ugly. The reason I am Auguste Laurent is because of that ugly. Tell me this, Julian. My voice wavers as my next question remains on the tip of my tongue, my throat closing up at what his response will most likely be. When you approached me with your proposition, Did you only do so because you knew I was on the hunt for Auguste Laurent? He briefly closes his eyes, hanging his head as he drops his hold on me. I wasn't planning on calling you as Auguste Laurent that Monday after our first dinner. I was just going to let it go. But I found myself forming feelings for you, and I liked the idea that I could help you get promoted. So I picked up the phone and did the one thing I swore I'd never do. I called a journalist who was hoping to do a story about me. Did you not even stop to think about what this would do to my career? I shriek, pacing in front of him. All along, I honestly thought I did something right to get the elusive Auguste Laurent to agree to an interview when he's refused everyone else for years. I thought that maybe, just maybe, I could prove everyone wrong and show them I am good at what I do. But all along, the only reason Auguste Laurent agreed was because Julian Gage wanted to get into my pants. That's not true. That's not the only reason. He advances toward me, but I step away. Oh, really, if I weren't the one sitting at that coffee shop trying to get a lead on Auguste Laurent, if it were someone else, would you have reached out to them? I lean into him, my nostrils flaring and fists clenched as I wait for his answer. If I hadn't shared my frustrations over the direction of the story, would you have granted me access to some of your clients? He averts his eyes. His silence is the only confirmation I need. I push past him once more and hail a cab, keeping my back turned. I can't stomach the sight of him, of the visible reminder I'm not enough, that I never would have gotten this far with this story, with this promotion, if he hadn't made it so. When a cab pulls up, I go to pull the passenger door open. I love you, Guinevere. I stop in my tracks, choking out a sob at his admission. I've waited months for him to finally say those 3 beautiful words. I pictured him sweeping me into his arms, showering me with kisses as he declared his love for the first time. Instead, it tastes of desperation. One final act to make me stay. That's the truth. That hasn't changed. You taught me that. That has to count for something. Maybe. But you know what you taught me. I look over my shoulder at him, but he doesn't answer. That being spontaneous comes at a cost, one I'm no longer willing to pay. I hold his gaze for a moment, watching as the snow falls around him. I'm ready to give it all up for you, all of it. His voice is strained and wrought with emotion. I bite my bottom lip to stop my chin from quivering. I wish I could believe you. I just don't know what's real and what's not. Goodbye, whoever you are. Chapter 39. Are you certain this is the direction you want to take? Viv looks at me from over her horn-rimmed glasses. I rub my clammy hands along my pants, glancing out the window of her office. The city is dark, despite it only being 3 in the afternoon. A downpour soaks Manhattan, the weather matching my mood. Like I said, I've given this serious consideration over the past few weeks. I didn't get the story because of my talent or tenacity. I got it because... I trail off as I attempt to compose myself. The last thing I need is for Viv to see how the truth of who Julian is has affected me, because I had a personal relationship with my subject, although it was unbeknownst to me at the time. That still doesn't change anything. I straighten my spine, rebuilding the wall around my heart. I would have never gotten remotely close to landing that story had he not had a personal interest in me. You should choose your new assistant editor based on their talent, not luck, or the fact that the subject hoped to get something out of our agreement. Telling Viv I no longer want to be considered for assistant editor has been one of the most difficult things I've ever done, but it's necessary. I could never accept a promotion I didn't earn. When she doesn't respond, I stand, heading toward the door. Do you honestly believe that... I turn around. What do you mean? She removes her glasses, chewing on the end of the frames. That you didn't get the interview with Mr. Laurent based on talent. Of course I do. Viv, I dated him without realizing it. He admitted I understand that, but do you really think people agree to be the subject of a story based on the goodness of their heart? I step away from the door, sucking in my lower lip. What are you saying? She stands from behind her desk and walks toward me, her mouth formed in a tight line. I've been in this industry for more years than I care to admit. It's one of the toughest jobs out there, especially for a woman. No matter what you do, how much you try to present yourself as serious, There are times when you'll only get the interview if you turn on the charm, if you make them think there's a chance of something more. I didn't just make him think there was a chance of something more. I gave him something more. And then some. No, you gave that to Julian, not August. I still didn't get the story based on my talent alone. Regardless of whether the man I slept with was Julian or August, I didn't plan for it to happen this way. Evie. She runs her hands down my arms. Life sometimes doesn't go as planned. It's how we handle the unexpected that determines our strength. Do you go on to fight another day? Or do you give up because it's too hard? I'm not giving up, I mumble. No, she spreads her arms. Then what do you call this? So you were lied to. It doesn't lessen your ability to do your job and do it well, but I'd know the truth. I point to myself, my jaw tensing. If I continued on and, by some miracle, you gave me the promotion. Every time I walked into that office and saw my name on the nameplate, assistant editor below it, I'd question whether I earned it. I need to know I earned it. I stopped short. I can't tell her the other reason. That every time I walked into that office, I'd be reminded of Julian. Ever since I learned the truth over 2 weeks ago, I vowed to erase him from every aspect of my life. That includes my work life, too. I've always known you were stubborn, she says when I don't finish my thought. I just didn't realize you were stupid, too. She spins and grabs a large envelope off her desk, shoving it at me. What's this? An early proof of the February issue. It's not final yet, but it has the feature story and the layout you designed. Figured you'd want to see the fruits of all your hard work. Oh, she crosses her arms. Yeah, oh. After several long moments pass and she doesn't say anything further, I take it as my cue to leave. You're damn good at what you do. Evie, she offers as I reach the doorway. You should be proud of everything you've accomplished, regardless of how you did so. I glance over my shoulder and smile, wishing I could be as proud of myself as it appears Viv is. I walk out of her office, returning to my cubicle, and the only thing that makes me feel grounded in a world that seems to have fallen to pieces around me. I pull my new planner out of my desk drawer and make new plans. Better plans. Happier plans. But it still doesn't heal the gaping hole in my heart. I wonder if anything will. Coming to Nora's to help her decide on centerpieces. When I hear Chloe's voice, I pull my attention away from my planner, which is now covered with decorative stickers and color-coded based on my itinerary for the day. I've even started making daily, weekly, and monthly goals for the next 3 months. It makes me feel like I'm slowly regaining control of my life, like I will move on from this little hiccup. The hotel. She focuses on my desk, then snatches the planner off the surface. What in the holy hell is this? You know what it is. I tear it away from her, hugging it to my chest like a baby would a security blanket. It's my planner. A new planner. For new plans. Oh, I know that. But what is it doing out here? Nothing. I hold my head high. I just like being organized. I dropped the ball the past few months and am now suffering the consequences. Life is better when it's planned. No surprises. So that's what I'm doing. Making a new plan for the new year. Does this new plan include finally growing a pair and talking to Julian? I'm not sure how many more bouquets of roses we can fit into the apartment before the city zoning committee tries to evict us for running a floral shop out of a residence. Or are you planning on ignoring him forever? I'm not ignoring him. I answer calmly. I just have absolutely nothing to say to him. Eventually, he'll move on. He'll go back to being Auguste Laurent, screwing whatever rich socialite calls him that month, and forget I even exist. She considers my words for a moment, then sits on the spare chair. But will you? Will I what? Move on. Forget about him. Yes, I have a plan. She rolls her eyes. Of course you do. And what does that entail? Flipping my new and improved planner open to the correct page, I push it toward her, keeping a protective stare on her the entire time to ensure she doesn't do something crazy. What is this? New requirements for a potential partner. You're joking, right? No. Goals are important. Of course. I set the bar a little lower than I did when I first did this in high school. I'm 30. Most women are 27 when they marry, and the men are 29, so I can't be as selective as I was 12 years ago. Ideally attractive, a decent job. I can read, she shoots back. It's all here on your list, and not a secret escort. Well, she closes my planner and pushes it toward me. I don't think you have to worry about that. I wouldn't be so sure. I didn't take that into consideration last time, and look where it got me. K.Leigh glares, her lips pinched together as she leans toward me. Did you ever stop to put yourself in his shoes? Try to figure out why he did what he did. I open my mouth, shaking my head. What are you, Julian? She slams her hands on the desk, her eyes fierce. Have you considered what he's gone through during this pity party you've thrown for yourself these past few weeks? I know why he did it, so he could have his cake and eat it too. I look away from her heated stare, crossing my arms over my chest. You know that's not the case. You said yourself he claimed to have stopped taking clients the beginning of June. When you met, the first time, before you ever agreed to be his fake girlfriend. Who knows how true that is, I mutter under my breath. She brushes off my comment. If he told you who he was back then, would you have given him a shot? No. I chew on my fingernails when I notice a word spelled wrong on my itinerary for January 2nd. My hands itch to reach out and grab my planner to fix it, but I have a feeling K.Leigh would toss it into the incinerator if I did that. Then maybe that's why he did what he did. Because he knew lying to you was the only chance he had to get to know you. Trust me. As much as I was initially skeptical of the whole arrangement, that man has always had eyes for only you. I saw it that first weekend when the photos of Julian Gage's mystery woman started appearing online. The way he looked at you. Well, it's a way all women yearn to be admired, revered, worshipped. There's no question in my mind he worships the ground you walk on. That he would do anything for you. A smile lights up her face. I've never seen you as happy as I have when you were with Julian. Trevor certainly never made you that happy. At least Trevor never lied to me. He didn't have a secret escort business he never told me about. Remember this. I open one of my desk drawers, shifting through the contents until I find the list I'd scratched out after Julian called to take me to dinner all those months ago. On one side are Trevor's pros and cons. On the other are Julian's. I haven't updated this list since that day. I could probably add many more cons to Trevor's side and dozens of pros in Julian's, but there's one con that outweighs everything else. The con he played on me. I shoved the list at K.Leigh. Trevor's a much better choice than some man I'm not sure I ever knew. On paper, maybe. But I recently read this dating advice column where the author said that love is fickle and makes no sense. That just because someone has all the traits you deem important, it doesn't mean you love them. That only the heart decides that. Sound familiar? I lower my eyes, pulling my lips between my teeth. Maybe. So tell me. K.Leigh places her hand on my arm. I lift my head. What does your heart say about Julian? That none of it was real. I answer in a quiet voice, my throat pained. I think it was as real for him as it was for you. I shake my head, refusing to believe it. This entire thing taught me that life is better when you stick to your plan. Trevor was my plan. I should never have let a pair of beautiful blue eyes and a smooth-talking mouth stray me from that. Not only do I have to live with the knowledge I messed up, but I also destroyed any chance I had at making Trevor realize he made a mistake. K.Leigh glares at me before sighing and standing. He came to see me. Who, Trevor? No, Julian. She pulls on her jacket, securing it with a belt. When you refused to talk to him, he reached out to me. You know what he told me? I remained silent. That even if you never speak to him again, he doesn't regret what he did. Not when you gave him the greatest gift imaginable. Guaranteed sex, I quip back sarcastically, but it's missing my usual bite. No, he said you taught him how to love. She pauses, allowing her words to linger. But I think he gave you an even greater gift. And what's that, I ask hesitantly. He taught you how to live. If he had to lie to get you to stray from this picture-perfect life you imagined for yourself, from constantly making lists of pros and cons of every decision, from micromanaging everything, I'm grateful he did so. And I think if you looked hard enough, you'll realize you feel the same way. Chapter 40. I lounge on the couch in K.Leigh's living room, glaring at the envelope Viv gave me earlier while It's a Wonderful Life plays on the television in the background. In retrospect, it probably wasn't the best movie choice, considering I'm currently going through my own internal crisis. I wish I had a guardian angel who could come down and show me what my life would look like had I never met Julian Gage. Would it help matters any? Always a glutton for punishment. I grab the envelope off the coffee table and lift the flap. I'm most likely going to regret looking at this. Then again, I did just wish for a guardian angel. Maybe that's Viv. Unexpected and impractical. But so was Buster Poindexter as the ghost of Christmas past in Scrooged. My stomach tenses as I pull out the magazine and flip it over. When I stare into a pair of familiar blue eyes, my throat tightens. I haven't seen Julian since Sonia's funeral, and even then, I kept my distance, disappearing before the end of the service so he couldn't approach me. At one point, whenever I peered into these eyes, I saw a man willing to take a risk and love me. Now all I see are his lies. As Jimmy Stewart begs Clarence to take him back to the life he'd wanted to end. I thumbed to the page Viv marked with a sticky note, landing on the featured article, Auguste Laurent Unrobed. The initial 2-page spread is a combination of photos of him, along with the text of the article I'd poured everything into the past several months. I peel the note off and read it. I made a few adjustments to the final draft you submitted. Mr. Laurent requested additional information be included to give the reader greater insight into why he does what he does. This piece will still run, regardless of what decision you make. But I hope I won't have to change the byline. The ball's in your court. Viv. I shift my eyes to the caption beneath the title, running my fingers over the glossy page. By Guinevere Fitzgerald, Assistant Editor. Contributor K.Leigh Davenport, Columnist. It's strange to see my full name in print. I've always gone by Evie Fitzgerald. In a way, it's satisfying. Like I'm turning over a new leaf, starting a new life. No longer writing about the best condoms for maximum pleasure, but about subjects of value. Encouraged by George Bailey shouting about wanting to live again, I turn my attention to the opening paragraph of the story I pitched on a whim, thinking nothing would come of it. I can't help but smile at how wrong I was, in more ways than I care to admit. When I first pitched the idea of getting the inside scoop on the man who, over the past decade, has become one of the country's most sought-after escorts, I selfishly did so because a story about a male escort would appeal to a large percentage of female readers. I envisioned the cover in my mind. A man dressed in a suit, tie draped around his neck, white shirt unbuttoned revealing chiseled abs, head cut off to keep the mystery alive. I suppose that's how I assumed this man's story would be. All eye candy, no substance. Well, dear reader, you're in for quite the ride, just as I was. Auguste Laurent's tale is one you can't truly appreciate until you have the full picture. I confess, I didn't have that until now. I assumed he was a womanizer, a heartbreaker, a philanderer, someone who had no qualms about taking advantage of women for monetary gain. I couldn't have been more wrong. My heart squeezes as I zero in on that one line. When I first wrote it, I believed it with every fiber of my being. Has any of that changed because I know who Auguste Laurent is? Maybe I'm wrong about him again. Bringing my eyes back to the article, I lose myself in the world I spent my summer living. But it's better now. The pieces K.Leigh contributed adding another dimension. Now, instead of being a story that seemed to focus on the women Auguste helped, I'm left with a tale of a boy forced to become a man when most kids his age only cared about the latest video game. A boy who had to say goodbye to the only family he had when the rest of us were at an age we wished our parents would disappear. A boy who refused to get close to anyone because he didn't think he deserved to be loved. But that didn't stop him from giving love when it was needed. Despite his insistence that he didn't know how to love, he did. In giving that love, he helped so many women realize their true worth. Some of them just wanted to feel secure in their decision to focus on their career instead of getting married and having kids. Others needed to feel as if they were worthy of love after being with someone who took them for granted. And others needed him to save them, just as he was saved. Regardless of the fact that it was strictly a business arrangement, he still made them feel beautiful, made them feel worthy, made them feel loved. He did the same thing for me, too. But as Julian, can I learn to look past his faults because of the way I felt when I was with him? The way I still feel when I hear his name? Look into his eyes. Recall the heat of his hands on my skin. I want to. God, I wish I could run into his arms and start over again, like he's begged me to do over the weeks that have passed. But this is a man who's made a living out of giving the women who've hired him the fantasy they need, learning how to read them and tell them what they need to hear. How do I know anything he's told me is real? I'm so consumed with indecision. I barely register the sound of the buzzer, thinking it's the apartment next door. When I hear it again, I shoot my gaze toward the door, holding my breath as I stare. I've ignored that buzzer for weeks now, regardless of Julian's pleas from the front stoop to talk to him. A few hours ago, I was happy to continue to ignore him. Now, I wonder if I can give him the second chance my heart urges he deserves. Placing the magazine on the coffee table, I stand, taking measured steps toward the entryway, my pulse increasing the closer I get. I place my hand on the knob, able to feel the electricity. When I open the door, I expect to stare into pleading blue eyes. Instead, the eyes looking back are hazel. Trevor. I wrap my arms around my stomach, warming myself as I walk out onto the front step, remaining out of the rain. What are you doing here? I hug myself, Julian's Sunni sweatshirt providing me with warmth. He shoves his hands into his pockets, nervously rocking on his heels. I was in the village for a meeting with a client and thought I'd stop by to see how you're doing. How I'm doing? I haven't seen Trevor since my final weekend in the Hamptons at the farewell gala, which he attended on Teresa's arm, and I haven't spoken to him in even longer, both of us happy to ignore each other all summer. Truthfully, it wasn't a conscious effort on my part. Julian's presence consumed me to the point that I ignored everything else, including the ex-boyfriend often standing only a few feet away. No plans with Teresa tonight. We broke up around Thanksgiving. He laughed slightly. Mom and Dad came to visit, like they do every year. And how did that go? Let's just say it made me realize how different Teresa and I are. Sorry to hear that. He lifts his eyes to mine as he shakes his head. No, you're not. I part my lips, about to argue with him, but snap my jaw shut. You're right. I'm not. I deserve that, especially after the way I handled things. Neither one of us says anything for several long seconds, an awkward tension building. I used to feel comfortable around him. This is a man with whom I had no qualms, even sharing all the dirty details of my period, much to his chagrin. Now I don't know how to act. How's Julian? I hold my head high, doing my best to maintain my composure at his question. We're not together anymore. I figured as much. You did? I arch a brow. You were both at Sonia's funeral but didn't acknowledge each other. I wasn't aware you were friendly with her. I could say the same about you. I shoot back, not wanting to discuss the fact that my connection to Sonia is actually through Julian's alter ego, Auguste Laurent. The firm represents her. He pauses, then corrects. Represented her. All I can do is nod, silence falling between us once more. Can I come in? Trevor finally asks, his eyes imploring me as he hunches his shoulders, trying to shield himself from the rain. Just for a minute. I just really want to talk to you. If you don't like what I have to say, I'll leave and never bother you again. Okay. I study him in quiet contemplation. After the way he ended things, I don't owe him anything. But my curiosity gets the better of me. Fine. Turning from him, I enter the apartment, the warmth thawing my cold fingers. After shaking the water off his coat, Trevor leaves it in the entryway, then follows me into the living room. I grab the proof copy of the magazine off the coffee table and shove it back into the envelope, keeping the identity of Julian's alter ego a secret for now. Do you know what today is? Trevor asks. I scrunch my brows together, racking my brain, but nothing comes to mind. A few months ago, I would have been able to remember every anniversary we shared. Now those memories have faded. December 15th. Exactly. He steps toward me, a heat I haven't seen in years crossing his expression. Do you remember what happened on December 15th, 12 years ago? I shrug. I don't know. We were at a football game. But not just any football game. It was a momentous game. And not because of any bowl placement for the Huskers, Something else happened at that game. Do you remember what that was? Closing my eyes, I chew on my bottom lip, the memory of the game he's referring to returning with striking clarity. I can almost hear the roar of the crowd in the stands, smell the hot dogs and beer, feel the frigid wind whip against my face. You told me you loved me, and not just as a friend. When I open my eyes, there's a smile on Trevor's mouth. It reminds me of the carefree, spirited person I met my freshman year, not the Trevor he turned into. He's my Trevor again. And do you remember what happened after that? The game went into double overtime. By the time we won, I was so cold. I joked I had hypothermia, and the only way to make sure I didn't perish was by stripping so we were skin to skin. You sure did. As he continues closing the distance between us, our chests rise and fall in sync. Suddenly, everything about him becomes familiar. Simple, easy, like riding a bike. Despite the passing of time, you don't forget how to hop back on, even after a nasty fall. It may take some time to build up the courage to ride full on again, but you eventually do. I didn't really have hypothermia, I say in a breathy voice. I know, but I would have been an idiot to turn away your offer for some skin-to-skin time. He adjusts his stance, his hand going to the small of my back and bringing my body flush with his. He lowers his mouth toward mine, the warmth of his breath dancing on my lips. I was such an idiot to push you away. Evie, I knew it was a mistake, but refused to admit it. I hated seeing you with another man. It drove me crazy to think someone else was enjoying my laughs, my smiles, my lips. Hypnotized by his heartfelt plea, I succumb to the pull Trevor has on me, all reason leaving me as his lips brush against mine for the first time in over 6 months. I don't care what I have to do to win back your heart. I'll do it. You'll never have to doubt me again. Just please, give me a chance. He doesn't even allow me to respond as he presses his mouth even firmer against mine, kissing me like he did for so many years. When he first broke up with me in June, this was exactly what I wanted. But now, it feels lacking, foreign, wrong. It's missing something only Julian's kisses ever provided me. A feeling of love. I'm no longer thinking of kissing Trevor, but of Julian, recalling the magnitude of his blue eyes in the photos Viv selected for the article. I'd expected to see all shots with his head cut off, recalling the numerous times the man I thought to be Auguste Laurent insisted his anonymity was all he had. Instead, every single photo was of him. August. Trevor kisses me deeper, but his hand roaming my frame lacks the confidence Julian's touch had. I'm transported to the steam room the day I received that first phone call from Auguste Laurent, his voice still strong in my memory. If I ever find someone worth giving this all up for, I'll gladly grant your magazine an exclusive photo shoot and you can plaster my face from here to kingdom come. The realization hits me like a freight train, breathless. I stumble away from Trevor, as if he holds some contagious disease. I stare into his eyes, but all I see are Julian's, the same deep pools of sorrow and pain staring back at me from the pages of the magazine. It's not August in those images. Not to me. It's Julian, bringing my hand to my lips where the ghost of Trevor's lackluster kiss lingers. I step back. The truth has been glaring at me all along, but I was too stubborn to open my eyes. Yes, I was angry at Julian for lying, but what really irritated me was the idea of him sharing himself with all those women. He never did that. They only got to know Auguste Laurent, mysterious, enigmatic, aloof. I got to know Julian Gage, my broken, damaged, tortured Julian, my lascivious, passionate, amorous Julian, my beautiful, caring, kind-hearted Julian. Evie Trevor's concerned voice cuts through. Are you okay? I thought. He's showing his face. He tilts his head to the side and pinches his lips together. What are you talking about? He's showing his face. I repeat, this time louder, my heart pounding. I snap out of my stupor and grab my boots, tugging them over my leggings. He said it himself. My voice grows increasingly excited and frantic with each word I speak, my heart ready to burst. He would only reveal who he was when he found someone who made it worth giving up. He's willing to walk away just to have a chance with me. If that's not love, I don't know what is. I whirl around, heading toward the front door. As I'm about to open it, I pause, facing Trevor once more. His brow furrows in confusion at my sudden change of demeanor. I don't know how to explain it, either. Flinging my arms around him, I plant one last kiss on his cheek. It's fitting, in a way. Trevor is the reason I met Julian in the first place. Now he's the reason I finally opened my eyes to what's been staring at me all along. Thank you, Trevor. I spin from him, dashing out of the apartment. As I run into the rain, I feel a little like Jimmy Stewart in It's a Wonderful Life when he rushed through the streets of Bedford Falls, desperately trying to get home to the people he loved. And that's what I'm doing, too. Trying to get home. Julian is my home. Chapter 41. Adrenaline courses through me as I jump out of the cab in front of Julian's building, the entire drive from Chloe's. I tried to figure out what to say. I'm not sure any words will be adequate, but I suppose apologizing for my behavior, admitting I was wrong, is probably a good start. He claimed he'd give it all up for me, but I refused to listen, insisting I'd never be able to believe another word out of his mouth. So he did one better. He showed me. Now it's time I show him how much he means to me, how sorry I am for all this wasted time. I'm a nervous wreck as I ride up the elevator to his penthouse apartment. I don't know what to expect when he opens the door. I hope he opens the door. I never even stopped to consider he might not be here or, worse, is here but refuses to speak to me. After all, I deserve it. I refuse to speak to him. When the elevator slows to a gradual stop and the doors open, an emptiness settles in my stomach, my mouth growing dry. This is it, my grand gesture. I like to think Julian wouldn't want those photos to be published in an article revealing Auguste Laurent's identity if he'd given up on me. Then again, I could be wrong. It could all be a ploy by Viv to get me to agree to the assistant editor position. I have no way of knowing anything for sure. Not until I see Julian again. And for the first time in weeks, I do want to see him, heading toward his door. I square my shoulders, summoning every ounce of courage I possess to swallow my pride and admit I made a colossal mistake. I was the one who had the balls to admit my feelings to Julian in the first place. Now I have to be the bigger person and admit I was wrong about him, about both Auguste and Julian. I bring my hand up to the door, but before I have a chance to knock, it swings open. I still, momentarily taken by surprise before a familiar smile greets me warmly. Guinevere. Camille sighs, holding out her arms and taking me in them, hugging me. It is so good to see you. She pulls back, not a hint of disapproval in her gaze as I'd expected to see. I'm more than aware of how close she is to Julian. I have no doubt he told her what happened, although I suspect you're not here to see me. I laugh. While I have missed you and your cooking, no, I've come to talk to Julian. He'll be so happy to learn you're here. He's been an absolute bore these past few weeks. She smiles, then her expression falls flat. But he's not home. He isn't. No, he left about an hour ago. He's at a charity auction for the foundation Sonia's sister started in her name. Of course. I chew on my lower lip, contemplating my next move. Now that I've had my big epiphany, I hate having to wait another second. It's just over at the Four Seasons. I glance down at my clothes before lifting my eyes back to hers. I don't think I'm dressed for that kind of event. So that didn't stop Cinderella from going to the ball. She had a fairy godmother, and a bunch of talking mice as friends. I don't exactly have any of that. Camille's eyes dance, her expression turning conniving. I don't think I can help you with talking mice, but I have something better than a fairy godmother. Oh yeah, what's that? Come see for yourself. With a wink, she turns from me and walks back into Julian's home. I hesitate at first, then step inside. The instant I do, his warmth and energy fill me. For the past few months, this place was like a home. I felt more comfortable here than I ever did in the apartment I shared with Trevor. Julian never reminded me he was the main bread earner in our arrangement, as Trevor so often did. The difference is just another reminder of the person Julian is. He never flaunted his money, except to spoil me. Our relationship was never a competition. It was a true partnership. Camille stops outside one of the guest rooms, then pauses before pushing open the door. Curious as to what's going on, I walk inside, my gaze instantly falling on a stunning sapphire blue ball gown hanging outside the closet. The fitted bodice has a sweetheart neckline and off-the-shoulder sleeves. Jewels overlay the satin material down to the waist. Then the dress juts out into a flowing skirt Julian seems to like, considering most of the formal gowns I'd worn all summer were of a similar style. Like I said, she sings as she approaches me from behind. I may not have a magic wand or mice that can sew, but I do have a dress. My mouth agape. I spin around, my mind reeling with various thoughts. The most pressing being why there's a dress waiting for me when I haven't spoken to Julian in several weeks. He had Dana set something aside, she explains, answering the question written on my face. He'd hoped you'd have a change of heart by tonight. I can't fight against the smile pulling on my lips. I want to be angry at him for being so arrogant and assuming, but I can't. It's further proof that I never left his mind, that he wasn't lying when he insisted I was the only woman he thought of since he met me. He's a bit cocky, isn't he? I mutter in a playful tone. He certainly is. I've known Julian Gage over 20 years now. The one thing I've learned is when he sets his eyes on something, he doesn't stop until he has it. And he wants me. I look back at the dress. Yes, sweetheart, he does. He has since the night you met. She places her hands on my shoulders, forcing me to face her. He may have lied to you. Things may not have gone as planned, but I don't think your story could have been written any other way. Do you? She cocks a brow. There's only one answer that seems fitting. No, I don't. Good. She beams. Now, let's get you ready for the ball, Cinderella. This time, there's no turning into a pumpkin at midnight. Chapter 42. I look down at my dress. A hint of the same inadequacy I experienced my first weekend in the Hamptons with Julian washing over me. Curious eyes float in my direction the instant I enter the elaborate ballroom at the Four Seasons. I summon every ounce of courage I possess. Aware most of the people present have learned of our breakup and are probably wondering why I'm here. Men don crisp tuxedos. Women wear stunning gowns, glittering jewels covering their necks and ears. Impressive crystal chandeliers hang overhead, the ambient lighting not too bright as couples dance to a jazz band playing an old Ella Fitzgerald tune. As I continue farther inside, my eyes zero in on the bar. My nerves are at an all-time high, and I need something to help settle the butterflies in my stomach. With each step I take, I feel the whispers of the other guests against my skin. All summer, I never felt as out of place as I do now. I had Julian at my side back then. This is just another reminder of everything he did for me, how he made me feel empowered amongst those who view it their duty to judge others. Once I have a Manhattan in my hand and take a sip, I return my attention to the enormous ballroom, searching for Julian. But it's hard to find him in a sea of what I estimate to be over 500 people. After Sonia's passing, I'd received word of this event to raise funds for the foundation her sister had started in her name with the purpose of providing help and resources to other women in similar situations as Sonia found herself in. Thankfully, the police brought Ethan in for questioning based on the information I, as well as Julian, provided. When the robbery gone wrong angle didn't pan out, they took a closer look at Ethan and ended up arresting him after his alibi fell through. Once I learned that, I felt a bit of vindication for Sonia, knowing Ethan wouldn't get away with what he'd done. But there are times I turn on the TV and listen to newscasters discuss recent developments in her case that I can't help but feel I could have done something to prevent this from happening in the first place. I can only imagine what Julian must be going through, the guilt that must consume him over the fact he tried to help. But it wasn't enough. Just like with his mother, I should have stood by his side and comforted him during this difficult time that must have reopened old wounds. I hope it's not too late to do that. As I search for Julian, or at least a friendly face who could point me in the right direction, a voice comes over the speakers and everyone turns their attention to the stage in the center of the room. Cameras flash, reporters lifting audio recorders to get a few snippets. That's how it usually is at these functions. The media is invited to ensure the event makes headlines, patting egos. But here, it's not about that. It's about sharing Sonia's story and encouraging more people to help those in similar situations. "Hello, friends," the woman says in a slight Spanish accent. Her olive-toned skin and dark hair make it apparent she's Sonia's sister, their appearance nearly identical. "My name is Isabella Moreno. I wanted to take a minute to thank all of you for coming out tonight to support this foundation." She smiles, but it doesn't reach her eyes. Sonia would have wanted to know her death wasn't in vain, that something good could come out of it, that perhaps she could have a hand in preventing the same tragedy from happening to someone else. "It's because of your generosity that can become a reality." There's polite applause from the crowd before she continues. "I had no idea what was going on in her personal life. When the cameras were on, she was all smiles, telling everyone how happy she was in her marriage. We all believed it was the perfect love story. It wasn't until this past year that I learned the truth. It all started when she told me she'd hired an escort named Auguste Laurent, or, as many of you know him, Julian Gage. She steps away, revealing a man in a perfectly tailored tuxedo, like many of the other men here. But he's not like any of the others, not to me. Low murmurs and a few gasps ring out as he steps up to the podium. Many of the attendees just as surprised about this revelation as I was when I first learned the truth. "Good evening." Placing his hands on the podium, he pauses in contemplation, briefly closing his eyes before looking at the assembled guests. "Since Sonia's death, I've debated what to do, what to tell all of you. I've kept this secret for years. My work depended on me being able to maintain my anonymity, and it worked. But losing Sonia made me reconsider things. It made me realize the importance of telling those you care about how you feel. You may not get another chance." He momentarily averts his gaze, drawing in a deep breath. Sonia was surrounded by people she thought were her friends, and was in a marriage that, on its face, was the picture of perfection. But she'd never felt so alone. That's why she sought me out. And over the weeks we spent together, she confided in me. I think she just wanted someone to talk to, someone who would listen and not judge her for staying in an abusive relationship. Because of our time together, she finally found the strength to file for divorce. He grips the podium tighter, his expression fraught with emotion. When he looks at the audience again, tears are visible in his eyes and his voice wavers. Unfortunately, despite the courage she demonstrated, her husband carried out his threat. She called me that night, panicked. I tried to get to her, but I was too late. My heart drops to the pit of my stomach as I recall the night he left me for what I thought to be another woman. He claimed it was a matter of life and death. I can't believe how true that was. He clears his throat, his voice becoming strong once more. And that's why this work is so important. Sonia had her freedom ripped from her, but our hope is that other women won't have to suffer the same tragedy. Sonia isn't the first victim of domestic violence, and she certainly won't be the last. But we can try to combat this epidemic, this idea of patriarchy and male dominance that seems to permeate society. Yes, men can be victims of domestic violence. 2. It's the idea of exerting power and authority over another person that needs to stop. It happens far too often, and to people we never expect because of how happy they appear on the outside. Hell, Sonia always smiled, no matter what. I should have known something was off, considering my mother did the same thing, until she was murdered by her husband, my stepfather, when I was 12, when an eerie silence falls over the room as people absorb his confession, his truth. This is a man who spent the past decade in these social circles, pretending to be someone he wasn't so they'd accept him. It warms my heart to witness him finally discuss his past so freely. I hope it will encourage more to do the same. I haven't spoken about my mother in years, not until a few months ago when I had the pleasure of meeting a woman who made me rethink everything. He laughs slightly, a sparkle in his eyes, as if recalling happy memories. She had this strange habit of being herself all the time, which completely captivated me. Considering we all have a tendency of pretending to be someone we aren't, not this woman. And by being herself, She helped me see that it's okay to talk about my past, about the skeletons in my own closet, all the past trauma, torment, hurt. She called it my ugly, and she embraced the ugly. It's what makes us who we are. We can't erase it. Do we wish we could? You bet your ass. Instead of doing everything to bury it, we should embrace all the pieces that make us uniquely us. So tonight, in honor of Sonia, I'd like to announce the groundbreaking of a project I've been working on, for those who may not be aware. When I inherited Theodore Price's fortune, I used a great deal of that money to open women's shelters here in the tri-state area. A few years ago, I wanted to do something bigger, so I expanded my charitable foundation reach into every state in the country. But it still wasn't enough. I wanted to do more. Now, thanks to all your generosity, I'm able to do that. Working with Isabella, we'll be going overseas, helping women born in cultures where abuse is so pervasive. It's considered normal. It's not. And it's my mission to help even more women realize this. Thank you. Thunderous applause erupts as he steps away from the podium, pausing for a few photos before making his way from the stage. Reporters descend on him, all of them shouting questions about his identity as Auguste Laurent. Instead of humoring them, he responds that they'll have to wait until the February issue of Blush magazine hits the newsstands to get the answers they're looking for. My heart expands, thinking how those magazines will now fly off shelves even more so than they would have. I'm so lost in the gift he's given me I almost don't realize he's leaving. Snapping out of my stupor, I rush toward him, but after his revelation, it seems everyone wants to know more, people swarming him as he makes his escape. He must have predicted this would happen because 2 bodyguards flank him, ushering him out of the room as other security personnel escort the media from the event now that the speech portion is over. I call Julian's name, but he can't hear me over everyone else. All I can do is watch as he's whisked away, without a single glance in my direction. As the excitement comes to an end, the sound of saxophones and piano playing a jazz standard fills the space. Out of nowhere, I hear my name. I whip my head up to see Sadie rushing toward me. I don't have a second to brace myself before she barrels into me, hugging me enthusiastically. Thankfully, I'm quick enough to save the remnants of my drink from spilling. I've missed you. I still at first, surprised by her sudden attack. Then I melt into her embrace. I've missed you, too, Sadie. She pulls back, her eyes frenzied. Did you know? Know what? About Julian being Auguste Laurent. My God. She loops her arm through mine, not taking a breath. You were together while you were doing a story on Auguste Laurent. She gasps as she puts 2 and 2 together, facing me once more. That's why you broke up, isn't it? It is. Her brows furrow as she surveys me. But if you broke up, why are you here? I take a long sip of my Manhattan, draining it. I realized I made a mistake and came here to tell him. I shrug in defeat, but I missed my chance. She gives me an encouraging smile, squeezing my bicep. It's okay. It'll all work out. Trust me. She winks. Thanks, Sadie. I sigh as I place my glass on a nearby high-top table. But now that Prince Charming has left the ball, there's no reason for Cinderella to hang around. It was great seeing you again. I start to turn from her. Wait, she yells, forcing me to stop. I look over my shoulder at her, an eyebrow raised. Her frantic expression softens. Since you're already here, how about a drink I'm buying? She jokes. Considering it's an open bar, honestly, I'm not sure I'll be the best company right now. I should just… Come on, Evie. 1 drink while I update you on all the gossip. And there is some juicy gossip. For old time's sake. On a long exhale, I reluctantly nod. Okay, 1 drink. Then I'm going home and curling up on the couch with a plate of Christmas cookies. 1 drink, that's all I need. I follow Sadie to the bar. She orders 2 Manhattans. Then we find a high-top table in the corner. The out-of-the-way location reminds me of the day we first met when we sat at a table hidden away, which allowed her to give me the dirt on the who's who of the Hamptons. She does the same now, updating me on affairs, unplanned pregnancies, and even a few paternity tests. It's like being brought up to speed on my favorite soap opera. As she's telling me about one of the guests' affairs with the nanny, the music changes and the opening notes to an all-too-familiar song in three-quarter time fills the room. I stiffen, my breath hitching as memories of dancing to this song with Julian return. The lighting in the room lowers, apart from a spotlight on the dance floor. When I look in its direction, my heart catches in my throat at the man I see standing there, a small smile forming on his mouth, his eyes locked on mine. He extends his hand toward me. Sadie swipes the drink out of my hand and pushes me away from her. After passing her a look of appreciation, I slowly walk across the ballroom, the sea of people parting for me. With each step, my heart beats a little faster. My lungs struggle to capture a breath. My skin tingles with the memory of Julian's touch. Approaching him, I float my gaze to his outstretched hand, briefly hesitating. His expression falls, panic overcoming him at the idea of me walking away. "Got ya," I tease as I link my fingers with his. Relief rolls off him in waves and, like so many times during our summer, he twirls me around to get a better look at the dress before yanking my body against his. He places his hand on my lower back and I drape my free arm over his shoulder. Then he leads me around the dance floor to the band leader singing Moon River, neither one of us saying a word. There's no need. We share a connection, one that allows us to say everything we need with a simple look. Months ago, it would have bothered me to share such a personal moment in the company of others. Now it doesn't. All I see is Julian. He's all that matters. This moment is all that matters. Not his past. Not my past. Just us. Just now. He taught me to embrace the moment, to stop living life according to a predetermined itinerary. Life doesn't always go according to plan. Julian's living proof of that. I'm living proof of that. You came back. I finally say once our song ends and we stop moving. I'll always come back for you, Guinevere. Always. I run my hands through his sandy hair, relishing in the sensation I'd deprived myself of these past few weeks. And I'll always come back for you. Julian. I bring my lips to his. Always. He cups my cheeks, his grip firm and demanding. Then he covers my mouth with his kiss soft, sweet, and delicious in all the ways I remember it to be. But he doesn't stop at a simple exchange, despite our audience. He sweeps his tongue against my bottom lip, begging for entrance, which I can't deny him. His hold on me tightens as he pulls me closer, exploring my mouth in a way that makes it feel like it's the first time. And that's what this is. I'm finally kissing every side of Julian Gage, and I'm willing to accept every piece of him. Pulling back, he rests his forehead on mine. "A symphony," he murmurs. "What's that?" I ask in a breathy voice. "That's what I hear when I kiss you. Have since the very first time. And I have a feeling I will until our very last kiss, which I hope is when we're both old and gray." "Is that right?" I flirt. He nods slowly, his eyes locked on mine, the fire sending a chill down my spine. "That's a promise. No more lies, no more games. Only the truth. Only you. You're all I want, all I need. And I hope I can be that for you, too." It takes every ounce of resolve I have not to melt into a puddle on the floor. The only reason I don't is because he's supporting me, just like he always has, both as August and Julian. Truth be told, I love both men. They've molded the man in front of me into the person he is. For that, I'll always be grateful. "You're more than that." I beam, then chew on my bottom lip, my expression falling. "There's just one thing, anything, whatever you want. It's yours," he promises in desperation. "Can we still play a few games?" I waggle my brows, giving him a coy smile. "Because I'd really like to try some roleplay with you." His jaw clenches as his eyes widen. Then he brings his lips back to mine, his kiss ravenous and insatiable. "What am I going to do with you?" I have a few ideas. Before I have a chance to register what's happening, he hoists me over his shoulder in a fireman's hold. The entire place erupts in cheers and applause. When I hear a familiar whistle, I crane my neck up, meeting Sadie's infectious smile. I beam at her, grateful she encouraged me to stay. The moment fills me with so much joy. I don't even care about the scene we're making as he carries me out of the gala, through the hotel lobby, and down the busy Manhattan sidewalk, tourists staring. It's not until we're a few blocks away that he finally puts me down. Always the gentleman. He shrugs out of his tuxedo jacket and places it over my shoulders. When I glance at the storefront to see where we are, I fall in love with him a little more. Tiffany's. For someone who said he wasn't cut out to be in a relationship, he sure knows how to make a woman happy. Brushing my hair behind my ears, he brings his hands up to my face, admiring me as the tension between us shifts from one of playfulness to one of devotion. I love you, Guinevere Fitzgerald. And I love you, Julian Gage, and Auguste Laurent, and any other personalities hiding in there. I love them all. He chuckles. The sound exactly what's been missing. There's nothing like hearing him laugh. I used to be desperate to make everyone around me laugh to mask the fact I wasn't happy with the life I'd planned. Now I only care about making Julian laugh. That's good to know. But from this moment forward, there's no one else. Now that I finally have you, I don't need to be anyone other than myself. He brushes his lips against mine and kisses me in front of the display window of Tiffany's. I couldn't think of a more perfect spot to begin our story of forever. It just goes to show you. The greatest things in life can't be planned. Love can't be planned. Chapter 43. I stare at the pink hue of the sky as the sun setting in the west casts a beautiful glow over the ocean outside the windows of Julian's home in the Hamptons. A smile curves my mouth as I consider how far we've come since the first time I stepped foot in this house. Back then, I never would have imagined I'd be kicking off another summer with someone who was only supposed to be a fun distraction, or my key to revenge. Now I can't imagine my life without him. The sound of my phone ringing tears my attention away from the stunning view. I pull it out of my clutch, grinning when I see K.Leigh pop up. "You made it," I say as I answer her FaceTime call. "How are the islands treating you?" She lifts the oversized sunglasses off her eyes as she brings a tropical concoction to her lips. She flew to Hawaii early this morning, but if I didn't know any better, I'd think she'd been there for days. I may never leave. I smile. I don't blame you. I'm counting down the hours until we hop on a plane tomorrow. "Yeah," she scoffs, rolling her eyes, "because you have it so rough. Having to hold off on coming to Hawaii so you can go to some high-class party in the Hamptons. Let me get out my violin." Evie, shaking my head. I can't stop the grin from crawling across my lips. She's right. I do have it pretty good. Not only do I have an incredibly supportive man in my life, but I also have a job I only dreamed about. Thankfully, Viv knew I wasn't thinking clearly and refused to offer the assistant editor position to anyone until the beginning of the year. By then, I'd come to my senses. My new position isn't without its challenges. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Though, especially whenever I pass a newsstand and see the new edition of a magazine bearing my name as the assistant editor. You can Google me now, and the search will return information unrelated to my relationship with Julian Gage. I wouldn't have been able to say the same if I gave up and went home to become an English teacher. As I considered when everything fell apart. "Have you seen Nora yet?" I ask. "Yes." She rolls her eyes. She's in full bridezilla mode, but in the best way possible. "I think you've rubbed off on her." "How so?" She grimaces. "She has lists." "Lists. Lists," she repeats with a nod. "And itineraries. She has one for you when you get here." Do I want to know what's on these lists or itineraries? I can't say for certain what's on yours. But based on mine, I'm convinced she's lost her damn mind. "You need to come and run an intervention. Stat." I grin. "Why's that?" "I thought I'd enjoy a week of relaxation before the wedding. That girl has shit scheduled every day. Sightseeing shit." I stifle my laugh at the look of absolute displeasure crossing her face. I've often wondered how K.Leigh and Nora were such good friends. While Nora's idea of a fun vacation is packing as much sightseeing and adventure into as short a time as possible, K.Leigh would much prefer to sit on a beach and have attractive men bring her fruity drinks as she works on her tan. At least you're in Hawaii. It could be a lot worse. The fact that I'm in Hawaii is what makes it unbearable. I should be shacking up with some hot islander who will breathe fire in my pussy. Instead, Do you want to know what I'm tasked with doing during what should be a sex-filled vacation? What's that? Making sure Jeremy's best man keeps his dick in his pants. Apparently, he flirts with anything with a pulse. And since Nora knows I have a low tolerance for bullshit and charm, I've been given this exciting task. I laugh once more as K.Leigh brings her drink back to her lips. I'm going to need this shit in an IV. Remember, it's all for Nora. Yeah, well, Nora owes me after this. Anyway, I don't want to take up much more of your time. I know you have a big thing tonight. I just wanted to call and wish you a happy birthday. She lifts her glass once more, toasting me. Here's to 31. May this birthday be more memorable than the last. Actually, I begin after a moment of contemplation. My last birthday was pretty amazing. It just took me a while to realize it. At least you finally did. She holds my gaze for a moment longer, then seems to look past me. I glance over my shoulder to see Julian descending the staircase. I return my eyes to my phone. Looks like Prince Charming's here to take you to the ball. Have a good night. Evie, and happy birthday. Thanks, K.Leigh. Love you. Love you too. I end the FaceTime call, then drop my phone into my clutch, whirling around as Julian approaches, his impassioned gaze raking over my body. It doesn't matter we've known each other a year and are past the so-called honeymoon phase. He looks at me with the same desperation and desire every time. I get the feeling he always will. His hand finds mine and he twirls me around, wanting the full effect of the cocktail dress Dana suggested I wear to tonight's gathering. It's more of a low-key event to celebrate the opening of Julian's first overseas women's shelter in the Middle East. Something that wouldn't have been possible without all the networking he did last summer. He tugs my body into his as his free hand wraps around mine, just like so many other times. I drape my arm over his shoulder, toying with the curls that fall over his jacket collar. Our bodies sway as he hums Moon River, which has become our song. There are times I hear it even when he's fast asleep beside me. It's the song of our love, one I hope will continue until we're long gone. He leans his forehead on mine, barely a breath between our bodies as we share this moment. We've done this same dance so many times over the course of our relationship. It's never gotten old. I still feel the same spark, the same fluttering in my heart, the same craving to be in his universe. In fact, I feel it even deeper now that I finally know all sides of Julian Gage. And every day, I continue to fall more in love with every part of him. When he stops humming, he lifts his head from mine and looks at me with a focused gaze. You look beautiful, Guinevere. I bring my hands to the lapels of his suit jacket, smoothing them. You clean up pretty good yourself. I wink. I got something for you. I told you. I narrow my eyes on him. No presents. You spoil me enough as it is. All I wanted for my birthday was to spend it with you. What if I told you it's not a birthday present? I still don't want it. How about we test it out? I bought it to go with your outfit. Dana said it would really accentuate the jewels on the straps of your shoes. If you don't like it, I'll return it. Okay. I playfully roll my eyes, feigning irritation. As much as I hate the thought of him spending money on me, I love that he spoils me. I love that he thinks of me so much. Okay. He smiles, but it's not as confident as usual. Reaching into the pocket of his pants, he pulls out a small box in that familiar blue hue unique to Tiffany's. I was planning on getting you something from Cartier instead, but figured Tiffany's would have more meaning. My breath hitches as he repeats the same words he uttered on what was supposed to be our last night together. There's only one possible way for me to respond to that. Tears fill my eyes as I stare at the leather box, knowing all too well what's inside. It could be an empty box, and it would be infinitely better than even the most expensive piece you could get from Cartier. Phew, he laughs nervously. That's a relief, because it really is just an empty box. No, it's not, I whisper through the lump in my throat. You're right, it's not. He drops to one knee and pops open the ring box, then grabs my left hand in his. I exhale at the stunning diamond that greets me. It's a princess-cut stone that's easily 3 carats, the band thin and inlaid with even more diamonds. Guinevere Shea Fitzgerald, I couldn't have planned for you to walk into my life even if I tried. I'll never forget sitting in the corner of a bar after meeting with a client, wondering if it's all worth it. Hearing you tell the entire place how you were dumped. All I could remember thinking is that I needed to know you. I'd spent most of my life running from love, and then there was you. Our relationship may not have been conventional by any stretch of the imagination, but that's what I love about us. We broke the rules. We weren't supposed to find each other, but we did. He brings the ring up to my finger, unshed tears forming behind his eyelids. We weren't supposed to fall in love with each other, but we did. And I fall in love with you all over again every day. I want to continue to fall in love with you every day for the rest of my life. Do me the honor of being my wife, of taking a risk on me, of loving all the pieces of me. His words are everything I could have dreamed for a proposal. And more. I never expected Julian to drop to one knee after only a year. I thought he'd need more time to get used to being in a real relationship. But that's what makes this so exciting, so exhilarating. I never saw it coming. It was never planned. I'm not quite sure getting engaged was on the itinerary. I joke, remembering our early days when I insisted on a firm schedule of events. At least, I didn't see it there. I grin, playfully batting my eyelashes. He's on his feet in an instant, yanking my body hard and fast against his, stealing my breath. He doesn't even wait for me to say yes as he slides the ring onto my finger, where I plan to leave it for the rest of my days. Fuck the itinerary, he growls as he kisses me for the first time as my fiancé. Fuck the itinerary indeed. Thank you for reading Dating Games. I hope you enjoyed reading this story as much as I enjoyed writing it. Acknowledgements. Phew, I did it. Finally. This has actually been the most challenging book for me to write. Not because of the subject matter, but because I rewrote the dang thing 3 times. This was always going to be a story about a woman who was dumped by her long-term boyfriend. The premise remained, but the details changed. First, Julian was just a tech guru, and it was set in San Fran. Then I decided a male escort would be a lot more fun. So he became just that, and it moved to Manhattan. Then I decided to switch from Manhattan in the winter to the Hamptons in the summer. And boy, did it open up a world of possibility for me. This is what I love about writing and allowing my characters to take control. They really do have their own ideas. If I tried to steer them in the direction I'd originally planned, this story wouldn't be as fun and endearing as it is. As always, I have my husband to thank for putting up with my constantly bouncing new ideas off him. Sometimes when he's trying to sleep. I couldn't do this without him, so a big thanks. Another big thanks to my 2 nannies who help with Harper-Lee, so I can get lots of writing time in Brooke and Carissa. Thanks so much for loving Harper as much as I do. There's only one woman I trust with my baby, i.e., my manuscript, and that's Kim Young. She's edited every single one of my books so far, and I hope she'll edit all the books I have planned in the future, as well. I'm fortunate enough to have an amazing team of beta readers who graciously take time out of their busy schedules to read for me and offer their input and advice. Oftentimes, it's difficult to see the forest amongst the trees, and they help me do just that. Stacy, Lynn, Melissa, Vicky, Joelle, and Sylvia. Thank you, ladies. #Burnham Bitches. Life. As always, a huge thanks to my fantastic publicist, Emily from Social Butterfly. You make releases infinitely less stressful. Told this would just be 1 book this time around. Although it is the length of 2 books, LOL. Another big thanks to my fantastic angels, who help promote my work everywhere. I truly appreciate it. And to my spectacular reader group, thanks for giving me somewhere to hang out when my brain feels like it's going to explode and I need a good laugh. And of course, last but not least, thank you to you. Whether this is your first K.Leigh book or your 18th, I so appreciate you for taking a risk on my work. I can't wait for you to see what I have planned next. Love and peace. To K?